Welcome to the land of the rising sun as we kick off a busy weekend of IVRA competition. We find ourselves at the track Shiochi Honda first broke ground on in 1959 and over the years has seen its share of world champions being crowned at the top level of motorsport. The likes of Senna, Prost, PK Hill, Häkkinen and Schumacher have all won world titles here, and today we'll take one more step on the road to crowning 4 new IVRA champions. Hello and welcome to round 5 of the IVRA ClubSport Series and the 2.4 hours of Suzuka. Before the main event though, up on the docket are 2 30-minute sprint races in the ever-entertaining IVRA Club Cup as we unload the Mazda MX-5s onto the track in Japan for 60 minutes of outright chaos. Thank you for joining us here live on RaceSpotTV for continued coverage of IVRA competitions as we have 2 race weekends left before we close out our first full season of IVRA action. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati. I am delighted to be joined by the broadcast pairing of Jonathan Burke and Somal Aurora for today's action. And let's take a look at our series schedule because IVRA Club Cup, it's the support series for the IVRA ClubSport Series, but it's very quickly become one of our favorite series to cover here on RaceSpotTV. We've had 8 entertaining rounds so far, and last time out at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, it's a little bit of confusion at the start, but this time at Suzuka, we'll be hoping for a slightly cleaner run to the green flag, and we've got 4 races to go before we'll crown our inaugural season champion. Let's talk a little bit about the format. As mentioned, all drivers are using the spec Global Mazda MX-5 Cup car, and it is a support series for the ClubSport Series. It's a drivers-only championship with qualifying of 20 minutes for our first race of the race weekend, and our second race is a reverse grid race taking place after ClubSport qualifying. Points are awarded from 200 to first all the way down to just a solitary point for 43rd, and as a result, let's take a look at our championship standings and bring in my broadcast partner Somal Aurora for the first time, because you take a look here, Shiochi Ishimaru, it's been a breakout season for the Year 1 racing driver Somal, and my oh my, he's got Dustin Hirota hot on his heels, but Ishimaru really is the man to watch out for.
He is indeed. The last time out at Spa, it was just such a commanding drive from him in race number 2. After he tangled up with Hirota in race number 1, these two folks are colliding in the points table and on the track as well. And last time out at Spa, it was just a perfect example of that. It was chaotic for sure, but Ishimaru was able to capitalize on all the opportunities and get a race to win that put him at the top of the table. But it's not all done yet. Hirota's right there, Panzel's right there, and it may seem like a long shot, but Dave Chapman for Shipsky Racing has been quite the force. Let's see how it goes. Should be a fun one.
Chapman does have experience in the real world in a Mazda, of course, so that's going to benefit him as well. Ishimaru took the race win in our first ever race in this series, but it took him until last time at Spa to get his second victory. And Jonathan Burke, I mean, take a look at these track conditions. You'll see right now cars are out there for the open qualifying session, and the Suzuka circuit is really one of the most favorite tracks, I think, for a lot of drivers across of motorsports right now. It's going to be an interesting challenge as we see 15 different cars battling it out on track.
A pretty nice and calm day here, only 78 degrees Fahrenheit, 26 degrees Celsius, so grip is going to be probably at a premium, and this is just a kind of a homecoming, I think, for the Mazda. This is a great track for any car, and especially in these Mazdas where there's so many different areas you have to hang on for dear life, going through the snake, going through 130R, going through 200R. It's going to be a fun one here today.
So let's say hello to you for the first time today because it's going to be a rather long one. 2.4 hours is our main event, but we've got 30 minutes of sprint racing action to come, 1 hour of qualifying in the ClubSport Series, and then 30 more minutes of racing action. We've got just over 70 seconds left on the clock for qualifying right now. And Somal, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about IVRA competition in general. We've got some announcements which we'll be making very shortly. I've been teasing you throughout the entire week, as your smile maybe indicates there. It's been one of the more interesting series that you and I have been able to cover. Different competitions. You've got the ClubSport Endurance GT Sprint, but it all fathoms down to one key thing: safety cars. And across all of our series, it changes the picture.
It's no surprise that IVRA competition is probably the one broadcast that I look forward to the most out of all of them, and the safety cars have a huge role to play in that. And we've seen time and time again that they can really have the power of shaking things up. It's come to a point where the teams and drivers actually don't even plot out their strategy. They say, okay, this is what the car ideally should do at this track, and then we'll see how it goes. Because the safety car could literally pop in at any moment, unlike, of course, in other championships, and change the whole field. That is when staying on your feet really pays off. And that is why the level of competition here in IVRA really is so intense, where teams and drivers are not just set with the strategy that they have to follow from the very beginning. They have to think constantly, they have to adapt, they have to improvise, and, dare I say this, overcome as well.
Well, it's 5 seconds left in qualifying. It is an open qualifying session, which means we'll get a couple more moments for cars to complete their qualifying attempts. You see Stefan Schlacker out on track right now. Recent addition to the RaceSpotTV team, and recent addition to this series as well. In towards the hairpin, also known as Kobayashi Corner, informally. Of course, because Kamui Kobayashi made a rather impressive showing there, Samuel. I'm asking you this question because I know you're a bit of a bigger F1 fan than Jonathan Burke is. Do you remember which year I'm talking about where Kamui made an absolute showing down in towards turn 11?
Of course, it has to be 2011.
There we go. A man of fine understanding there. As you see Schlacker coming through Spoon Corner as well. Talk to me about this track a little bit, Samuel. It's got so many different undulation changes. Down in towards now, what is one of my favorite corners in the entire racing calendar. 130 maximum commitment and maximum reward as well.
The thing with Suzuka is, right, Arjuna, it's so absurd. The more you speak about it, the more you fall in love with it. There are so many corners that have been spoken about by all the great storytellers of the sport, and yet every single person, every broadcaster, every fan, every driver, everyone has a different story shared about it. And the best part is that it's a track that was initially made as a testing track, but for some reason they just made it so well that they were tempted to go racing here. I mean, the undulations in the S's section, it's so good that they had so many other tracks inspired from that section, Goto included. Then you have the Spoon Curve, then you have 130. Of course, it's been dangerous. It has taken many lives over the years, and that just shows you the challenge of the circuit. But as a pure driver's track, Arjuna, nothing else in Asia comes close. And it probably has to be in the top 5 circuits in the world, at least for me.
Well, it's funny, you know, Honda obviously has a big part in the history of this track. The other track that Honda has owned, of course, is the Twin Ring Motegi, which has got IndyCar pedigree and motorcycles as well. So we've got a number of stats and facts that we'll be bringing you throughout the course of today's broadcast about the Suzuka circuit. Jonathan, I'll ask for some of your memories, though, because NASCAR, I know you are a fairly big NASCAR fan. They came here, I think it was back in 1996, for some exhibition races using the East Circuit. So, I mean, if you can think of a series, it has come to this track and it is run here.
It's one of the greatest tracks, I think, in the world, and I think any car can run here and put in a good show. From, you know, we mentioned we're already seeing Mazdas. You mentioned NASCAR's come out here. Formula One has pedigree out here. Maybe we can get enough money to get IndyCar back out here at some point for maybe a Suzuka Motegi doubleheader or something like that. But it's just a really, really good driving track, and it has so many different areas. We mentioned the Kobayashi hairpin. But then there's also the wide corners and also the very technical bits like Snake. There's just so many different elements to this track that brings it all together.
So, 30 seconds still left in qualifying right now. Track length, 5.807 kilometers, 3.609 miles for the configuration we're using today. There are 5 different configurations available, and you can try them out on the iRacing service when you want. There is a driving school here as well. I did find it funny as well that Jonathan used the technically correct term for the Motegi track, Montegi, as it is correctly known in the IndyCar community. But there we go. Qualifying is done. Let's take a look at our first starting grid for today's weekend. So Jack Ashton lines up on the pole position, then he'll have the championship leader Shiyoichi Ishimaru on his outside, almost 0.4 of a second separating first and second. Dave Chapman in the 444 lines up then in third place, just over 0.02 of a second behind Ishimaru, with Takeshi Taniguchi in the 861 on the outside of row 2. Arthur Panzel in the 222 makes it 2 consecutive Shipsky Racing cars on the inside line, with John Atkinson for Phoenix Racing Esport back in 6th. Dustin Hirota looks to challenge Ishimaru for the championship back there in 7th, with Simon Erpelding in 8th next to him. Yannick Brenner lines up in 9th, with Frank Oosterhuis on the edge of the top 10. Dawoud Mirek all by himself for Nitro Racing in 11th, and Aaron Kurtz in the number 76 machine on the outside of row number 6. Slightly smaller field than we've been accustomed to here today. David Simone for Team Fordzilla in 13th, with Stefan Schlacker in 14th. Takumi Kusiyama will bring up the rear end of the field in 15th place, but 15 car Sommel, I have a feeling that nevertheless this series, as we know, likes to deliver some exciting racing action, and as the cars get ready to go racing, I'm still looking very much forward to this race.
I absolutely am. Suzuka is a place that, although it may be a tricky track where to pass on in certain corners, with the MX-5s, nothing is too hard. And seeing moves around the outside of 130R, maybe even the S's, Arjuna, is going to be a prospect that excites me quite a fair bit. That, along with the fact that we have our new graphics on board today as well.
New graphics. We've also got some new social media stuff, and you can keep involved using the hashtag IVRA League throughout today's broadcast. Fiercely Forward, they've got some cars that were entered in this series before. Looks like they're taking a bit of a break today. They'll be in action in the ClubSport Series, and once again, you can stay involved using that hashtag IVRA League. Big shout out to the entire team at ATVO for all their hard work on our graphics package. You'll be able to catch Nick Thyssen in action in our ClubSport Series. He'll be participating in that race for NAB Racing in the Porsche 911 Cup car. But for now, we've still got 60 minutes of racing action and 60 minutes of qualifying to go before we get there. On the front row, it's going to be Jack Ashton and Shiochi Ishimaru. Your championship leader will be on the outside as we work our way down into the starting zone. Jack Ashton picks up the throttle. We're underway for the first race here to end the race weekend. Busy weekend for IVRA competition, and already look at them fanning themselves out. This is what we expected. Sommel already 3 wide down into turn 1.
Absolutely crazy stuff. They're going to go downhill and descend over here, but still clean racing, and there's a few drivers trying to make something on the inside line, Arjuna, forcing the way past, but still Ashton with the lead.
Ishimaru, though, down into 3rd, so Dave Chapman with an impressive start. As you see, Takeshi Taniguchi, who's been shuffled down into 5th. John Atkinson right behind with his teammate Dustin Hirota applying some pressure as we work our way through the S's for the very first time. Really love this section of the track as you now work up the hill in towards the Degner section, and look at this pressure being applied on the back of Panzel. Out front though, Jonathan, Ashton and Chapman starting to break away very slightly.
Yeah, starting to break away, and they're going to be in for a, I think big dogfight for the rest of this race to come. Chapman has been proven to be one of the most aggressive passers in the league, but you can't count out Jack Ashton when it comes to a one-on-one duel.
Up to the hairpin for the first time. We've got 30 minutes of racing up ahead. Down the inside, that looks like that's Dustin Hirota on his teammate. Nope, that's Taniguchi getting passed by John Atkinson. We'll expect Hirota to maybe try and follow in a few moments' time as we now work through where there is a second hairpin, or rather a chicane for the motorcycles to use, but I'm going to fly right on past that. Ashton, Chapman, Ishimaru, Panzel, and Taniguchi, the top 5. Taniguchi able to hold off from John Atkinson for now, and this is the important run now, Sommel. Top 3 have managed to gap Arthur Panzel by about 0.7 of a second at this point now.
And in the MX-5s, there is so much of time to gain on the corners, but the draft effect cannot be forgotten. They'll just be zooming past ahead with the other guys behind, not being able to catch up as much. And the first time past 130R, Arjuna, it's a lot more sane than we thought it would be.
I'm not necessarily expecting too wide. You do notice no track limit in the IVRA Club Cup, so all the drivers choosing to extend track widths at 130R. Dustin Hirota, though, still very much stuck in the meat of the pack, 7th position. And here comes his teammate Yannick Brenner, who's gotten a very good run of the out of the Casio triangle. Side by side in front of him as well is John Atkinson and Takeshi Taniguchi. Out front, here comes the challenge from Ishimaru. Around the outside of Dave Chapman, he's going to look, and this is where we'll keep our attention, Jonathan. Ishimaru to the outside line.
He's going to try the outside line and maybe get another switchback around, but nothing doing right there. And right now, it's just a matter of really trying to set up this move. You can't really go too wide in the snake or in the anti-banked curb. So it's going to be about a good run through turn 7 and turn 8, I think, for a big passing move for Ishimaro.
Great shot there as the cars fly their way through the S's. They are starting to get separated. Top 10 breaking away from the rest of the field. There has been an issue for a couple of cars. Let's take a look at our first RaceSpotTV replays of today's action. First up, David Mirek by himself into the Casio triangle. A little bit too much curve maybe on the inside. Yes, indeed. There's a bit of door banging further behind. That's not where the big action happened. David Simon, though, Sommel, I think you'll see here, he blows his engine.
And that's not the first time we've seen this in the IVRA Club Cup. Happens quite a fair with the MX-5, and it's a very easy thing to do for David Simon, which is a bit of a shame because Simon was quite decent in the championship standings in B22, and in a race where you don't really have many competitors in relation to the other ones, would have been a good opportunity for him to clap on his championship standings and gain quite a few points today.
His teammate, though, out front. Chapman still in second, Ishimaro in third. You can see the gaps between the top 4, the bottom right-hand portion of your screen, as they work their way through the spoon curve, out of turn 14, run down in towards 130R. Top 5, very much in one solid train of cars, but you can look all the way back to Dustin Hiroda in about 9th and 10th position. Frank Oosterhuis behind as well in this train of cars at this point, Jonathan. So we're in this situation once again where we're going to play patient for 25 minutes, and I think we'll have a bit of a mad dash to the checkered flag.
Yeah, mad dash. Well, how patient are you going to be? Dave Chapman has been known to be, again, an aggressive overtaker, so how patient is he going to be? And Jack Ashton, he's also running in the Pro Mazda series, and he's going to have some very not fond memories of dives down into turn 1 where 2 of the lead cars took themselves out of contention, but now a little bit of NASCAR-style bump drafting going into one from Ishimaro.
Oh, and that was a bit dangerous there for a second. I'm not sure Chapman appreciates that too much as we ride on board with Ishimaro down in towards turn 2 and in towards the S's. Chapman getting a bit wide, not going to really open that opportunity for Ishimaro here because, of course, Sommel, if you go too wide through the S's in an MX-5 Cup car, you're going to lose, I'd wager, probably around a second, maybe 2 seconds if you're feeling feisty.
Yep, quite a fair bit, especially in this SS section. It's a place where you can either gain too much time or lose too much time, as cliche as it may sound, properly based on driver's skill and how you can navigate your racing lines and when you actually put the power down. Chapman set the purple lap last time out, which means he's the fastest car on the track, and it shows Arjuna is getting ever so closer.
Reminder, you can follow along with live timing and scoring at timing71.org. Follow along throughout the entirety of today's action. Down in towards the hairpin now for the 3rd time. 6 minutes done in our race. And to be a bit honest, Jonathan, it's a bit tamer than I was expecting. I don't know if it's just a bit more sensible with the reduced number of cars that we're having, but I am a bit surprised that we're not seeing a bit more 2 and 3 wide action down the start-finish straight. Sorry.
I think it's just everyone wants to play patient because some people are looking at big picture and realizing like this is still a points battle. Like Jack Ashton's pretty well out of it, but for Chapman and Ishimaro and Panzel, it is a points battle. And also, like a lot of these are team cars that are involved in this. I think Ashton's teammates not too far behind. The 2 Shipsky Racing cars are right next to each other. So I think they're trying to get a plan together. Is again more NASCAR-style bump drafting.
Does seem like you're able to get away with that a bit more as Jack Ashton's going to run wide as we take a look off his rear bumper down into the Casio triangle. You see a move being made. Here comes that move to the inside. Around the outside comes the triple 2 of Arthur Panzel. Try and get past. Who is that? Takeshi Taniguchi has seemingly lost out 2 in 1 as now here comes that swarm of cars. Dustin Hiroda tries to take advantage as well. 2nd place in the championship. That's what he'll be wanting to see.
I think you were trying to say it was all calm, and then I think Arthur Panzel heard you.
He heard me.
He tried to get the chaos started.
And 2 Phoenix Racing Esports teammates try to look down the middle. Brenner and Hiroda currently run 6th and 7th, so Panzel is now in 5th. John Atkinson has scrapped his way up into the 4th spot, and unfortunately Takeshi Taniguchi down in towards 8th position. You take a look at the left-hand side of the screen, you can see Movers and shakers of today's race. Unfortunately, Taniguchi is now down 4, but his teammate Kusiyama is up 5. So I guess you win some, you lose some. And this smaller grouping of cars is really producing this lead pack, Sommel, that I think they're not really getting too feisty right now.
Yeah, they're just chilling, I guess, which is unlike what we usually see in the Club Cup, but that's not necessarily bad. They're going to be building up for a really good finish towards the very end, and it's getting ever so closer, with Chapman constantly applying the pressure. But as we saw the last time out, he's not gunning for it, he's not going for the move, he's not pulling the trigger and actually making that move for being number 1. But are the bands in the back there? That was a proper Shipsky send, but not really having the desired outcome.
Some nice alliteration there. Shipsky send. We might need to copyright that and put it on a t-shirt before Shipsky does. Maybe Rachel Williams in YouTube chat's already thinking about copyright ideas. On board with Dustin Hiroda, though. 2nd place in the championship. 7th on track. Jonathan, Ishimaru in 3rd. Not really appearing to be pulling the punches. Or rather, he is pulling his punches right now. He's not trying to scrap it out too much out front. If you're Hiroda, though, you cannot afford to be losing points. Even this, 4 races still to go in the championship. They fly on by, and right now, Ishimaru really is in the driver's seat.
He is, but you can't really count on Hiroda at this stage of the game because Ashton and Chapman have not really been fighting, and they also have not pulled away either. I think once those two start fighting, it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for the rest of the field.
Brandon took a look to the outside of Arthur Panzel. He'll set him up out of the Casio triangle, down in towards turn 1. Panzel very, very scrappy. Here comes the momentum from Phoenix Racing Esport. Hiroda tries to maybe tuck into the draft as well and follow his teammate down the inside. You can see out front as well, Ishimaru is closed on back up with those front 2. Yannick Brenner throws it down the inside then. Unfortunately, his teammate not able to follow him, and he's going to have to wait then, Sommel, for at least one more lap.
Or so we think. Because he could still go for a move, still go for a send anywhere, but I doubt he'll actually do that. With 20 minutes left to go, there's no need to be so urgent in your move making as such, and especially in corners where it's not quite the easiest thing to do. Say, for instance, light the S's right here and come in towards the Degner curves in around about a few seconds. So they need to play it calm, which they are doing right now. But the interesting thing that Jonathan pointed out is that Ashton and Chapman, along with Ishimaru, we saw them initially build up a little bit of a gap, and they were separating out from all the other guys. But the MX-5 being the MX-5, draft isn't only the most important thing, right? Driver skill and just having a control over your racing lines is so critical too, that the other guys, although they initially lost the draft, they've still been able to stay on together.
Great shots off this off-board shot with Dustin Hiroda as he's riding on board behind Arthur Panzel. Battle for 4th, you can see John Atkinson, the Phoenix Racing Esport teammate of Brenner and Hiroda. About 1.5 seconds down the road from Hiroda as we work our way up in towards Spoon Curve once again. 18 minutes left on the clock. Not been too many moves just yet, but I have a feeling that start getting a little bit more wild as we work our way into the later portions of the race. Dave Chapman still only about 0.2 of a second behind Jack Ashton out front. And for Ashton, who's missed a couple of races this season, Jonathan, he's always had some impressive performances in terms of, raw talent. It's sometimes just been getting the consistency and the luck that's been a struggle for Ashton. It is good to see him out front here, though, this weekend as we approach the conclusion of our inaugural season.
I think the scarier thing about Ashton right now is he's a big spoiler as here comes Chapman down the inside.
And I think Ashton's going to have to tuck back into line. Indeed, he does. Late under the brakes there for Chapman. Gets it slowed down in time and potentially opens the door for Ishimaru as well. Drag race then as they both tuck into the draft across the start-finish line. Dave Chapman hugs his way all the way to the inside wall. It's also a big issue further back in the field. We'll take a look at some RaceSpotTV replays in a couple of moments' time as they fling their way down into turn 1. No real changes for positions there. Let's take a look, before we look at those replays, let's take a look at this move from Dave Chapman, because it was a late one, and you can see there that contact further back for Arthur Panzel, hard into the wall. Very nicely done, though, for Dave Chapman out front in the 444, Jonathan.
Well, it goes well for one Shipsky car, it doesn't go well for the other. It was a good move. He gets that run down to 130R, and this is just being later on the brakes. There's nothing much Ashton can really do here, and he gives him plenty of space too. Good clean racing from both drivers. And then you can see in the background the other Shipsky racing car hard into the barriers.
And we'll take a look at that one now. Sommel, you called it out. It's Arthur Panzel in the 222. We saw him late under the brakes into the Casio triangle once. Unfortunately, seems to have gotten unstuck this time around.
Yeah, it was a very violent accident on the first replay that we saw. Should be getting more answers right about now. And is he going to lose it all on his own? Oh, of course he is. It's the darned AstroTurf, isn't it? And the car just violently snaps. What can you do? Nothing, just brace for impact.
And there's your on-board look at that one with the 222 of Arthur Panzel. Like Sommel, you're saying, once you get onto that AstroTurf, really not much you can do, and Panzel down into the pit lane is going to be heading back out onto track. It'll be at the tail end of the leading pack. So, back to live pictures. Still Ashton and Chapman out front. They've now swapped around, so the 444 finds himself in the race lead. And a couple of updates to fill you in on. We're missing some of the fiercely forward cars this time around. Jonathan, looks like you might have some information on why those drivers had to reprioritize some of their focus.
I think the 134 Cup car, which started the season out at Road America, went down to the reserve list, I think for personnel reasons or attendance reasons. As we're going, before we get to that, let's go back to the action, actually.
Ooh, Ishimaru gets shoved off the track there. A bit of a hip check. Opens the door up for John Atkinson. You did see that one coming, I think, again, Jonathan. Sometimes, every time I want to throw to a certain commentator, stuff starts to happen. We cross the start-finish line. Ishimaru is still side by side with the Phoenix Racing Esport driver. He'll have a bit of a tow from the cars in front of him. Is he going to be able to sling it down the inside, hold on to the position? No! Atkinson's going to try and hang it around the outside, Sommel, and slip it up into third place.
That is insane stuff, but Ishimaru once again blocks him off, using the camber to his advantage, and Atkinson once again has to wait. This was his best opportunity so far. He pounced on it, but Ishimaru, well, it's a virtual home race for him, and he's trying to do the best he can to hold on to that position.
Take a look at a couple more RaceSpotTV replays. Before we get back to Jonathan Burke, who has a point that I do want him to make, Stefan Schlacker, new to the series, coming down into the Casio triangle. Oh no, he has the same issue as Arthur Panzel, and looks like one of Graphite Racing cars is lucky not to get caught up in that one. Frank Oosterhuis out of the Casio triangle though. Contact with the 862. We've seen cars spinning into the pit lane before, not necessarily like that one. We are going to have to take one more look at this from an onboard look with Frank Oosterhuis here, Jonathan.
I don't even think he was expecting this. Like, he just gets tagged right in the rear, and then, I mean, he's so lucky not to hit those tires right there.
I mean, I think Ken Block would be impressed at the drifting skills put on display there from Oosterhuis, as he has to then fight his way back onto track. That might be a contender for the NASCAR not top 10. iRacing not top 10, rather, excuse me. We'll have to wait and see. Back to live pictures once again. 14 minutes on the clock, Jonathan. Finally, you get an update from Fiercely Forward. Let us know why those drivers have reprioritized their focus.
I think it was the 134 Cup car. I did mention it before that racing action intensified is back up on the full-time season list, so it might be all hands on deck for the Fiercely Forward car. And also remember that there is a points battle involving Fiercely Forward for the Cup team, so I think they just didn't field their cars because they needed all hands on deck for the main race. But that doesn't mean the racing here isn't good, because you can see Jack Ashton is again trying to find a way around Dave Chapman.
Chapman had a bit of a loose exit coming out of the corner. Ashton even worse, and he's checked up Ishimaru, now is pushing Jack Ashton across the start-finish line. Looks to the inside. Championship leader is going to try and get his way up into the second spot. I think Dave Chapman's helping out Jack Ashton with a little bit of draft, and Ishimaru has to get on the brakes a little bit early and get back into line. But now there is a bit of a gap starting to form. 0.7 of a second between first and second, Sommel, and you don't want gaps to start opening up here, because you'll start seeing moves start to be made and those gaps becoming increasingly large.
Yeah, that's the last thing we want to see, at least from a broadcast perspective, big gaps. But the good thing is, Arjuna, they can be closed up at any point of time. It's such a nimble car, it's such an easy one to navigate. The driver skill really is the most important factor here. And with someone like Ishimaru who comes up alive towards the end of the race, that very well could be something that spices up the final part of this one. But he's getting close, and look at how much he rides up the curbs. Really does not matter much with the MX-5. You can really send it all the way through.
And you'll notice they use all of the track available through the second complex in Degner, turn 9. Watch out for that in Club Sport. You will get penalized for doing that on a number of occasions. Of course, no track limits here in Club Cup, and as a result, drivers able to do that. I love this onboard shot we're getting right now on board the 94. Shout out to Tyler Maxon for producing all of RaceSpot's car cameras for today's broadcast, and Istvan Ballo of Track Cams 22 for all of our track cameras as well. So battle for first is not over yet. They have broken away though from 7th. The gap now between Takeshi Taniguchi and Dustin Hiroda, 5 seconds. So it's a top 6 runaway for the top 3 steps on the podium. 11 minutes left on the clock. Jonathan, I like to put people on the spot here. We haven't seen too much passing so far. I'm going to make you really think hard here. Who's your prediction for the race win here in race 1?
I want to say is Ishimaru because he's been really patient, and you've seen in the last few corners, like coming up to this complex right here, Ashton and Chapman really getting very squirrely. Now the thing that worries me about the top 3 right now is they don't have teammates anywhere near them. Hansel has crashed, the other Fordzilla drivers further back, and Chris Whaley's not even in the room, so it's just the one driver for Year 1 Racing this weekend. Meanwhile, there's 5 Phoenix Esports cars charging right behind them.
Here comes Ishimaru, though, down to the inside. Can he get the move done on Jack Ashton, who's going to hold that outside momentum? Ishimaru sends it through the second part of the corner.
No.
Contact between them. More contact.
No.
Ashton gets forced off into the tire barrier. Ishimaru drops down to 3rd. Unfortunately, though, Jack Ashton now down into 8th position. That's a big incident. And, well, Race Control is going to have something to take a look at here. One more look at it, Sommel. We've said in the past that Ishimaru is known for being a bit more reserved. I don't think you can call any part of that move reserved.
Yeah, it was a full send down at turn number 1. He committed to the move as he should have, but yeah, just side hitting. It's not even like he it's not like he tapped him with the front part of his car. It was a side shove initially, and then it really blew out. There's no shortage of commitment, that's for sure, but it really does not work out well for anyone towards the end. Yikes. Ooh, my goodness.
And on board with John Atkinson, who very kindly takes 2 positions, and his teammate Yannick Brenner able to get past Ishimaru as well. So let's pick up live pictures once again. Gap between 1st and 2nd, 1.2 seconds. Ishimaru in 4th, 0.2 of a second behind Yannick Brenner. Dustin Hiroda, though, right behind his championship rival. That might be a bigger story, Sommel, than we are even realizing right now. Race Control is going to be taking a look at these incidents after the race. Ishimaru is not out of the woods just yet.
Absolutely. Ishimaru, the championship leader, could be in some big hot water with that move. Not only has he fallen down to be number 4, a penalty could be looming large, but also think about Jack Ashton. Whenever he's been able to come on in and compete in the IVRA Club Cup, which hasn't been always, he's just come on in and put such an exciting show. To bow out of race number 1 in that way, probably not the best way possible.
And Ishimaru very wide through 130R right now. Jack Ashton, unfortunately, has had to miss 3 different races so far this season. He missed the second race of our first race meeting at Road America, and also had to miss our race at the Barber Motorsports Park, but has always been one of the strong contenders. Multiple podium finishes. Ishimaru looks to try and get past Yannick Brenner back up into a podium position. Not able to get it done, but 8 minutes left on the clock. I think that means we've got 3 laps to go in this race, and unfortunately, Jonathan, I think now the big drama really is that incident that we saw a few moments ago, as you see side by side between Takeshi Taniguchi and Simon Erpelding. Now the story of the championship, which we were following, Ishimaru versus Hiroda, now we have to wait and see what Race Control is really going to say.
Yeah, we have to wait and see, but right now I don't think either of those 2 drivers are thinking about it, Ishimaru or Hiroda. They're just trying to get past one another. It's just as they battle, further back in the field. Erpelding's made up a couple spots, but for Ishimaru, this is a tough spot to be in. He's in this Phoenix Racing sandwich, and he's not going to be able to get around it easily, because even if he gets past Yannick Brenner, John Atkinson's right in front of him. So there's really no way out unless he gets past both of these two cars within the next 2 laps.
And you said something about there being, I think, 5 Phoenix Racing Esports cars, and now...
I think it's 4.
Well, okay,
so Mirek is the 4th.
No, Mirek is in the Nitro Racing team, so that's...
I can't count, apparently.
Yes, no, apparently you can't count, but the 3 Phoenix Racing Esports cars, all in the top 5, very much staring down a 2-3-4 finish, potentially, as we watch Ishimaru in that sandwich, as it were. So remember, we will re-rack these cars in a reverse grid race right after Club Sport qualifying. You do have to be classified to be included in those reverse grid classifications. So I have a feeling that Jack Ashton might actually not be included in that reverse grid. So we'll have to wait and see. It was Ishimaru last time out, Sommel, who started on the pole position in race 1, and after the big drama that we had at the start of that race, ended up starting on pole in race number 2 as well. I don't think Ashton wants to do the same, but I don't think he'll be complaining either, as Ishimaru, great run through the Casio Triangle, up into 3rd.
Absolutely. Ishimaru, however, did not complete all the laps last time out at Spa, but he still was able to be classified. So I'll quickly come back with the exact regulation, but indeed, a move being made in the background.
Ooh, and that's a championship swap right there. Yannick Brenner has just let Dustin Hirota go through as well, so Hirota's up into 4th. A little bit of gamesmanship being played here, Jonathan, but again, this is a championship that's on the line. These are, valuable points that Hirota cannot afford to be giving up to his championship rival.
I want to quote Larry McReynolds from Talladega Nights. That's a teammate right there, as the 15 just lets him go. And now it's going to be up to Atkinson, I think, to really hold up Ishimaru. Because Ishimaru seems like he's in a bit of a hurry. He really wants to go catch Dave Chapman, who's been uncontested since that incident with Jack Ashton for about the last 5 or 6 minutes.
So you can take a look at the gaps. The bottom right-hand corner, 1 second between 1st and 2nd, and Ishimaru hunting down the 35 for that 2nd step of the podium, getting a couple of wheels off into the gravel as well as we work up into the hairpin. Just under 5 minutes left on our race clock in our first race of a busy weekend in IVRA competition. We got 5 different races across 3 different series, and you can catch it all here live on RaceSpotTV as we jump on board with your championship leader Shiyoshi Ishimaru in towards the spoon curve. And Sommel, I'm giving you as much time as I'm trying to do here. I think you figured out what exactly is going to happen with the number 98 of Jack Ashton.
Nothing. He's just going to be exactly fine. He's going to start on pole position for the next one because you need to complete 70% of the laps of the leader. Currently that is around 10 laps, and if my maths is right, which is not often the case, it's around 7 laps. So yeah, I think in that regard, even if we go to what, 12 laps, Ashton should be fine because he's done 9 laps so far. So Ashton could very well start from pole as Ishimaru takes a wide line.
He took a wide line, Sommel, and I thought for a second he was going to throw it down the inside into the Casio Triangle. Instead, he set up John Atkinson perfectly. Look at the momentum that he's managed to build as we run down in towards the start-finish line and down in towards turn 1. Ishimaru is going to do a bit of that bump draft and get his nose to the inside, and Jonathan, Ishimaru finds himself back up onto the 2nd step of the podium.
Yeah, and I think Atkinson's going to try and remain on the outside, and I'm getting a little bit wary of the earlier incident, but Ishimaru clears him, and now he can go try and chase down Dave Chapman. But again, Chapman's having a nice Sunday stroll. He's been uncontested up there at the front.
Don't say stuff like that. You'll need to get out your commentator curse anti-activator kind of device or whatever it is. Chapman, though, does still lead by 9/10 of a second as we are on the 2nd to last lap. White flag will fly the next time around as your top 5 drivers separated by 2.8 seconds as they come down into the Degner corner. Interesting story about that corner name, and we'll get to that in Club Sport qualifying. Have to stay tuned to learn a little bit more about the historic Suzuka circuit. And unfortunately, Sommel, I was kind of hoping that we were going to come out of this race weekend with a better understanding of the championship picture, but I think based on the smaller field that we're going to see for the second race weekend, second race of the weekend, I have a feeling that this championship picture is really going to come all the way down to the wire in Sebring in a month's time.
As it should. We expected this to happen eventually because the IVRA Club Cup, we've seen so many times that the races have come down to the final lap. It only makes sense if the championship goes down to the final round as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if that indeed is the case.
Well, I don't know. I was kind of hoping that just like in F1, we'd have a couple of years of coming here and our championship being decided here. I talked about some of the names, but, you know, who can forget? The first 5 years that F1 came to this track, the championship was decided. Mansell crashing in practice in 1987. Then, of course, that string of 1988 through, 1991, where Alan Prost and Ayrton Senna dueled it out. Ishimaru tries to duel it out just like Ayrton Senna and Alan Prost did over 2 decades ago now, as we come to take the white flag. He's right on the rear bumper as well of Dave Chapman. So this is going to be a fun final lap across the line. And Ishimaru already looks to get to the outside and find an opportunity. Sommel, I'm going to now make you put a guess in here. Ishimaru or Chapman? Very quickly.
Chapman. I think he's going to defend.
So he's going to protect the inside line into turn 1, and Ishimaru knows that around the outsides may be a bit too brave. Jonathan, I'll pose that same question to you, and I'll maybe also give you that added complication of John Atkinson in third.
I want to say Chapman, he's been really, really good on the defense all race when he was under pressure. When he got the lead, I don't think he's going to crack now.
So, can his real-world experience in the car propel him to another race victory here? Shipsky Racing and 444. Dave Chapman has led for the vast majority of this race, but Ishimaru applies a lot of pressure. 0.2 of a second, the gap between them. As we come down into the Degner curves, Ishimaru already tries to find that opportunity. He's going to squeeze Dave Chapman through the first part of the corner. Not really going to compromise Chapman too much through the second part because, of course, they can run all the way out to that track with. Look at Ishimaru going for a bit of rally-cross action there down into Kobayashi corner. Can we call this Ishimaru corner? No, he's not going to go for the dive just yet. He'll hold on. But like I said, Sommer, watch out for John Atkinson as well.
Absolutely. The gap is shrinking. And just as I said that, it went back up to 0.7 of a second. Ultimate eat your words moment. But no, a couple of opportunities still left. It could go anywhere on this final lap.
And Dave Chapman, who was our only driver in this series so far to win 2 races in a race weekend, now looks to set up that same feat in race 1 today. 0.3 of a second as he'll try and duck his way out of the draft coming down into 130R. We've seen, though, Ishimaru be very, very strong into the Casio Triangle. Final time through 130R. I can feel the tension in the air. The 2 teammates behind Hirota and Brenner tucked behind each other as well. Ishimaru runs that wide line, gets very loose, able to hang on to it. He's going to have to defend, though, from John Atkinson for now. He overshoots the corner. He'll have a slowdown to serve. Has Ishimaru just lost a whole heap of championship points? There goes the 2 cars scrapping it out for the race win. It's going to be Chapman who holds off from John Atkinson. Ishimaru down into 4th.
Oh, he might get it.
Oh, no!
He might get it.
It's a drag race all the way to the line, and at the line, Dave Chapman by 0.1 of a second. Dustin Hirota comes home in 3rd position, with Yoichi Ishimaru dropping to 4th in the final corner of the race. So big drama then in race 1 here in the land of the rising sun, and we've still got 2 races left to go today, Sommel.
Yeah. Can you believe it? What a finish that was. And to think that we have 2 more races left to go today, and qualifying, and an important series announcement, it just is promising to be quite the Saturday, isn't it? But seriously, what an ending that was. You couldn't almost write it. Insane stuff.
So we're still waiting for the final car to come across the line, but we will show you your provisional race results. Dave Chapman, 0.1 of a second between the 444 and John Atkinson of Phoenix Racing Esport. I said watch out for the 35. I don't think I necessarily expected that to happen. Dustin Hirota in third, in front of his championship rival Chiyoshi Ishimaru. That's a costly mistake there from the Year 1 racing driver. He'll look to redeem himself in race number 2. Yannick Brenner then in 5th place, before you have to go 11 seconds down the road to Takumi Kusuyama, Takeshi Taniguchi, Simon Erpelding, and Aaron Kurtz, Dawid Mirek on the edge of the top 10. Scroll through the rest of the results. Frank Oosthuis, Arthur Panzel comes home 1 lap down after that heavy impact through 130R, as well as Stefan Schlacker. So they will be starting towards the front of race number 2, but on the pole, it will be Jack Ashton for Team Fordzilla. So my oh my there. Interesting way to start off our very busy race weekend here, Sommel. And again, I've got to remind everyone, we've got 5 different races across 3 different series here in the IVRA competitions here live on RaceSpotTV.
We indeed do. There's the Club Cup, there's ClubSport Insurance, and so much more. It's just going to be insane. Oh, the GT Sprint as well. How can I forget? We're going to have that tomorrow, aren't we?
And we go to Road Atlanta tomorrow as well. So we, 2 of my favorite circuits, Jonathan, on the iRacing service. And, you know, very different kind of styles. You've got Suzuka, Road Atlanta. Yes, they're both tight and unforgiving, but very much race in a very different kind of way.
They race in a different kind of way, but I think, all in all, they're still drivers' tracks. If you understand the circuit and you can put down a fast lap, you're going to be towards the front of the race. And I think for the GT Sprint race, it's going to be who has the best understanding of Road Atlanta is going to be at the front. For here, it's best understanding of the Suzuka, and Dave Chapman had it the best driving all day.
So we are going to take a few minutes break here live on RaceSpotTV. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with coverage of the Club Sport qualifying for the 2.4 hours of Suzuka here live on RaceSpotTV. Everyone, and welcome back to RaceSpotTV and Suzuka Circuit, where we are now live with ClubSport qualifying for the 2.4 hours of Suzuka. 3 classes of competition. Get ready to do action here at one of the most famous circuits on the motor racing calendar, and we stake one step closer to crowning our IVRA champions. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined again by Jonathan Burke and Samuel Aurora for today's action as we get ready to take one final step before we go to Sebring the next time out for our final race in the IVRA ClubSport Series. 6 hours of Sebring, and that will be another race where the halfway point will prove crucial in our championship equation. Talking very quickly about this event format, we've got 3 different classes of competition and 15 minutes of qualifying for each of them. There is live race control and safety cars in effect in multiple races so far this season. Safety cars have played a key factor in the late race strategy calls. Point structure for this series, as mentioned, there are 50% race points that get awarded in races longer than 4 hours. These prove to be very interesting in our championship picture, and so let's go ahead and straight away take a look at our championship standings, because you'll see across all 3 of our championships there are fights up and down through the field. And Sommel, take a look at TCR, totally chaotic racing as you like to call them. Team Hoisingveld, Full Send Racing, and the Impulse Racing team. Those are the big names here in TCR, and they're out on track right now for qualifying.
I love this. I love this battle in the DCR category because Full Send Racing, even though they had a few rather tricky rounds at Kota and Barber, they did not let go of things. And the 285 car is closing up. They gain a few points, but Team Hoisingveld, man, they have been the bar so far in the DCR category, nailing it every step of the way. They lead, and rightfully so. They really have been, Arjuna, the best team in the business.
And it's been a up and down season for Full Send Racing. They've been so dominant in IVRA TCR competition. This was the first season where we saw a race where there wasn't a Full Send Racing car on the podium in a TCR race in IVRA competition, Jonathan. So I think 2 races left to go right now. Full Send Racing, they've got a couple more opportunities to really take control of this championship fight. And I think Sebring, it's a track that they've had success in the past. It'll be an interesting final race of the season to really crown our TCR champion.
Yeah, and the nice thing that they have right now is they have 2 cars at the top of the board, the 285 and the 287, whereas Team Hoisingveld only has 1. So, you know, we were talking a lot about Formula 1 earlier in the broadcast. This is almost like a Formula 1 scenario that we're familiar with this year. The Mercedes having the 2 cars up there and Max Verstappen for Red Bull being the only one. The difference here is that the Team Hoisingveld car is the car out front. So I talked to both team owners about the strategy this weekend, and both of them, it's just outright outrun the other team on pure pace. It's going to be a different challenge, I think, this weekend for the TCRs than we've seen in weekends past, but it should be an entertaining fight between these 3 cars.
And if I'm remembering correctly, Team Hoisingveld, 2 race wins at the Circuit of the Americas and Spa, as well as 2 third-place finishes at Road America and the Barber Motorsports Park. So they have been the dominant force in this class so far, and they lead by 64 points from the Full Send Racing 285 car. The 287 Full Send Racing car a further 31 points behind. So Team Hoisingveld find themselves at the top of the timing sheets once again. They've got a fight on their hands as they look to try and take home this IVRA TCR championship in the ClubSport Series. Turn our attention to those Full Send Racing cars, because guess what? They're in 2nd and 3rd as well, I believe, right now. Mikel Garcia driving the 285 as Boosted Motorsports and Alex Neller up into 3rd spot, as Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in the 200 up into the 3rd position as well. We saw that 200, Jonathan, really be a bit of a bowling ball, if you will. And not a bowling ball, rather. It was the bowling pins while the bowling ball came around last time. I want to be clear here. That Alpine Stars Geodesic TCR machine really didn't have anything wrong that it did the last time out.
No, and I think it's just been the story of really the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing across both the club sport and the endurance. It's that the top car can get to the finish, can get to the wins, and get on the podium, and it's these lower class cars that just don't seem to have the luck go their way. They've gotten 2 zeros in a row, a 0 at Barber and a 0 at Spa, meaning they did not complete 70% of the race. So they actually haven't scored points at all in 2021. And I think this is just a pride race, honestly, for them. They really need to show, the pace they have in this driver lineup and show that, hey, we can still contend in these lower classes. They're not a threat in the championship by any means of the imagination, but they could be a threat today in the racing.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, Sommel, because I distinctly remember very impressive showings from this Alpine Stars geodesic crew. Last time out for the IVRA Endurance Series, we saw Miguel Vigo and the LMP2 machine, I think, taking the win in that class, and their GTE machine, which had a very torrid first opening hour of the race as Jack Anderdeck really went through the wars, while his teammate Graham Sandoz got behind the wheel of the car and really propelled that machine forward. So you have seen a bit of struggles from the team. Who can forget Miguel Vigo's multiple issues coming back to green flag in the Spa opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series. But again, it's been a very good year, I would say, on the whole, for this Alpine Stars team.
You are correct, Arjuna. They did indeed win at Mid-Ohio, which is one of the very few things I remember from that rather chaotic race. But yes, geodesic racing have been building up and taking things in their stride, with that win in Mid-Ohio really being a big plus for them. But in the club sport category, a lot more for them to do. And of course, in a series like the IVRA club sport category, even though you're not in with a chance of winning the championship, there is a chance of showing off your brand, right? And as you mentioned, race for pride. It's not just pride, it's also a case of, okay, building up towards the next season, because now it's been confirmed that we are having another season of the IVRA ClubSport Series, as we should have had, and we are going to have, of course. And that just propels them to have a really good ending, so that they can have the momentum and carry it along when we kickstart the next season. So really, in this case, it's about trying to get as much as they possibly can. And wait a minute, that's kinetic racing once again being involved in some contact. I think we saw enough of that last time out, didn't we?
Well, we did see one of the kinetic TCR cars having a bit of an issue through Eau Rouge and Radion. Let's spool this.
Bit of an issue.
A bit of an issue is an understatement. But let's spool this one back and see what happens to... Ooh, Alex Nello gets on the grass, gets a bit squirrely, and here comes that kinetic racing car. Still very squirrely as Neller in the RAF Tribute. Ooh, a little bit of contact there. Fortunately, Kinetic Racing able to hold on to that one. I think Leipert Esports gets shuffled back very slightly, but again, this is qualifying, Jonathan. They're getting a bit feisty for just qualifying right now.
The S's are just a really, really hard point. And I mean, everyone I've asked about for the TCR teams, what I've asked about, what is the trickiest part? And they say, it really is the S's. It feels a lot slower than you should in a racing car, but that's just how you have to run the corner. Otherwise, you see what happens right there. You just overdrive the corners and, maybe get sent out to the AstroTurf for the grass.
And for those of you new to IVRA competitions, all the qualifying sessions across all 4 series do operate in the same fashion. Once you roll out onto the track, you cannot come back down the pit lane, get a new set of tires, and head back out there. So huge ass in the 237. I've already called an end to qualifying as we see cars fly through 130R down into the Casio Triangle, side by side between the Alpine Stars car. As you see, that was the boosted Motorsport TCR car that had to take to the escape road, I think, feeling the pressure from behind. And again, Sommel, this is all because the draft is so important in these TCR machines. You cannot afford, in qualifying, to really be out there by yourself, unless you're a certain Team Hoistingveld 248. Fabian Siegman has done a great job, and you'll see right here, he's all by himself, about 0.2 of a second clear of the rest of the field.
Absolutely, Arjuna. The draft is more than very important. It is everything in a race situation. Even if you may be the best TCR driver in the series, when you don't really have the draft with you, apart from the fact that you're losing quite a fair bit of track pace, you're also compromising yourself quite a fair bit in terms of fuel filling. Because as we all know by this point, TCR cars, let's just say, don't have the most sophisticated fuel filling technology in the world. They take time. And you want to be filling as little as possible in the pit window. And for that, you need to go in and use the draft, because that's when you can actually save the fuel. So yes, at Suzuka, it's going to be very tricky to hold on to that draft in the first sector, because as Jonathan mentioned, very slow part of the circuit for the TCR cars is the S's, and really maintaining a composure there is going to be a real problem. The only actual place where they can actually keep a hold of the draft is the third sector. That's when they have to keep it really close through. So for these guys, it's going to be a very interesting challenge, along with the fact that they also have to manage traffic all the way through, which is going to be somewhat easier than the other tracks at Suzuka, Arjuna.
So checkered flag waves for TCR qualifying. Final opportunities for the Audi RS3 LMSs to set a qualifying time. As you see, Impulse, Kinetic, and Fiercely Forward coming down in towards 130R to finish off their qualifying runs. You can also see the Alpine Stars geodesic car really tucked in behind Leipert Esports on that run in towards 130R as they try and get the maximum use of that draft. Fiercely Forward into the Casio triangle. Very clean for the 234 in the initial entry. A little bit of a bump there on the curb, and very nicely through the corner for Alex Tanner, who's going to come down onto pit road, practice a pit entry. As you see cars making their way down onto the pit road. VC Sim Racing then, they'll be completing a qualifying lap. What's it going to be this time around for Alexander Godfrey? A 2:15.069, so he doesn't improve. And that's it then for TCR qualifying. Let's take a look at those results. As you see, there is actually one more car that's about to come across the line. That's the Full Send Racing 287 machine. Fraser Smith down the order, and he puts it up into second spot as well. Late lap there for Fraser Smith, but an important one, because take a look, Sommel. Team Hoisingveld, Full Send Racing, they're top of the championship, top in qualifying.
As they were expected to be, but look at the gap right there to the Full Send Racing 287 car. It is only 0.06 of a second. And that is something that we've seen on the track as well. Just bad luck compromising Full Send Racing. Hopefully, we see this gap reflected right in the race too.
So that's your TCR qualifying. GT4 is just about to head out onto the track. Before we get there though, it's time to talk about the next year of IVRA action. A few announcements to get to. And look at this. It's our confirmed 2020-2021 competition schedule. All 4 IVRA competitions return, and they get expanded. In the case of the Endurance and the GT Sprint series, we'll now have 2 separate series across the winter, separating out into a fall and spring season. And in the case of GT Sprint, which I know Sommel and myself are very, very passionate about, we now have 2 races every month, and it's a packed schedule. You've got so much racing. Take a look at some of the highlights. You've got the Hungaroring and Red Bull Ring making their debuts on the iRacing service, as well as the Charlotte Roval. Some interesting tracks there. But Jonathan, I'll ask you first here. We've got some very interesting choices. What's the track that catches your eye the most out of this one?
Do you want just in general or each series? Because I'm looking at that Roval. There's nothing more chaotic than road racing at the Charlotte Roval.
So there we go. Just a reminder, it is 2021-2022. I'm trying to pretend that 2020 didn't happen. But nevertheless, Sommel, I'll put you on the spot here because I know you're a fan of the GT Sprint series. I think you're looking at that schedule with a little bit of interest.
Quite a fair bit, Arjuna, because I am a big fan of the Hungaroring. Not something that you often hear in the motorsport world, but yes, it's going to be good fun to see what happens over there. We've seen some good racing at the GT Sprint category at any circuit in the world. You could even do it in Zandvoort, so Hungaroring should be rather good. But then, apart from that, we go to Laguna Seca. Yes, it's not a new track on the iRacing service, probably one of the first ones, but just think of it, GT3 racing at Laguna Seca, how exciting is that? And that is apart from the fact that we're going to have an endurance race at the Red Bull Ring. Crazy good.
Some changes to each of the series that we'll talk you through throughout the remainder of the broadcast for each of them, but we'll talk a little bit about endurance in particular. That's a bit of a change there. GT3 is being added there, and why is that important? Well, I think it's great that these GT3 machineries are getting a bigger eye in the IVRA competition. We've got the BMW M4, the Lamborghini Huracan as well, so they will be included in the Endurance Series fold, and it's going to be a very exciting winter coming up. So that's our look at a brand new season of IVRA competition. But oh yeah, there's one more thing as well. If you've been following along on social media, you'll have been seeing a little bit of teasing being done by the IVRA team, and it is my great pleasure to be able to announce to you the formation of a brand new series that is being called the IVRA Triple Crown. It will challenge drivers across all of the different cars available in the IVRA sanctioning body series, and will challenge them across the greatest racetracks in the world through 3 24-hour races. GT3s at Monza, ClubSport at Silverstone, and then Endurance in Sebring. It's going to be a wild ride, and it's all going to be live and uninterrupted on RaceSpotTV. Sommel, I've been keeping this a secret from you. I know that you like 24-hour races, as we all do here at RaceSpotTV. This is something that we're very, very excited about.
Thank you for keeping this a secret, because, wow, this is a good moment, isn't it? Just the feeling of euphoria that I'm feeling at this stage. It's, wow. I'll take a second, deep breath in, and out. This is awesome. Think of it. 24-hour races at Monza, Silverstone and Sebring. All circuits that don't have the most undulation, but circuits that offer enough space. And that will make for some epic endurance racing. Now think about this one. Sebring 24 hours, LMP2s, GTs and GT3s. We've seen this time and time again in the iRacing special events. But seeing some of the rather, I wouldn't say smaller, but relatively smaller teams getting the center stage, being front, right and center in an event like this one, getting to show their endurance racing talents that they usually aren't able to show in the special events, at least in the broadcast sense, I think it's just going to be insane.
It's going to be great, and I'll take off this promo so you can take a look at some of the images that Race Control has sent over to us, Jonathan, because it's great. 24-hour races, we get, 6 of them, I think it is, on the iRacing service officially. It's been a while since we've had private 24-hour races. I'm being careful in how I frame that with all the drama that's going on right now, but it's going to be great. We are going to once again get this challenge across of 24 hours and twice around the clock at 3 of the most historic racetracks in the world. And the best part about this is each of the different races will be a different challenge as drivers have to adapt to a brand new car.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how each of the teams and each of the drivers adapt to that car, because the first one is the GT3s at Monza, which is a track I normally don't think of when it comes to like a 24-hour race. You're like, oh,
exactly.
GT3s, like what are we going to do with that? But it's going to be really, really interesting for sure, and see which cars can really stand out and which teams get on top of their setups. And then the ClubSport at Silverstone, Silverstone's always a great track to race at, and then Endurance at Sebring, it's just I think the car selection for each track makes sense, but also creates a unique challenge compared to, say, some other official events and other events we see, such as Daytona and, the real life of events like 24 Hours at Abu Dhabi.
So, I've had to keep this secret for a while right now. I know Sommel has been very excited about this. The other thing that I'm excited to be able to announce is prize money is on offer in each of these events. There will be an entry fee associated with each of the events that you'll be able to find full details of on the IVRA website, but as far as I've been told, we're looking at upwards of $10,000 in prize money being awarded, so it's a great leap being taken by the IVRA sanctioning body, and a great opportunity for more coverage on RaceSpotTV. Unfortunately, though, it might break my record of how long I've been on IVRA broadcast. I think I'm looking at about 95% of IVRA coverage on RaceSpotTV, but nevertheless, a very exciting move for the IVRA sanctioning body. And let's focus attention back on GT4 qualifying, because the Porsches and the BMWs have been out on track while we've been giddy with excitement. And take a look at this team hoisting belt to the top of the timing tower right now. Let's take a look at our championship standings though, Sommel, because it really has been a fight between the My Days Urban Works team and Huge Ass. And unfortunately, last time out, the Huge Ass team had a bit of difficulty, and My Days Urban Works now find themselves leading by almost 60 points.
They will be indeed. This battle was really interesting. You see down there, SRN Motorsports in P number 4. They were the primary contenders, but the last time our team Helsingwell is came in from nowhere and snatched the lead through. So there are so many contenders, right? It's not just like we have one team dominating or anything like that. It's an open playing field. Helsingwell can win, SRN can win, My Days have been rather consistent at the very top. Huge Ass have shown potential, Heli Media thereabout as well. I love this. GT4 racing may be slightly slower than the 911 GT3 Cup car, and yes, that can be a discouraging factor. But when you consider the overall championship fight, Arjuna, it really is the most competitive all the way through. And plus, it's a multi-class series, so you have BMW versus Porsche. Again, another plus point.
What I was just about to bring up there was the split between the BMWs and the Porsches, because you can take a look there, Jonathan. It is very much a field dominated by the Porsche, and you'll see huge ass. That BMW down in the 10th spot right now. The BMW is known for being a bit stronger in a straight line as opposed to through the corners, and I think for huge ass, second in the championship coming into this race weekend, it's going to be a race of damage limitation as they head into Sebring, which might be a track where they'll be in a bit more of a contending fight.
Yeah, I had a few conversations with different guys among the grid, and a lot of the Porsche people even said, like, look, the BMW just is not as strong as the Porsches are on some of the tracks. And I think the other thing at least helping huge ass is they have another top contender BMW back in the field, the Fiercely Forward 134 back in the fight. But I think in general this is going to be a very Porsche dominated race. If we look at the 124 car that is leading the championship, it's going to be, I think, a tall order for this huge ass team to really get to the front of the field.
And take a look at those gaps as well. The Porsche Owners Club have put themselves up into second. They're 1 second behind the 148. Lennart Hardenberg has rocketed that Porsche 718 Cayman into another dimension. And My Day's Urban Works find themselves 1.2 seconds off the pole position, not where they would have expected to be sitting at this point in time. And we are also at this point in the season now where penalty points start to become a bit more of a factor. And Jonathan, I think you've noticed something about the Porsche Owners Club here.
Yeah, they're right at the limit. They cannot have or place a foot wrong basically this week if they want to go out and race at Sebring. But for the Porsche Owners Club, they've shown a bit of pace. They've shown they can be a top 5 car. It's just sometimes just the luck doesn't go their way.
So My Day's Urban Works through the Spoon corner. You can see the gaps between second through fourth, just under 0.2 of a second separating those cars, but then about 2.5 seconds splitting the 15 competitors in this class. We got 15 cars in your sport category, 13 in TCR, and it looks like upwards of 20 in the Cup class, so we might see a little bit of bullying, I think, happening later on in the race today. We were talking a bit about traffic before we came on air, Sommel, and this might be one of the tracks where it's a bit clearer how the traffic interactions are meant to work out. Phillip Island, one of the tracks that we went to in IVRA Endurance, is a track where there's a bit more ambiguity between the different speeds and lines that classes are taking. I think at a track like this, it's going to be much easier for cars to make their way through on traffic.
You're right, Arjuna. It's very black and white at Suzuka. You either send it or you don't. Either way, there is good clarity about it, because Phillip Island, of course, another contributing factor to that is it's not a circuit where people race too often. And yes, Suzuka is a track that's not raced as often as when you compare to those European circuits or American circuits that most people race on in the iRacing road service. But still, people know that you can't send it down the inside of the S's, and there is enough time to be lost going on the wrong line. So the track automatically punishes you for going the wrong way around, and naturally the drivers are aware of that, so they'll be a lot more sane and a lot more measured in terms of making their moves over here, which should only be a big plus. That doesn't mean that we're not going to see any incidents at all. There are still places where there can be some room for confusion, the spoon curve being one of them. And your judgment needs to be extremely strong here, Arjuna. Just a sense of awareness. If you have a triple monitor, that's the best thing possible for you. You need to be looking everywhere.
So huge ass through the S's. And I agree, this is a track where you definitely benefit from the extra peripheral vision. Another track where you definitely benefit is the Circuit of the Americas, but that's a slightly different type of a benefit. Take a look on screen.
You just need a wide monitor for that track.
That is true. An ultra-wide monitor does do well. SRN Motorsports, 0.4 of a second behind Team Hoistingfeld, up into second. take a look on screen as well. You'll see official announcements have come down on the tweet machine, and that means it is officially official, as I like to call it. Slight correction to what I said as well. It's not $10,000 in prize money, $13.5 thousand in prize money. So even more than I might have told you. Full race control, full course yellows, and live stewarding. So you can head on over to IVRALeague.com to check out more details. And that was the Shipsky racing car pointed in the wrong direction. What's happened there for the 111?
Maybe some celebration after their win earlier in the Club Cup.
Well, 111 through Spoon Curve. Ooh, gets onto the AstroTurf.
Yeah,
Vicious snap.
That's going to be a problem area, I think, for today.
And the AOD BMW was already parked up in the same section of track, so looks like a few cars have found themselves getting familiar with the runoff area there. There you'll see Walker Green, and we'll spool this one back some and see exactly what's happened here.
Oh, man. I was sad to see the AOD racing car in P13. I really liked that BMW, but from the looks of things, it is at the Spoon Curve. Well, hey, important piece of information, isn't it? But he just gets a gentle... Nope, nothing as such. Yeah, the AstroTurf once again, Arjuna, it is. I didn't know that the AstroTurf at the Spoon Curve was just about as slippery, because I've never seen anyone do exactly that, at least on the iRacing service. But there you go, key piece of information. Wrong pit lane, mate.
Well, we've seen a few clips in the past of cars using that alternate pit lane, as SRN Motorsports calls it quits on qualifying. So that's a couple of cars down onto the pit lane. There's the Electronic Sportsman in the 169 car. Trevor Pastrami behind the wheel right now. Number of cars have come down onto the pit lane, though. So it looks like they have called it quits for qualifying. Oh, take a look at this. The Fiercely Forward BMW in the very nice black, silver, and red colors. We always end up talking about liveries on broadcast. I don't know if that's because I'm fairly basic, as it were, Jonathan, but I like pretty things. What can I say?
I also like changes. Like, you normally see the Fiercely Forward, the yellow and black, the line on the side, which is, it's such a pretty paint scheme to look at, but this kind of matte black is also just a really, really one. And this is Luke Krause, the highest qualified BMW so far, so it's nice to see at least one of the BMWs have pace with Hugh Jazz, the other one down all the way in 10th. And again, this is also a team that's not raced in quite some time. They last raced at Road America. So I think the Fiercely Forward group here has a little bit of something to prove.
And looks like Twitter machine getting very, very active now that we have announced the IVRA Triple Crown. Remember, you can use the hashtag IVRALeague to stay in touch throughout today's broadcast. And that doesn't just include the Triple Crown. Take a look here. Fiercely Forward actively tweeting as well. Qualifying underway. TCR P8. GT4 underway as that car down onto the pit lane. Luke Krause completes his qualifying run. And Hugo Jouet for their Porsche Cup car will be in next. So GT4s come to a close in qualifying. So wait for the final couple of cars to come down the pit lane. The Team Hoisingveld first, SRN Motorsports second, and they very much, Sommel, have a comfortable gap to the rest of their competitors.
Exactly, 0.4 of a second between Hoisingveld and SRN Motorsports at the very top. And as you said before, Arjuna, actually, Jonathan said that point. It very much is a Porsche circuit reflected by the qualifying order. Let's see if we can see the similar thing in a race as well. But on the top, very nice and easy for Team Hoisingveld. But SRM Motorsports, Arjuna, they've constantly showed potential. Can they finally translate it into something big?
Well, I've had the pleasure of racing the likes of Jason Gerard in the past before. Very, very rapid, and like you say, just some bad luck. Scroll to the second page of results as well. You see the likes of Shipsky Racing down through to Hella Media, who will round out the qualifying order. But that's GT4's done, and now it's the time for your World Championship car to head out onto track. There's another round of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup about to get underway today, but we've got our own collection of stars in this Porsche 911 Cup car, and Jonathan, it's one of the more interesting cars in the IVRA series, I think. It's not easy at all. We've seen competitors have to adjust to a number of changes over the course of the season so far, and let's take a look at our championship picture very quickly, because you'll see here, it's Huge Ass Racing, once again at the top here, but fiercely forward in very close pursuit. And you'll take a look through the rest of your competitors as well. There's a bit more of a spread between the top 10 in this class.
A bit more of a spread, but that doesn't mean none of these guys have pace. We've seen Team Down Under get up into the podiums. We've seen Maniti take a win. We've seen Team 11 be quick. We've seen Team Bergen in the podium positions. And I think there might be a bit of drama today with those top two. There's two different kind of issues with Huge Ass and Fiercely Forward today that I might elaborate on as we go on through the day, but it's going to be a tight battle, I think, towards the end between those two.
So the Cup cars work their way around the track, building up temperature and pressure into their tires. And we'll wait for the first lap times to come in. But Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Raf van der Linden seems to be at the front of the queue at this point in time. Team Bergen right behind him. See Van der Linden actually putting a couple of tires off onto the grass on the entry to the corner. Runs wide through 130R. He won't be able to do that on the qualifying lap itself. He'll wind that car up and get underway for 15 minutes in qualifying here. And a reminder as well, once we're done with qualifying, we're going to head back over to the Club Cup, race number 2, the reverse grid race, and then we'll finally get our 2.4 hours of Suzuka underway. Car starting their qualifying attempts now, though, and we will wait for about 20 cars to set qualifying attempts then. Let's jump on board with Raf van der Linden for a lap here at the Suzuka circuit. Working your way through the S's. It's all about just maintaining your momentum through this part of the track. You don't want to be too aggressive, run wide, and compromise the next portion of the S's, especially here as you climb up the hill in towards the Degners. Use all of the track width, then bring the car back over to the left-hand side. You'll spot your braking zone, try and clip as much of the curb on the inside as you can. Don't run out too wide, you'll get an off track there and head it into the second part of the Degners. Again, don't run wide here like we saw in the Club Cup. It's all about setting it up for turn 9, the hairpin here. Braking early in this Porsche 911 Cup car, bringing it all the way down to the inside of the apex and rolling your way onto the power sommel, because now you head down into the Spoon Complex, one of the most important corners on the track.
It's a very tricky braking zone this. You have to trail brake to perfection around here. Hugging the curbs to the right, then hitting your marker, trailing off, making sure that you have ample grip. And the turn-in point over here is so critical because it defines the quality of the run. You get down into 130R. Again, making sure that you don't get on the AstroTurf far too much, because of course you can have a situation like we had with the AMD BMW. Then lining it up for the fastest corner on the circuit. Quick right hand, quick left hander, I beg your pardon. Some lift, some don't, and this is what happens when you get on the AstroTurf for far too much.
Oh, and is he going to keep it out of the tire barrier? I think just about. Van der Linden controls that car to perfection, just about manages to get out of the way of the world of sim racing Porsche as it makes its way around the outside. But unfortunately now for Van der Linden, he's going to have to cool those tires off and maybe wait for a couple of laps to try another lap time. Let's spool this one back and take a look at this RaceSpotTV replay, because I have a feeling this is going to be a rather dramatic one here. Great aerial look coming down into 130R, and Jonathan, talk us through it.
And just a little bit on the AstroTurf, the back end gets out, and well, Team Bergen has a little bit of a hard stopping moment there, and then as Van der Linden gets back going, it's going to be the world of sim racing car, but it's like right there, just a little bit on the AstroTurf, and that's where the rear end wants to come out. I have a feeling exit a Spoon curve and then 130R. This is going to be the places where we're going to see a lot of drivers pushing the limits and getting really on edge.
And we were going to see what the final corner looked like. We'll have to try and jump on board at another point in time to maybe see there. Let's take a look at Nick Thyssen, though, for NAB Racing. Shout out to Nick and the entire team at ATVO, Kevin Niatola and Simon Grossman as well, who've been putting in some incredible work for our new graphics package. It's been a long road. Basically, since I've joined RaceSpot back in April last year, we have been working on this graphics package, and Nick has helped us deliver our dream into a reality, and now finds himself out on track. And It's always fun here, Sommel, when we get to commentate on the people that we get to work with on a daily basis, because they put in so much hard work for us, and now they get to go out there and have a little bit of fun, and we get to talk about them doing it.
Exactly. It's the beautiful thing about sim racing, isn't it? It's such a tightly knit small community, and they say it's a small world, but in sim racing it's even smaller. The people who you work with, people who you chat with, are the ones who you end up commentating on. So yeah, in a way you've got to be a bit more careful about what you say, because it can ruin your working relationship. But no, jokes aside, really fun to see how they fare on the track.
And we've got, I think it's about 5 or 10 minutes then left in this portion of qualifying. And again, we'll head on over back into the Club Cup race number 2. See a number of cars working their way across the start-finish line. The times starting to work their way down as those tires are getting up to temperature and pressure. Maniti Racing find themselves at the front of the field. NAB Racing and Nick Thissens up into 4th. Great to see Nick up there at the front. But Joop de Ligt right now for Maniti Racing, subbing into that car alongside their regular driver, I believe, Matthias Dehane. Unfortunately, it's a busy weekend here, not just for these drivers, but on RaceSpotTV as well, because, Sommel, we've got the Sports Car Open race that's happening at the same time, and, you know, there's the likes of Impulse Racing, Maniti Racing, Fiercely Forward, in fact, as well. They're competing across of both of these series, so it's a busy day, not just for us as a broadcaster, but for some of these teams as well.
Indeed it is, and operating virtually, it is a bit tricky to organize everything from the team leader's perspective, but that's the good thing with these teams. They've been working for so long together that they know exactly what to do, right? They're a bit like autonomous units. They'll be practicing, they'll be working hard for one event, and hoping that incidents like this one don't happen on track.
Oh no, I was just singing Nick Thissens' praises, and unfortunately it's had a small issue in qualifying and had to reset that back to the pit lane. So that's qualifying done for NAB Racing. They still find themselves in 4th spot, but they'll watch the timing board as more times come down. Fiercely Forward had a moment there with the World of Sim Racing 51 car. That's Hugo Jouet, who I believe for the first time this season I'm pronouncing his name correctly. He's no longer Hugo Jouet, as I used to call him. But through 130R he works, edge of the top 5, as we wait for the next set of lap times to come in, Jonathan. I'm a bit surprised to see these cars in such close proximity, because this is such a tricky car to wrangle around this track that I would have assumed that the benefit you gain from the draft is really negated by the dirty air and that distraction of the car in front of you.
I don't know, some people use it as encouragement to try and go faster. I think that's exactly what Hugo Jouet is doing. And just a quick point on them, I mentioned kind of earlier that both them and Hugh Jass are going to be struggling with things. Currently, Hugo Jouet is dealing with a bit of a snowstorm, so their struggle is going to be possible technical issues. Right now, he's been okay. He actually got into the session. At first, he wasn't in the session, so it was a bit of a sweating it right there to make sure they got in. But now we look at Team Bergen, who I was told also by Hugh Jass, as well as some other competitors, they're going to be the team to watch out for. They've been the ones to have the good short run and long run pace in practice.
Well, I was hoping that we wouldn't have to talk about that, but I guess we should. Safety cars, obviously a big factor in the IVRA ClubSport Series, and while we're hoping to get a relatively incident-free race and caution-free race as well, the reality is the safety cars like to pop their head out at the worst possible time. We've had a number of safety cars in the last hour of IVRA competition over 2020-2021 so far. Team Bergen had a very impressive showing in the ClubSport Summer Series. Haven't really been able to translate that performance here into the main series just yet, unfortunately, but nevertheless, they sit 4th place in the championship after one solitary podium position. And they did get, I'm taking a look right now at the standings here, Sommel, 45 of the halfway points last time out at Spa. So they were one of those teams that I think might have been caught out by that late race safety car at Spa as well. So they were in a good position, just unable to convert that to a result.
Yep, absolutely. That was exactly what happened the last time out. But the team that got full points was Hell Racers. They were just in the right place at the right time with that number 26 car that you see right in the background, very conveniently in the right space. But on the whole, Arjuna, yes, we saw a quick 10-minute sprint towards the very end after a couple of safety cars happened right before the halfway points were awarded, and it really shook quite a few things up, because initially we thought that there was one group of teams that would be winning those halfway points, then we had a safety car, then we thought the other group would be winning, then another safety car coming in through, so lots of complications in that department. But certainly towards the very end, we are getting a good idea of what the pecking order looks like, and very much so. It's a straight fight between Hugh Jas 50 forward, with H2 and Team Bergen there or thereabouts, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing just having to shake off their bad luck that they're carrying around.
So that's Team 11 across the line. PJ Claeson's in 12th. They've been struggling a bit in this Porsche Cup class. GTE in the IVRA Endurance Series has been a bit more of a solid performance for the outfit. We also have a couple of cars in LMP as well. QJS, we saw them pulling to the side of the track and resetting, so they've elected to complete their qualification run. Your championship leader back in 7th position. This looks like Hugo Drouet's had a bit of an incident as well.
Oh, is Team Down Under involved too?
I was going to say, it looks like Team Down Under's had a number of incidents. So RaceSpotTV replays up on your screen. We'll start with the first incident for the Team Down Under, coming down into the spoon curve, losing it very early on, and Bujin Kuster does a good job to keep it out of the wall once again. Pick up the next incident. This is Hugo Drouet. Loses the rear end of that car, and now let's see if we can very quickly pick up that Team Down Under machine, who comes into that same piece of track, loses the rear end of that car, and ooh, that's a hard impact into the wall there, and Som will take a look at this onboard.
Guys, the Degner corner is never an easy one. And those curbs right there, man, he just gets a little bit too much of it, loses the momentum, and he carries too much speed. Off he goes in the barrier. For Kuster and Team Down Under, this is such an unfortunate incident. They were only just getting to their stride in qualifying, and now they have to reset and settle for P14, and that is at the track, Arjuna, where passing isn't the easiest thing in the world. So, yeah, it doesn't look like the brightest of starts for them so far.
You know what I've just realized as well? That car has been one of the strongest performers that we've seen. We almost saw them storm back to the race win last time at Spa. But they're languishing all the way down in 10th in the championship. Both Road America and the Barber Motorsports Park were not kind to the Team Down Under team. And as we work into the closing stages of qualifying right now, they find themselves in 14th and with a lot of work still to do. So, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, there are a lot of cars that find themselves down on the pit road at this point in time. But Maniti Racing, the two Hell Racers cars, Fiercely Forward in the 34, as well as World of Sim Racing, and a couple of other cars further down the order, still out there on track with a couple of minutes left in qualifying. We should bring up the elephant in the room when it comes to Maniti Racing, Jonathan, because last time out, I'm not sure if you remember, there was a bit of a hefty penalty that came down on Maniti for an incident under caution, and I think one of their drivers is likely in a bit of issue with the penalty points, as there you see Joop de Ligt loops it around through second part of the Degner, and that will be his qualifying done as well.
Yeah, when you get a hefty penalty under caution, especially like avoidable contact like it was a bit of especially it was early on in the race as well. It was I think through Puhan where this happened, and just a bit of contact, but you know, they have to adjust their driver lineup as is, and also you mentioned that there is SCO where Maniti is also running, so driver lineup is going to have to be adjusted. But it's nice to see Maniti up towards the front, and they only have that one really, really strong win out at Barber. They don't have any other podiums, and they got 73 points at Road America, but it's really been hit or miss, I think, for this team.
Somehow Joop de Ligt has got a bit of damage to that right rear wing, or the right rear of the rear wing, and somehow still powers around the track, maybe going in for some pit stop practice. The gap between first and second, though, Sommel, just under half a tenth of a second. Then have to go a couple of tenths down the road to Hell Racers Gluttony. We might be in for a little bit of a duel here between Maniti and Team Bergen. Whatever sources were feeding Jonathan that Team Bergen was looking strong, I think is very, very correct.
Yeah, Team Bergen, I've been looking forward to see them do an excellent job at the top for such a long time. I think for some reason, and finally, it is doing so far. So that is one battle I'm really looking forward to. And it's a very similar case for both Team Bergen and Maniti Racing. They've shown truckloads of potential, and they've constantly shown that yes, they can be at the very top, but they find themselves in P4 and P8 in the championship respectively. So what's gone wrong? It's just a few avoidable incidents here and there, some bad luck left, right and centre. I just hope it just pays off at this time.
So checkered flag has waved in qualifying. And Jonathan, I'm not questioning your sources. What I'm doing
I know.
is proving their reliability and accuracy to the rest of the audience so that when you provide us even more information later on in the race, they believe you straight off the bat.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams have put Team Bergen on a kind of a watch because they know that Bergen has shown speed, and they know Team Down Under has also shown speed. You know, the championship points, I really don't think reflects the strength of this field, especially in this Cup class. We have a lot of top-level drivers and contenders, and even look at the guys on screen, the Hell Racers. They're not towards the top of the standings either. 26 is in 9th in the points, and they've just had, you know, just kind of a rough year.
So checkered flag waves then for Club Sport qualifying. The grid for the 2.4 hours of Suzuka has been set. Let's show you the results for the Cup class. Maniti Racing and Joop de Ligt 2:03.949 is the pole position time. Anders Meyer just under half a tenth of a second behind in the 46 car, and then Hell Racers and their 26 completes the top three. Hampus Bars, Nick Thyssen, Hugo Jouet, Jeff Tyler, Max Kessler, Marcel Boseman, and Thomas Asmussen, the top 10 in Cup class. And you can see the rest of the field on screen right now. 19 cars in this class. And Sommel, we always like to sometimes see the fastest class be the biggest. You don't usually see it in the real world, so it's a bit of an interesting thing here. It does mean traffic is going to be a bigger factor than we can describe.
Well, the primary, rather the only reason for that is that you actually don't have to pay a premium for the fastest cars here. They're all the same cost, so why not go ahead and go for them? And of course the Porsche Cup car, naturally, other ones. But yes, traffic is going to be a bit of an issue out here. Lots of faster cars coming in all the way through. The judgment, as I mentioned earlier on, that is going to be the critical part. Having the best possible vision and making the right judgment. That only comes by experience, and hopefully the teams and drivers have done enough laps of Suzuka in a multi-class environment to get a good idea of that.
So you're watching RaceSpotTV and coverage of round 5 of the IVRA ClubSport Series. Going to take a short break here before we rejoin you with race number 2 in the IVRA Club Cup as we take one more step to crowning 4 new IVRA champions. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Suzuka as we get set for a second of our IVRA Club Cup races with one more round after today before we crown our inaugural champion. Race number 1, very exciting, and we know race number 2 will deliver the exact same racing action. So thank you for tuning in here live on RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati, joined as always by Samal Aurora and Jonathan Burke. And Samal, we're now getting ready for the second of our MX5 Club Cup races here. And we'll turn it around, regrid them, but in reverse order this time around. And that always delivers some very interesting racing.
It may not have been the most dramatic race number 1, but trust me, when you switch up the grids, it always makes for some drama. It's gonna be a fun one this, Arjuna. Master MX5 cars, you put them anywhere, they're excellent. When you put them at an historic circuit like Suzuka, which is such an excellent driver's track, it's just a perfect recipe for entertainment. Bring it on.
So while we wait for qualifying to come to a close, let's talk once more about our schedule for next year, because you can take a look here, Jonathan. It's a big one. We got an expanded schedule on multiple sides for GT Sprint, for example. We've also got the Triple Crown, which is not shown here, but we've talked about it in Club Sport qualifying. Let's take a look at the schedule again. I want you to now think about this Club Sport Series, this Club Cup Series. I'm very excited about Red Bull Ring being added to this calendar because these MX5 Cup cars are going to put on a show there.
I'm a little bit scared going at the end of the first sector at the long straightaway. Going into turn 5, that's going to be pretty scary.
So there's a look at the 2021-2022 schedule, but we're already ready then for our next race of the weekend. So let's take a look at the starting grid for race 2 in the IVRA Club Cup. Frank Oosterhuis will line up on pole position with Simon Erpelding next to him. Both of those cars actually, though, dropping down the field. So Stefan Schlacker will be promoted to pole position. David Mirek will start on the outside of row 1. Takeshi Taniguchi will line up provisionally in 5th with Aaron Kurtz next to him in 6th. Then Takumi Kusiyama and Yannick Brenner will complete row number 4 with Shiyoshi Ishimaru and Dustin Hiroda 9th and 10th. John Atkinson 11th with Dave Chapman in 12th. Jack Ashton, Arthur Panzel, the final row of the grid as the cars get ready to go racing here. The second of 2 30-minute sprint races. And Jonathan, race 1 was maybe a bit calmer than we expected, but I think when you have the likes of Ishimaru back in 8th position, Jack Ashton and Dave Chapman in 11th and 12th, we're really going to be in for one show here.
It's going to be about how everyone can hang on at the front and how well some of these guys get away. We've mentioned Ashton towards the rear of the field, and even the championship contenders in the middle of the field. It's going to be interesting for sure.
So we'll wait and see exactly how the grid shakes up now. You'll see one of the graphite cars pulling off to the side of the track. All sorts of confusion. That I'm not going to try and figure out. We're just going to get to the race start. Race control is going to be in charge of that one, as Stefan Schlacker will inherit pole position now. And David Mirek then starts on the outside for Nitro Racing. The second of 2 30-minute sprint races about to get underway, and after this, 2 races to go before we'll crown our inaugural IVRA Club Cup champion. Shiyoshi Ishimaru and Dustin Hiroda, the 2 championship contenders. They're back in 8th and 9th respectively with a lot of work to do as we enter the start zone and go racing here at Suzuka. They've already filed themselves out 4 wide as we come across the start-finish line, and indeed, someone might try and make it 5 wide. Ishimaru has already lost out there to Dustin Hiroda as Schlacker leads the field down into the first corner. I think that was Yannick Brenner off into the grass for a few moments' time, but everyone's safely through for now. Hoping that I haven't jinxed anyone just yet, Solomon, because they're working 3 wide coming out of turn 2.
Nope, you're just about fine, Arjuna, as we come to the S's for the very first time. This is where that claim could be challenged, and it almost is. A Phoenix Racing car getting loose.
And Stefan Schlacker is down in the gravel as well. So from the race lead, Schlacker has put it into the S's. We'll take a look at that replay in a few moments' time as Ishimaru's up into fifth position. Oosterhuis has just blown his engine as well. So We talked about this being the race of chaos, and I think that's unfolding already. Dawid Mirek defends from Dustin Hiroda for third position as Ishimaru side by side through the first of the Degners with Dave Chapman. Can he hang it around the outside? Chapman slings it through the corner. Ishimaru holds on with that momentum. He'll have the inside now into the hairpin, and he'll be up into that 5th spot. Ishimaru, Chapman, Ashton now 5th, 6th, and 7th. It's a big move from John Atkinson as well. Look around the outside. Who's that? Simon Erpelding tries to take advantage. This is interesting stuff, Jonathan.
See how high Chapman's car got in the air after going on the curbs? He was practically, MotoGPing it just on 2 wheels going into that final section. But now Taniguchi is trying to say goodbye to the rest of the field as some of these top championship contenders still trying to work their way through. Here comes Ishimaru.
Ishimaru down the inside, able to try and get it done on Aaron Kurtz, and indeed he makes it work. Kurtz will try and loop it around the outside, but he might lose one more to Dave Chapman, and here comes Jack Ashton as well down the inside. So Kurtz gets shuffled down to about 7th position as Ishimaru now up into 4th. Dustin Hiroda clear into 2nd and now chases down Takumi Kusuyama out front. As you can see there, we've got 2 retirements so far, Schlacker and Oosterhuis, who are both not retired rather, but they're now 15 seconds back from this leading pack, Jonathan. Not really too much of a factor for the race lead.
No, but with how so few points are on the line, any other retirements could still be big points, I think, for any of these drivers. So,
oh no, that's Aaron Kurtz around right in front of Arthur Panzel. Unfortunately for Kurtz, though, he's going to be the only car involved in that one, Sommel. Everyone else safely through.
Yep, exactly. Big incident at the Casio Triangle, not affecting the leaders though. They're all fine. And this just means that Kusuyama leads, but now Ashton attacks.
Well, they were 2 wide, 2 deep. Ishimaru up into 3rd past Mirek. He's trying to close up on the back of his championship competitor, Dustin Hiroda. They now run 2nd and 3rd place. Jack Ashton has got past Dave Chapman. So let's start working our way then through these RaceSpotTV replays and see exactly what happened on lap number 1. And let's start with the unfortunate incident for Stefan Schlacker. RaceSpot's own Schlacker who, bit of a tank slapper there, Jonathan, and loses it all by himself.
I think the worst part is that wall is pretty hard to hit, so he tries to overcorrect it and just bang right there. And unfortunately, I think the worst part about this is you get to watch the rest of the field go by kind of in a sad state.
And this is that incident with Oosterhuis I was talking about. I thought it was an engine that blew up. In fact, it looks like he's just looped it around by himself. So Graphite Racing, 2 of their cars have looped it around then on the opening laps of the race. And we also saw Frank Oosterhuis' teammate Aaron Kurtz do the very same thing. Let's pick up an incident that's just happened for Dawid Mirek while we were under replay, side by side with Ashton down into the Degner, and unfortunately for Mirek, he gets the worst of that one in a big way, Sommel.
Yep, bad way to start your day, rather bad way to end your day as well whatsoever. Just a gentle tap, I suppose, coming in towards the Degners. Naturally, that's where many accidents happen. And yup, about it he goes.
So let's pick up the live pictures once again. Ishimaru right on the tail of Dustin Hiroda, and they both close on Takumi Kusuyama. They've got 1.6 seconds to Jack Ashton behind them. The top 3 contenders then work their way down into the Casio Triangle. Ishimaru applies the pressure to Dustin Hiroda, looks to the outside as Ashton runs wide in the background. He'll set up the over-under here, Jonathan, and I think he's going to get it done down into turn 1.
Hiroda's going to have a nice draft. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Hiroda's going to have a nice draft from the...
I think Kusuyama has a slowdown penalty, so these two are now scrapping it out for the race lead. Kusuyama's now down into 5th position as he continues to be swarmed by the cars around him. Ishimaru, though, up into the race lead now, Jonathan.
It must have been a slowdown penalty, like through the Casio Triangle, but now Ishimaru has the lead, but Hiroda is now going to have the draft. And I think that little bit of confusion about that fight for the lead has brought Ashton back into the conversation. He's underneath a second from these two.
And you can even see Kusuyama still only 2 seconds behind despite that significant slowdown penalty. So now got a train of about 7 cars that's developing and a peloton forming from 9th on back. Arthur Panzel finds himself in truly no man's land with 2 seconds to Kusuyama in front and 5 seconds to Taniguchi behind him. Down into the Degners we go then, and there is an interesting story about this corner. It was named after a man called Ernst Degner, who had the unfortunate pleasure, if you will, of being written into the history books as the first driver, or motorcycle rider as he was, to have an incident at the Suzuka circuit. This was in the first ever race meeting that it had after its circuit redesigned by John Hugenholtz, and in 1961, unfortunately, he went through turn 8 as it was, because it was one constant corner back then. Gust of wind lifted his front wheel and his motorcycle went tumbling through the air, and he came back the very next year somehow and had an even bigger incident at turn 2. Fortunately, was able to survive that one, and the corner was named after him in honor. The circuit has also gone through a number of modifications over the years to shape it into its current form, Sommel, and you know, it really is such an iconic venue that it's hard for me, as someone who's quite young in motor racing terms, to really think about this track without, you know, a Casio triangle, without some of these historic corners that we now take for granted.
Exactly, they've been along for such a long time. It's like they've become a permanent fixture, and they have indeed. But that was very back in the day, actually, those changes that you mentioned. For a very, very long time, I think the last 30, 40 odd years, we've had this particular variant of the circuit, and I think it has to be one of the best ones around the world. And I'm not sure of the other ones because I've not seen the on modes of them. But since the very beginning, people were always very, very happy about the way Suzuka was designed. They were always really happy to drive around that. And as the changes have gone on, it's only gone better. And the racing action that we're seeing on screen right now just reflects it. It may be a tiring technical track, but the racing always delivers here.
Well, I'm going to fill you in a little bit here. You are seeing on screen the top 4 separated by 0.8 of a second, top 6 by 2 seconds, so top 7 in fact by 2 seconds, so they are very much in one draft train right now. Would you believe, though, Sommel, this is a historic venue, I will agree, but when it was first opened in 1959, the design wasn't quite right, so the form of the track that we know, yes, it's gone through a number of modifications to get to this, but John Hugenholtz showed up in 1961 after getting a telegram, mysteriously, and his initial design, can you believe it, as look at that, Ishimaru goes through the dirt, really drifts that four-wheel drifting through the corner, able to hold on as Ashton's going to apply the pressure onto Dustin Hiroda here. But as Stefan Schlacker has just said in our YouTube chat, he's stealing my thunder here. When John Hugenholtz first rocked up in 1961, he didn't want to have just one crossover point, as it were. He wanted to have 3 different crossover points. The story goes that the track used to be surrounded by a lot of rice fields, and the philosophy that John Hugenholtz had was not only to make the least amount of changes to the natural earth as Dave Chapman looks to the inside of Jack Ashton, some great racing action happening here, but not only did he want to minimize the amount of work that needed to be done, he also thought that racing courses should have challenges, and he thought a crossover was a challenge. So 3 crossovers was the proposed plan, but the resources of Shiyoichi Honda meant that only one made it into the final design, and it is the only one. But Sommel, there are only 2 circuits, grade 1 circuits, that feature crossovers, Fiorano being the other. Jack Ashton down the inside. Let's look at Dave Chapman getting a bit of a bump from John Atkinson behind. Ashton up into second, though. And through the Casio triangle they go. Ishimaru now 1.1 seconds clear. And while I was telling that story, he used the fighting between Ashton and Hiroda, Sommel, to break away very slightly. Ashton now has to use that draft to close on back.
He has indeed, but Hiroda's going to look for something around the outside, as he naturally should. But Chapman sends it. That is a confident lunge if there was ever one. And he moves up into P number 3, Arjuna. That is rather opportunistic driving.
And now Hiroda finds himself shuffled to 4th. Is his teammate going to work his way around the inside through the S's? We saw team orders before. Doesn't seem like John Atkinson has got the memo. He goes up into 4th. Hiroda's now in 5th, with Yannick Brenner playing rear gunner from Takumi Kusuyama.
That was an interesting one, to say the least, from Atkinson, because I really thought he was going to just back out and let Hiroda have it.
Well, I wonder here, Jonathan, if he's now seeing, they've now lost 1 second between 3rd and 4th as Chapman and Jack Ashton try and close on Ishimaru. I wonder if Atkinson feels like he's faster than his teammate and doesn't want to lose time here, and maybe he can draft his teammate back up to that leading fight.
I think he's still angry about losing by a tenth earlier as well. Because I would be. I would be a little annoyed by losing by a tenth at the line. So maybe a little bit of a red mist. Maybe he just wants to hunt down Ishimaru himself.
Well, let's see what happens as gaps now come up to 1.2 seconds out front. So whatever draft there is very minimal. It's going to be important as we work our way down out of the spoon corner to see the runs that Ashton and Chapman can get on board with Dave Chapman in his 444 machine. You can see the gaps between the top four and the bottom right-hand corner as Chapman takes a much tighter line, able to attack the power and get into the draft slightly earlier, but now he's going to get checked up, coming down into 130R. Is he going to go for the move, or is he going to set it up? He's doing a bit of bump drafting, NASCAR style, as he tries to maximize the track width coming down into 130R. The gap now 9/10 of a second, so they close about 2/10, and they squabble down into the Casio Triangle. They'll lose out even more time. And so as a result, Chapman stays in line, and I think Sommel, that's what he's going to do until they close on the back of Ishimaru out front.
He has to. He just realizes that there's no point of fighting together, because if they do at this stage, towards the very end, there is absolutely no chance that they might close up to Ishimaru. Smart driving there by Chapman, just sticking behind and using the draft. Perhaps we can get a better idea of it on the onboards next time out we come there to see whether he lifts off and takes away the draft advantage that he normally would have gotten.
Hiroda still in 5th, by the way, as well. So from your championship picture right now, Jonathan, it's about as good as it could get for Ishimaru. He's got that incident that he's going to have to go down to race control and talk about after this race is done, but he's going to have finished in front of Hiroda in terms of track position in both of the races, and heading into Sebring, that championship fight is very much swinging in Ishimaru's favor.
Yeah, well, right now it's looking good, but he doesn't have a drafting partner up front to really help him. Like, once Ashton gets in range where that draft is going to be effective, that fight for the lead is on, and you can't really count out Hiroda either because he has 2 teammates with him. So it's looking pretty right now, but we still got another 16 minutes to go to decide this thing.
So 16 minutes to go. We still got half the race to go. You are right, Jonathan. This has calmed down since the craziness of the reverse grid start, and now Ishimaru has his mirrors filled with the Team Ford Zilla machine of Jack Ashton, as Ashton continues to try and close on down. Gap is held fairly steady, though. You'll notice, Sommel, they haven't really been bringing it in very much through the infield. So now as we come down out of Spoon once again, this is where we'll see a couple of tenths of a second being eaten out by Jack Ashton.
Absolutely, this is where he will close up a little bit. And now he gets in the draft train. That's the critical part, Arjun. He's within a second. That's the window. And that gap will slowly and steadily be chipped away on the straights. But Ishimaru is doing an excellent job to hold their advantage and have the leverage in the corners.
Through 130R once again. Taking a look in the background. No one going wide. Oh, one car goes wide onto the AstroTurf. We was about to say that it seems like cars are being a bit safer when it comes to how much of that AstroTurf they want to risk running, but out of the Casio Triangle again, halfway through this race, Ishimaru, Ashton, Chapman, Atkinson, and Hiroda, the top 5. Still have 13 cars out there on track as well. Your only retirement, Frank Oosterhuis. So things have calmed down very slightly, Sommel. Let's get back to talking about this fantastic circuit, because we were just about to talk about the one defining feature, I think, of this track. The crossover figure-of-8 nature of the track. And like I was saying, this is it's only one of 2 FIA Grade 1 facilities which is licensed with the crossover. The other one being Fiorano. So it's a quite unique track when it comes to competition. And can you imagine if we had 3 different crossover points on the track? That would be a rather wild circuit.
That would be a viewer's nightmare in terms of someone who's actually there at the track and watching the race. But in terms of the drivers, that would be just incredible. I remember when I was a kid, I technically still am, but when I was really even younger, I used to look at the circuit map and say, but how do they do that? How do they actually cross over? And it's incredible. But later on, oh my goodness me, as we see a rather unique line being taken around there, the exit of the Degners, while you keep on driving on this circuit and keep on watching more races, it's not just the crossover that stands out. Beyond the point, you take it for granted somewhat. It's a rather unique achievement, this nevertheless. But it's just the sheer driving pleasure. Even if we didn't have the crossover, hard to imagine that, to be honest, but just the undulations, just the nature of the corners, just the way they flow one after the other, on its own, it is just such an incredible track.
So on board with Chapman then through the spoon corner as he'll try and get the power down early. Look how much of the curb he really climbs onto that curb, gets the wheel straight, throttles down onto the power, Jonathan, and really tries to build up his momentum down this back straightaway into 130R. It's a bit of a unique line that we're not seeing out of the cars in front of him.
No, he's been really aggressive on the curbs. We saw it at the beginning of the race, and now we get to see that more of that aggressive bump drafting, but now this is where it gets scary for Ishimaru, because all of a sudden Jack Ashton is now well within drafting range, and he has Chapman pushing him there. But when does Chapman, call it quits and say, well, Ashton is no longer my friend, and I'm going to go right around him?
So top three have closed on up now. It's taken about 3 laps. Ishimaru's done a great job to maintain his consistency through the infield under pressure. As we come down the start-finish straight, Chapman going to continue bumping Ashton along. They'll get within 0.3 of a second shortly. Chapman will poke his nose to the inside, and he's going to force the issue here. Ashton can carry that momentum around the outside. That will open the door for just a moment's time. Chapman is able to get to the inside of turn 2 a little bit quicker, but around the outside, Ashton holds on to the position. That compromises them, though, Sommel. They lose a little bit of time. Gap's now back up to 0.7 of a second.
But it's still all right. I would still allow that to happen. As long as they're within that 1 second mark, it is okay. But look at this. They lost time in the S's once again, losing 0.2 of a second. They can't let it slip over 1 second. They won't get the draft eventually, and that is exactly what they need at this stage. But I'm still surprised, Arjuna, that it's been so long into this race, and they still have been working in tandem, although they're not part of the same team, so well. Amazing stuff.
I think the bigger concern through the S's there, Sommel, is if you enter slightly offline because you've come in side by side. That's what causes you to lose a couple more tenths of a second through the rest of the S's as well. So gap back to 0.7 of a second as cars compress through the hairpin. 7 cars separated by just over 4 seconds right now. Kusuyama finds himself at the tail end of this leading pack. You can also see now on the left-hand side of your screen movers and shakers, because we were waiting for Ashton and Ishimaru to make their way to the front. Ashton's up an incredible 11 spots so far. Unfortunately, the car that ended up on pole position, Stefan Schlacker, down a net 10 positions. I should be careful what I say about Stefan, because he's a RaceSpot colleague, Jonathan. I don't want to irritate any of my colleagues here.
And it's a newer one at that, too, so you don't want to be making enemies so quickly.
I know, yeah. So, Stefan, don't worry. We were very much looking forward to seeing you in action today, and hopefully in the future in GT Sprint. Tomorrow, we head to Road Atlanta for 2 more races in the IVRA GT Sprint Series as well. As who was that? Did someone just go deep into the hairpin for a second there? The big stack up for a second as Takumi Kusuyama has been side by side with Yannick Brenner for a few moments' time. RaceSpotTV replay coming up on your screen. Let's see what happened here, Sommel.
Casio Triangle. Good place to make a move, this. But not a very good place to collide. Ask Senna and Prost about that one. This still ended up rather cleanly.
Yeah, well, I mentioned the history of championship deciders here in Formula 1. 5 consecutive years, I believe it was, where the title was decided here. Starting, of course, with Nigel Mansell losing it in practice in the very first race weekend here at Suzuka. His injuries would take him out of the contention for that championship. But then after that, things were decided on track. You had, obviously, contentious moments between Senna and Prost in back-to-back years, but the likes of Hill, Hakkinen, and Senna have also, or rather, Hill, Hakkinen, and Schumacher have also won championships here, so it's got a long heritage of being a championship deciding race. No longer, unfortunately. Oh, it's Ishimaru! Ishimaru! He's crashed! Ishimaru ends up in the middle of the track, and Dustin Hirota has to take avoiding action to avoid hitting his championship rival. Big drama as Ishimaru, running that alternate line for so many laps without a problem, finds himself down in 7th.
Let's go too wide.
Well, we're about to take a look. Jonathan, talk us through this one. He's been running that line consistently, and for the first time, it bit back.
Yeah, this Dengard corner bits back, and I think it's too much curb. He gets into the AstroTurf, and then a lot of curb right there, and this is going to send him way too wide. And once you get in that gravel, loses control, just ever so slightly tags the wall, and that's going to end his race for the win, unfortunately. I'm at a little lost for words, honestly. That's an uncharacteristic mistake. Just that little touch right there. He was doing everything he could to try and save it.
I'm not even sure if there's a touch. We'll slow this one down one more time. Listening to the engine audio on that last playthrough, it seemed like, you'll see here, it's just that weight transition over the exit of the curb has compromised the balance of the car, and Ishimaru finds himself stranded in the middle of the track. Let's pick up live pictures again and see what's happening, because Jack Ashton finds himself then with Dave Chapman and company out front. Ishimaru is down now into 8th position here, Sommel. That is disaster in that championship picture. And so I was talking about Ishimaru sitting comfortable coming out of this race weekend. It looks like Hiroda going to be slightly closer than we expected.
Comfort in IVRA competition? What's that all about? I've never heard of that before. But yes, you spoke about Suzuka being a place where championships are decided. Well, this could be one where the championship is flipped over on its head. 2 different rounds, 2 out of 4 races for Shoichi Ishimaru where it hasn't gone to plan. And with a championship rival like Dustin Hiroda, who's breathing so close down your neck, man, this is going to be a fun finish towards the very end. But that line, that particular racing line that Ishimaru was running, very much self-imposed. That mistake had to happen beyond the point.
I think I might have put a little bit of a commentator's curse onto Ishimaru a couple of race weekends ago, Sama, when I said that he was one of the more calm and consistent and calculated drivers that we had in the field, because last time out as well, we did see some rather aggressive moves from Ishimaru, so the elbows have come out, and Ishimaru, who sees that championship in front of him, is really trying to fight as hard as he can.
Absolutely hasn't quite worked out for him, the aggressive strategy. Well, hopefully he'll be chalking out a game plan to understanding what exactly works for him, coming back to fight even harder with Hiroda towards the very end. But that said, Arjuna, Hiroda hasn't quite been able to capitalize on Ishimaru's absence in the top 5 right now. He's currently stuck in P number 4, and I say stuck because he seems to be there for quite a long while.
Well, we saw Yannick Brenner and Dustin Hiroda swapping around in race 1. If I'm Phoenix Racing Esport, I'm getting on the radio to John Atkinson and saying, get on over, let Hiroda through. That's valuable championship points in his fight with Ishimaru for the championship. We've still got 6 minutes to go, so it might affect that swap later on down the road. As you see, contact between Yannick Brenner and Takumi Kusuyama. That will actually help out Dustin Hiroda slightly. He now doesn't have to worry about Kusuyama coming from behind as much. Ishimaru is losing time hand over fist, though, and he's not in danger of slipping into the clutches of Takeshi Taniguchi, but I would wonder what's going to happen there. Swap, though, for 3rd position. I was waiting for it, Jonathan. There goes Dustin Hiroda into 3rd.
I think that little contact behind made it a bit easier to do. Atkinson had plenty of room just to slap back in, but Brenner and Kusuyama have been bumping each other a lot so far this race. I think that's the 2nd or 3rd time they've run into each other in the Casio Triangle. This one may not be over yet, even though it's just for 5th place on track. Brenner is still fighting for a points fight of his own. He's up there in the top 10 of the points. Kusuyama, I think, is just fighting for pride.
And I think Brenner might even be 3rd in the championship, so he is fighting, but he knows that the real battle for that team is the Drivers' Championship, and Hiroda in that 3rd spot's going to get some crucial championship points with 5 minutes left to work here at Suzuka and 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Ishimaru continued to slip off the back of Arthur Panzel. Down in 8th position, it's going to be a long and lonely ride to the flag for Ishimaru. Brenner has still got to fend off the attention of Kusuyama, who looks to the inside down into the hairpin and very nicely gets that done. Yannick Brenner's going to have to try and fight it back.
I don't think this one's going to be over to the checkered flag.
Exactly.
Well, we've also got this scrap between Jack Ashton and Dave Chapman. So as here comes Yannick Brenner down to the inside once again into the spoon corner. Back out of that one as Kusiyama runs slightly wide, opens that door back up for Yannick Brenner. But 3/10 of a second separates first and second at this point in time, Sommel. It is again going to be a run to the run to the line rather, in that battle as well. So we're looking at a few fights here as Hirota and Atkinson are side by side once again.
Absolutely, but smartly not making the decision to go side by side at the 130i, instead swapping out all the differences before and after that, but no moves being made at the Casio triangle. So it is still very sane and secure on Juno, but it's all going to flip over and turn out to be rather exciting as we come to the final few laps of the race.
3 minutes to go, so 2 laps to go then. White flag the next time around as Brenner is able to fend off from Kusiyama for now, but you do also see Arthur Panzel is 2 and a bit seconds back and closing as those two are scrapping it out wheel to wheel. Turn our attention to the battle out front for a few moments time at least, because Jack Ashton has Dave Chapman for company, 4 seconds clear of the rest of your field. And Dave Chapman looks to try and get another win here in the IVRA Club Cup Series. These have been 2 of the strongest drivers throughout the course of the series so far, Sommel, and it's great to see that once again they found themselves out the front.
They had to, right? They just had to. It was inevitable that they'd be there. It's just such a funny case, right? Because some drivers haven't been able to be there for all the rounds. Chapman included, Ashton included. And so the thing is, whenever they're here, they're just up here to put up such a show. As we see that wild line being taken once again. And when they're here, the kind of racing that we've seen is just exactly what we expect. It's just the case that had they been on for all the rounds, have been higher up in the championship standing, where we are discussing the likes of Ishimura and Hirota right now.
And we head to Sebring next time as well, so that's going to be a wild type of a race. I'm not sure which layout we're going to use there, but no matter which layout that we do use, be it the full layout or one of the club layouts, that will produce some very exciting racing. There was some testing happening in the Sebring track recently. IndyCar and IMSA sharing the track together.
What? IndyCar?
Well, if you can believe it, Sommel, that is, Sebring is a regular test facility for the IndyCar paddock. They use not the portion of the track that you would think. They do not use the Sunset Bend portion of the track. Instead, they use the section of the track around the hairpin. And guess what? Oliver Askew, fresh off a LMP3 victory for the Rolex 24, got to replace James Hinchcliffe in his Andretti Autosport machine. So I know Oliver Askew would have been wanting to get back into the cockpit of an IndyCar in a slightly different type of a fashion, but a very quick return for the youngster then. White flag will wave this time around though. Ashton versus Chapman. I'm going to put both of you on the spot. I like to do this. I'm a bit evil here. Jonathan, let's start with you. Chapman or Ashton?
I want to say Ashton, but I feel like Chapman is also very, very strong. I think Ashton has got the defense down pat, though. He has not let Chapman by yet.
All right, and Sommel, what about you?
I said Chapman the last time out, so I'm going to flip it over and say Ashton this time out. Why not? Should be a fun one.
So that's 2 for 2 for Ashton then, if I'm calculating correctly. I'm not gonna guess because
Do you not want to disagree with us?
no, because I don't want to be responsible for another commentator's curse up here on an IVRA competition broadcast. So I will refrain from doing anything of the sort. Chapman closes up though as we come down into the Degner on this white flag lap. Brenner and Kusiyama have actually split up very slightly, 3 and a bit tenths of a second between the two of them. So on board with Chapman coming down into the hairpin section. He's a bit further behind this time around. I have a feeling, unfortunately, Sommel, he's going to be a bit too far back to try something, even down into the Casio triangle.
So you think, because that's the MX-5 guy, you can gain up time literally anywhere. I'm not going to foreshadow far too much, but there are still chances, outside chances of this happening. Yeah, I think Ashton very much has it in the bag, unless something big happens. Knocking on wood, as I say.
Well, no, I mean, unless a Shipsky Send happens, which is a brand new phrase that if the Shipski management wants to take full ownership of, send me a message. I'll send you my PayPal address and we'll sort out all the trademark details there. But here we go. Run out of Spoon Corner then. Down in towards 130R, weaving to try and break the draft is Jack Ashton out front. Dave Chapman in the 444 tries to get onto the rear bumper as we work down into this high-speed left-hander that sets you up into your final braking zone. Right on that bumper is the 444. It's a little bit too far behind. Ashton gets a bit squirrely through the apex of the corner, goes defensive. I think that should be enough for Jack Ashton. Pole position in race number 1, and I know he wanted a bit more of a strong performance. Unfortunate incident with Shiyoshi Ishimaru, but race win here then in race number 2 is it's a drag race to the line. I think I got it right. Jack Ashton has managed to hold off Dave Chapman. John Atkinson comes across the line in front of his teammate in a very important championship fight. Takumi Kusayama appears...
Where'd the 15 go?
Yannick Brenner has lost a whole heap of time. There's the 15, Johnsons. You have spotted it. Not sure exactly what happened there at the line, but some big changes then to get the final cars across the line.
I'm wondering if that fight with Kusayama got a little more intense as we were watching that fight for the lead.
So we'll take a look at this incident, and it was an intense fight, but no contact between the two cars, it would appear, as Yannick Brenner does a bit of a 360 there as we see this incident one more time up on your screen. Let's take a look at our final race results, though, because we've got a 2.4-hour race to look forward to now. We've already had 60 minutes of great racing, and we still got a long way to go. Team Fordzilla then, and Jack Ashton with the win. Dave Chapman in second. John Atkinson and Dustin Hirota make it Phoenix Racing Esport 3 and 4. Takumi Kusayama will come home in 5th position with Yannick Brenner in 6th. Your championship leader, though, Shiyoshi Ishimaru's down in 7th and owes a trip to the steward's office. Arthur Panzel, Takeshi Taniguchi, Simon Erpelding, the edge of the top 10. And final finishers here, Darwin Mirek, Aaron Kurtz, and Stefan Schlacker. Frank Oosthuis, your only retirement in today's race. So that's it. We have 2 more races, 1 more race weekend here in the IVRA Club Cup Series. And it's looking like, Sommel, it's going to be a fight all the way to the line between Dustin Hirota and Shiyoshi Ishimaru.
It will be, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
We're going to talk about it very quickly while we jump on over into the Club Sports session. Jonathan, I'm going to get a prediction from you. I always like to do this. I'm going to go on record right now. I think Ishimaru will claim this championship. What about you?
I don't want to count Dustin Hirota out yet, but Hirota, he hasn't had that breakthrough, that big win that he needs, and I think Sebring might be that opportunity for him to really put a statement on the championship.
Sommel, how about you? I know you're a fan of some of these guys. What's your thoughts on this championship?
I am properly split apart in this case. But in terms of pure race-winning pedigree, I think I'd go with Ishimaru. He has it. He's done it more often.
So we're going to take a short break here again on RaceSpotTV. We'll be right back in a couple of moments' time with continued coverage from Suzuka and round 5 of the 2.4 hours of Suzuka. We're just a couple of minutes away then from the 2.4 hours of Suzuka and round 5 in the IVRA ClubSport Series. 4 entertaining races so far and 2 left for will crown a brand new set of IVRA champions. Hello and welcome back to RaceSpotTV as we get ready to go green flag racing here with the 2.4 hours of Suzuka. Let's take a look then at the starting grid for today's race because we're already getting ready to go racing. Joop de Ligt with pole position in your cup class for Maniti Racing, a 2:03.949, and on his outside is going to be Team Bergen and Anders Myers in the 46th. So all Hell Racers row number 2 with the 26 and the 16 sharing that row. Nick Thyssen and Hugo Drouet on row 3 of this grid. Jeff Tyler, your championship leader, is going to start back in 7th position with Max Kessler on his outside. Marcel Boosman for the Virtual Motorsports Orange and Black machine will line up in 9th with Thomas Asmussen on the edge of the top 10. Andres Quintana for World of Sim Racing in 11th with PJ Claessens in 12th. Then Raf van der Linden, Boudwin Kuster, Justin Rem, Marco Pereira, Jens Hamtroff, and Stefan Frister, 13th through 18th. One final car in this class, and that's Wraith Energy Racing and Dennis Meisner. Let's take a look at our GT4 class because BMW versus Porsche, but Porsche's at the top. Team Huysingveld and Lent Hardenberger, 209.654. They take pole by almost half a second from Jason Gerard in the SRN Motorsports, 174. With the Porsche Owners Club 121 in 3rd, and Luke Kraus, the first BMW, back in 4th. Championship leaders, My Days Orbenworst, they'll line up in 5th with the Electronic Sportsman on their outside. Then Patrick Young, Michael Pollard, Jason Lundy, and Justin Hall, your championship competitor in 2nd place in this class, will start on the edge of the top 10. Shipsky Racing in 11th, with SRN, the sister car, in 12th. Then AOD, World of Sim Racing, and Hella Media 13th through 15th. Cars have started to roll, so we got to go very, very quickly through our TCR class. Team Huysingveld once again on pole position here, with Fraser Smith and Mikael Garcia making it Full Send Racing 2 and 3. Sam Blees for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing will be on the outside of row 2, with Alex Neller and Marcel Jokheim row 3. Stuart McFadden for Pure Sims Esport in 7th, Fiercely Forward in 8th, Lightbit Esports 9th, and we'll cycle through the rest of the names as the cars come out of the Casio Triangle and get ready to go green flag racing. 2.4 hours lie ahead, and 3 classes of competition. Get ready to scrap it out here in the land of the rising sun. Round 5 of the IVRA ClubSport Series is underway, and Maniti Racing lead us to the green flag. Look at this action, too wide as we dive down in towards turn number 1. They'll filter their way out single file as we come down into the S's, but Hell Racers still run 3rd and 4th, fiercely forward around the outside to get up into 5th position. Great start there from Hugo Drouet, a bold move to make a good opportunistic overtaking opportunity, and 911 Cup cars through the S's. Take a look at the GT4s. Your championship leader tries to get up into 3rd position early on in this race, and indeed they've already managed to do that side by side with SRN. They work. It's had a pretty dreadful start to start off this race, and My Days Orbenworst now up into 3rd position as they manage to get the move done in GT4. Taking a look at TCR as well, they've single filed themselves out. Not the first time that we've expected to see that in this class where draft is so important. So let's turn our attention back up to the front of your field because, Sommel, here comes 911 Cup cars down into the hairpin for the very first time.
And it is Joop de Ligt leading them all the way through for Team Maniti Racing. It's that battle we all wanted to see, Maniti versus Bergen, but Joop de Ligt already putting up some sort of a gap, and Anders Meyer behind is closer up to Stefan Lindenberg in the Hellracers car than he actually is to the Maniti car ahead of him. Good start there by Maniti.
Looks like PJ Claessens has had our first issue for Team 11. He's at the tail end now of this Cup class as they round Spoon Corner to work their way down into 130R for the very first time. Turn our attention to GT4. There's Electronic Sportsman as they hound 2nd place in qualifying SRN Motorsports. Jason Gerard has unfortunately had a bit of a poor start to this race and now has to defend from the queue of cars that's forming up behind him. They work their way now onto this back straightaway as well, as Hell Racers has to defend from Nick Thyssen and NAB Racing, who's trying to get up into the top 4. Great performance so far from NAB. Their best showing of the season so far, Jonathan. As we come across the start-finish line, here comes Thyssen to the inside.
It's going to go to the inside, however, there was a bit of a hold-up through that final chicane with Fiercely Forward, and I believe that was the Hell Racers car. No, not the Hell Racers car, the huge ass car. So now Thyssen's not going to be under threat. This is going to be a clean fight between him and the 16.
Looking at TCR as they come through the Casio Triangle as well. Team Hoisingveld defends from the 287 full send racing machine. The 285 starts to drop off very slightly as that Team Hoisingveld machine that took pole position tries to run away with the lead of this race. Let's work through the first of our replays on lap number 1 then, as they single file themselves out for now. And here you go, PJ Claessens does contact with, I believe that's H2 Performance. And unfortunately, Sommel, they end up in the grass. But fortunately, I guess, there's no damage and they can use safety cars to come back into this race.
Absolutely. If anything, you want your crashes and your incidents to happen as early as they possibly can, so that you have enough time to recover. For the machine, that is, let's say, the best time to have an incident, but clearly not the best thing in terms of the overall race towards the very end.
So back to live pictures. Top 3 breaking away as that second Hell Racers car still feels the pressure from Nick Thyssen and NAB Racing. Behind them as well, Hugo Drouet is having to defend from Bourgeois and Kuster. We talked about Team Down Under being one of our shining lights in terms of performances, maybe not in terms of results, and Kuster tries to get to work at this point in time. Looking at GT4 for a few moments' time, because there's a few battles in this class, but for the most part, you take a look at these gaps that are starting to form here, Jonathan. It's very much a case of what we saw in qualifying. Team Hoisingveld running away at the front of this field.
And I talked to Marshall Ty about both the GT4 and the TCR machine, and he said, look, if the GT4 car is performing well, we'll take it. And right now, it's performing admirably well. 2 seconds in the first 2 laps, he's been able to gap the Porsche Owners Club machine, and now the Midas Urban Works car is going to have a tough time chasing him down as we head back to the main GT3 Cup class, and they're still fighting all throughout the field.
Nick Thyssen up into 4th spot now, tries to hunt down the podium in front of him. Walker Green for AOD Racing is in the wall at 130R. That's a bit of an unfortunate incident, but somehow Sommel, as we wait for that car to come into shot, seems to have managed to get through that incident without any damage. So take a look here, and this is going to be a bizarre one.
Yeah, it's once again the AstroTurf. Seems like we might need big banners around Suzuka saying, don't get on the AstroTurfs. This is exactly what will happen.
And you can see drops down to first gear and able to nose that in relatively slowly, Sommel. So he's managed to minimize the amount of damage on that car.
Yep, damage limitation in that case, very much so. But look at this one. Nice.
And you love this class. Totally chaotic racing. And guess what? Suzuka, they did single file themselves out early through the S's. But what else can you do in these front-wheel drive machines here, Jonathan? I mean, if you don't go single file, you're going to lose not tenths, but seconds at a time.
Yeah, you're going to need that draft. But I think right now for Full Sun Racing, they need to get around that Hoisingveld car. They have an advantage. They have 2 cars in this class that are front runners, and they really want to use it right now and put the Hoisingveld in a tough spot.
So on board with the 285. Let's jump further back in this TCR class. Look at them bouncing their way over the curbs as Boosted Motorsports in a big train of cars. Pure Sims right behind them, and Impulse and Alpine Stars Geodesic in front. Down in towards what we're going to call Kobayashi Corner for the remainder of today's broadcast. It's not actually called that in the official track map, but nevertheless, you see this train of TCR cars, a couple starting to fall by the wayside, Huge Ass and Lightfoot Esports, those 2 cars at the back of this TCR group, but the rest of them pulling away at the front of it. Let's look at GT4 once again. What's happening here to SRN Motorsports, Sommel? Because after that very exciting qualifying performance for Jason Gerard, he's now down in 5th position and is really starting to struggle compared to the rest of the cars around him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not been the easiest of starts for SRN Motorsport. Clearly the pace has been lacking around, what, 6, 7 odd tenths of a second behind. In some cases, even 1 whole second behind the other cars ahead of them. So clearly not the best start for SRN. But on the last lap, they did make somewhat of a recovery, getting closer to the leader.
Bit of a change for position then in TCR as look at this full send 1-2. Hoisingfeld down to third. We'll grab that replay up on your screen so you can see exactly how Fraser Smith and Mikel Garcia have gotten through. A slight mistake from the Team Hoisingfeld machine, and Full Send Racing takes full advantage of this one. Jonathan, take one more look at this one and just see what's gone wrong. Is this once again AstroTurf on the outside of Spoon Corner?
Maybe just a little bit of overdriving or a little bit of grass on the inside of the corner. And then a little bit of AstroTurf, just overdriving it just a little bit early on for the Hoisingfeld machine. Again, they have a really good points gap, so they don't really need to fight these guys right now, but I think it's going to be key for the Hoisingfeld car to just to stay in touch with the Full Send Racing machines.
So it's a busy track right now. I don't know what's just happened to Hampus Bars for the Hell Racers team, but after starting 3rd and 4th, the 16 car now down into 6th position. And out front, look at these 3 cars here, Sommel. It's a breakaway. It's a peloton forming behind, once again. It's kind of the story of these IVRA races so far. Maniti Racing, Team Bergen, and then Hell Racers. One of their best performances of the season so far.
Exactly. Hell Racers have always been thereabout at the very top. Same we said for Bergen, same we said for Maniti. It's a very similar thing for all these 3 teams right now, and it's good to see them getting ever so closer to each other and just making a small bubble of sorts for this lead battle, and they're all doing an excellent job with the other competitors nowhere near as close.
And it's been a revival in 2021 for that Hell Racers team after a slightly weaker start to the season that they might have been expecting. They got the perfect 50 half points last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, but just like Team Down Under, they got caught out on strategy and ended up not getting those full points that they were expecting. But nevertheless, now in 3rd position, and they run very comfortably at this point in time. Ooh, what's that? Mikel Garcia in the wall.
No.
That's Full Send Racing, your 2nd place in the championship car, the 285, that now has to wait the eternity for the rest of the field to make their way by. And Full Send Racing now down into 13th place. Mikel Garcia has a lot of work to do, Jonathan.
And that's the 2nd place car in the championship, and I'm wondering if it's oh, we've seen this song and dance several times already today. Just into the wall. Thankfully it hit the door side, not the engine side, so it shouldn't be too much damage, but this is, I think, the 5th time today we've already seen this, and we're not even, what, 30 minutes into this race.
Oh, back to live pictures. Watch just happen to Maniti Racing. Watch just happen to Joop de Ligt. He's pointed in the wrong direction through the Spoon Corner and rejoins the track and just about manages to squeeze himself back on safely. It's all kicking off here then in the land of the rising sun, and your race leader now down in 13th position. They're safely by themselves. So this AstroTurf really proving to be deadly, and it's the undoing then of the number 78 team. Bergen loses out as well here, Sommel, as they have to take avoiding action.
Absolutely. And you know what's the best part? Or the funny part? I was accidentally typing this in my notes, and instead of typing AstroTurf, I ended up misspelling the last alphabet to something with a D. And that's what the drivers will be saying right now. It's not AstroTurf, it's Astro. You get the idea. Thanks.
I do get the idea indeed. So back to the live pictures as Team Bergen has NAB Racing and Team Down Under scrapping it out behind them. Team Down Under now up onto the 3rd step of the podium after starting back on the edge of the top 10. So an incredible charge through the field for Boudewijn Kuster so far, and he finds himself 2.3 seconds behind your race leader then. This is the battle in GT.
Oh, there's several slow cars right here.
Yeah, this is GT4. What's just happened to Trevor Pastrami? The electronic sportsman has had some kind of an issue. Fiercely Forward takes advantage up into 4th. All sorts of chaos is kicking off right now. As you see, here comes SimRC around the outside of the electronic sportsman. But SimRC decide to go wide. Patrick Young able to hold on to that one. Jason Gerard, who started this race in 2nd place, now down into 7th, sees all of this unfolding in front of them. So it's been a very interesting start to this race. And we're, what, only about 20 minutes into it or so?
I think 12?
Oh my,
It was
we're,
225?
we're only 12 minutes into this one, and we still got 2 hours and 12 minutes to go. So it's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. But let's turn our attention back to TCR once again, because now that Full Send Racing have lost out on the duopoly out front, Sommel, they've got a bit more pressure coming from behind.
They have indeed. So this TCR battle is actually opening up with more competitors coming in and joining in the action, as we saw the 285 Full Send Racing car being cruelly taken out of it by a mistake of their own doing. And which reminds me, Arjuna, when I was preparing, just a little bit of preparation that I did for this one, I never expected the AstroTurf to be this big of a factor, especially with sports cars. But here we are, as Jonathan mentioned, already 6 or 7 of this zone.
And there is also, of course, Race Control, who is getting already a number of reports coming in. Jonathan, give us that update from Race Control.
So it was an incident, I think, in the Cassier Triangle between the 34 and the 37 that held up half the field early that I briefly mentioned when we were watching Nick Thyssen fight his way into the top 5, and that's been under review. As well, I think as Fierce Day Ford is under review for an issue with the 16 cars. So Hugo Jouret a little under Race Control's eyes right now. And there's also been a penalty already to the 199 to drive through for something going wrong in the pace lap. So not a good start for Sanford Emerald as, there goes the Electronic Sportsman.
Yep, that's Trevor Pastrami, another issue through 130R. It's clearly 2 places where it's very easy to lose the rear end of the car. Here comes the AOD Racing BMW, and they'll get past as well, all by themselves. Once again, that curbing just unsettles the balance of the car, Sommel, and I think you understand a little bit more from our YouTube chat why this is happening.
Yep, Grim Garage with an excellent point. It's not just the AstroTurf that's causing the problems, it's the edge of the curbing. You kind of have half of the direct contact patch as the other half is up in the air. So you spin. That's completely his words, and it's absolutely accurate. That's exactly what's happening. The wheel is not completely under contact with the tarmac. The car is halfway up in the air. Can't do anything about it. You don't have any control, and that's why the drivers have not been able to catch it back as they normally would have.
So maybe we just will see drivers being a bit more conservative through the next portions of the race, as gaps do start to now form in the front of your field. Bujman Kuster finds that gap down to 1.8 seconds to your race leader. And Team Down Under, once again, not looking to stay down under for very long. So nice battles up and down the field here in the Porsche 911 Cup classes. Maniti Racing as well has to try and rebound from their little issue that they've had, and they find themselves right in the meat of the sandwich right now, Jonathan. You'll see there, they're about 10 seconds back from your race leader, so safety cars will bring them back into this, but they find themselves really with some strong competitors around them.
Well, we can say safety cars can bring them back into this, but even if one comes out now, they're still going to be down here in this mid-pack group, and this mid-pack has really good competitors. The one right in front of them, that 22 machine, well, that's third in the championship, and they've been really, really consistent. And there's still other guys down here. Team 11 is down there. There's the Hellraiser 16. You know, Fierce Day Ford is not too far ahead from this car either. So for Maniti, I think it's going to be a tall order to really claw their way back to the front. Strategy may come into play, I think, more for the 78 as this race goes on.
Up the hill they work down into the Degners. We'll come to the conclusion of the first opening stages of the race, and we'll say 2 hours left to go. And Sommel, yes, there are these safety cars that come into play, and a lot of the teams have told us that it's hard to plan out strategy, and it's very much reacting to the race situation as it unfolds. But when you plan out strategy, you will always plan it backwards. You will plan it back from the last lap of the race and figure out when the perfect opportunity to come down pit lane is. So for me, I always look at 2 hours left to go in a race as kind of your main window of when you want to start thinking about when you come down onto pit lane.
Absolutely, Arjuna. There are 2 different approaches as Hell Racers go wide. What's happened with them?
I think just a brief moment there for Hampus Bazus might have become the next victim of a contact packed on the edge. Let's take a look at this one. We'll have to spool it back further, Sommel. You did notice them going wide. But again, a bit of a surprising mistake here. Let's take a look at this from the aerial look brought to us by ATVO, graphical partners of RaceSpotTV, and I think it was just on the grass, slight dab of brakes that unsettled the car, and as we jump back to live pictures, once again finds himself right in the pack.
Yep, absolutely, and coming back to the point that you mentioned, Arjuna, about the pit strategy, there are two different approaches that you can look forward to, considering that there will be no safety cars. Again, big one. But that has to be, you either look at it backwards or forwards. So if you have 2.5 hours, you can look at it as 1 half stop initially and then 2 1-hour stints. That can be the case. Or you can go for the other way, which is you go for 2 1-hour stints and then go for a quick dash in the final half an hour. Maybe in the third way, you go for 1 1-hour stint initially, a quick half-an-hour dash in the middle, and then another 1-hour one. It sounds confusing when I'm saying it, but it essentially lays down 3 different ways in which you can divide the 2.5-hour race. But as we know in real life, Arjuna, safety cars can come in at literally any moment whatsoever and completely throw all the plans out of the window.
They very well will indeed as well. That is not an if, it's a when in the IVRA series. You always know that a safety car is abound. Take a look at GT4 once again. We had Jan Sentkowski in our YouTube chat giving us some information, and his teammate Leonard Hardenberg. What can you say here, Jonathan? We're only, what, 15 minutes maybe into this race now, and already 5.5 seconds clear. I think I'm knocking on all the wood I can around me right now, but if you are Team Hoisingfeld, even with some strategy that's going to come and maybe affect your race with the safety cars, you must be feeling pretty confident for the rest of this 2 hours, because you've got the pace, you were almost 1 second clear of the entire field in qualifying, and now very comfortably in the race lead.
I don't even know if it's confident. I think it's a little bit shocked, if anything, because, the way, I was talking to Marshall about it, he was like, if a good result's there, we'll take it. And I don't think they've expected to be this dominant as they are. They have a 5-second gap to the Porsche Owners Club. But again, strategy will come into play. Safety cars will obviously come into play. And I think planning for safety cars, that's, I think, what separates the great teams from the good teams. And those teams that have been planning for the safety cars and that put that in their strategy are going to be the ones towards the end. We got this good battle here through the S's.
Yeah, look at this team down under around the outside. Can they make it work side by side? Ooh, contact between the two of them. They bang doors. The 45 and the 46, they're still banging doors. Team Bergen.
No.
Joel just about able to hold on to that one. They slam onto the brakes. They'll lose out 1 position, 2 positions, and in fact a number more positions, but they'll able to rejoin right in this grouping behind Fiercely Forward, so that could have been a bit worse there. But they're getting antsy, they're getting feisty, and early on in this race, I'm not so sure this was a smart move from Team Bergen-Sommel to really defend so hard.
Yeah, there was no need whatsoever, because as we discussed in the pre-show of the race, that it's either black or white here at the S's. You either go for it or you don't. You won't quite be able to do it side by side, and it just work out in the end.
And while we're watching this, there's been another issue as well. Pick up this replay for Diogo Duneos, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And I think Luke Kraus gets involved in this one as well. It's a World of Sim Racing stricken on the side of the road. In fact, no. The issue for Kraus is going to be something else, apparently. So we'll try and pick up what's happening, but it's craziness right now. And oh, here we go. Another issue through 130R, and Fiercely Forward knows that car hard into the wall. And we're going to stay green because that car is relatively close to the pit lane. So no matter what, they should be able to nurse that car back around. But another big incident then, Jonathan, through 130R.
Yeah, you just can't push it to the limits there, especially not now. The conditions, it's a bit, I think, cooler. It's going to warm up a little bit, so grip is going to get there eventually, but you just don't have the grip through 130R at the moment to really make that AstroTurf work. And if you get that tire patch, like as we were mentioning, just the way the tire's going on that AstroTurf and the little bit of curbing right there, it just really unsettles the car.
So switch for lead in TCR, and it was a bold one as well, down the inside into 130R, and I think Fraser Smith thinks better of trying to fight this one too hard. Tucks back into line, covers off the attack from Sam Blees and the Alpine Stars machine behind, and Team Hoisingfeld back to the front of this field with a very, very bold move. down into 130R. And you take a look at this now here, Jonathan. This train of cars, it's starting to extend. And once the traffic comes in and breaks these guys up, then we'll start seeing in this TCR class some really big movers and shakers.
Hey, you mentioned the traffic. I think there's a Porsche in the background. There it is. There's the Hell Racers, and the traffic is coming. And unfortunately, for some of these guys, it's going to be about making moves when it's going to be an opportune time. These TCR cars struggle at different points in the track compared to the Porsches. We mentioned, just different speeds, but what about the different lines? Like, these TCR cars are a front-wheel drive, a much heavier machine than these much nimble Porsches at the front. So it's going to be about being really, really patient, no matter which class you're in, about making moves.
Taking a look, by the way, at my race control sheet as well. They are being busy, doing their job, as it were, and making sure that everyone is staying on the straight and narrow. Ooh, something's just happened, I think, to the Porsche Owners Club. Down into third now. My Days Urbanwurst have been promoted up into second, and for Teddy Framheim, looks like an issue in towards turn number 1. Let's jump on board with the Porsche Owners Club in the 121 then. Down through turn 1, a bit wide through turn 2, and I think that's the first time we've seen the sudden spin through turns 1 and 2, so it looks like, Sommel, this might be a bit more of an issue than we were expecting.
Yep, and hopefully it's not the first of many. We don't really like to see things like this one, but Teddy, yes indeed, it's a tricky corner. You're going downhill, descending at the same time, and as racing drivers, you want to maximize the space on the track. Well, this just happens, doesn't it?
And look at them through the traffic now. I was talking about TCR cars breaking themselves up. Does look as though they are starting to separate out very slightly. Front of the TCR field, now half a second separates Team Hoisingveld and Full Send Racing. You can see a couple of cars getting in between Alpine Stars and Impulse Racing as well. So traffic for the first time. And this is what we were talking about, Jonathan. This is one of those tracks where you can't really force too many passes to happen. They either are going to be very visible and very easy to make work, or you're going to try something that ends in disaster.
It's a good thing right now. I think the Porsche driver is being very, very calm, being very, very patient, but they caught all of these TCRs in the wrong portion. They caught them going through the snake into Dunlap Corner. And now I think it's going to be better opportunities for the Porsches to get around. But this is going to really break up a lot of this TCR field and maybe just make it a two-horse race out at the front.
Here comes the second group of Porsche Cup cars as well. Fiercely forward, chasing down Huge Ass with Team Bergen right behind them after that spin for the 46 machine. Down through Spoon we go. Let's jump on board with Anders Myers as you'll see Hugo Drouet try to find a way past Bombshell Racing and the TCR in front of them. They've got the Team TCR for Fiercely Forward in front of them as well. This is where, guys, sometimes I start to get worried. How many cars are thinking about throwing it too wide into 130R? How many of them are going to back out of it and be a bit more sensible? I think we've seen safety cars for passes through traffic. If we're going to get another one today, that might be the same incident.
I think everyone's a little bit afraid of a 130R after seeing all the problems the AstroTurf is causing, and I thought for a second Team Bergen was going to go 3 wide, but they thought much better of it. Is look at the chaos down this last corner. Everyone's just trying to find some track space.
And there are TCRs that are trying to take advantage of this situation. Here comes Boosted Motorsports to the outside of Pearson's as the Porsche made it 3 wide. Boosted will try and hang on around the outside, but Impulse Racing, I think, is going to make that a bit too much of a challenge. Oh, who was that? That was Hugo Drouet in the wall for Fiercely Forward. What's happened to Fiercely Forward in the number 34 machine? Every time we think things are getting a bit calmer, they kick off once again. So let's spool this one back. Take a look at our wonderful aerial angle brought to us by ATVO, the graphical partners for RaceSpotTV. And Sommel, what happens here to Drouet?
I think no, it's not the concertina effect. He loses it all by his own. So I know that the Porsche had become slightly easier on the throttle, but I didn't expect this incident to happen. Well, that's a bizarre one. Perhaps he got on the bar far too early on, but I don't think that has to be the case because he was well and truly after the exit of the corner. So, not really sure, to be honest, Arjuna. I'm not aware.
Well, you'll notice as well, in front of the 34 is the 16, so let's see what happens here. There's another issue for Hampus Bars, who goes off-tracking through turn 1, and that's going to be significant damage for Hell Racers there. Oh, not sure exactly how wrong that one went, but unfortunately for Hampus Bars, that's big contact that he now has to deal with for the remainder of the race. Let's pick up the live pictures and pick up TCR again as the rest of the Porsche 911 Cup cars work their way through this field. Impulse Racing jinks to the inside of Full Send, as does Virtual Motorsport. Is Virtual Motorsport going to get the move done just about before they get into the 130R section of the corner? And look at the difference of momentum as well, Sommel. It really is quite a big disparity between the amount of speed the front-wheel drive cars can carry versus those Porsche 911s.
Exactly, it's just the way the cars are designed. You can't quite do much about it, and so for the 911 GT3 Cup cars drivers, they just have to do a lot more meditation, just develop a sense of patience, because in situations like this one, you need a calm head. You can't do without that.
Looks like Team 11 tries to take advantage to the inside of World of Sim Racing, not going to get it done. But as they jink their way through the traffic, you mentioned this, Jonathan. This is the section where you will lose the most time. Look at this, Team 11 has to tuck up behind that TCR machine now.
Yeah, it's just there's two different lines, and the TCR machines, the ones I talked to, they said we have to drive this section slower than we want. We can't go full out in this section. So these Porsche cars that, you know, a bit lighter, a bit more nimble through the snake section, they want to just drive it on the limits at all times, but you can't in this TCR traffic, especially when the TCR traffic is trying to fight amongst itself as well. The battle for the lead is still underneath the second for TCR.
So while all of this is going on, Race Control has been busy. Let's give you that Race Control update. Jonathan, talk to us. It's been a couple of penalties coming down. Looks like it's the pit lane infraction for the 199 car, as well as for Hampus Bars in the 16, a Tier 5 drive-through penalty.
Yeah, it was a bit of contact, I think, with racing with Hugo Jouret in the Kobayashi hairpin just a few laps earlier while we were watching, I believe, the battle for the lead. So when it rains, it pours. I guess for the Hell Racers 16 machine, they're now going to find themselves well off the pace with that damage from turn 1, and now well off the timing street with this penalty.
So we are now 1 hour and 55 minutes left to go as, well, in GT4, what can you say? There's not much competition at all. What's happened to Hugo Jouret? Another issue then for Fiercely Forward in the 34 car. Looks like it might just be Spoon Corner once again. Let's take a look at this one, Sommel. You were saying you don't want to be seeing this too much, but these guys are pushing all the way till the limit, and beyond the limit in this case as well.
Oh my goodness me. Which one of those... Oh, that's actually the 287 Full Send car, isn't it?
Yep.
That is the car in second place. So I wouldn't really say that it's their fault, right? Just classic traffic incident with Hugo trying to find a space. But poor man Hugo, he's such a nice person to speak to, such a really quick driver. But an incident like this one is just not really helping them set up a good platform for Quinton Violatti to come in and build upon later on. Just a very chaotic start, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a late lunge that sets him up a bit deep, and unfortunately in those front-wheel drive machines, I have a feeling that Fraser Smith really couldn't have done much in that situation at all, unfortunately, because I don't know about you, Sommel. I know you like commentating on TCR cars, but every time I get behind the wheel of one of these, I realize why front-wheel drive is not for me.
Yeah, it's hard. It's proper hard work. It looks entertaining. It is fun to commentate on. It's good to watch. But man, driving them, it's a completely different ballgame. I don't think we give enough respect to TCR drivers, at least in the iRacing community. I think they should be valued a lot more. Maybe slower for sure, but it doesn't mean it makes it easier for them.
Hey, somewhere Paul Smith is standing up and applauding the words that you just said. Resident RaceSpot TCR guru, Paul Smith, who's busy with not TCRs today. Instead, he's dealing with the Porsche 911 Cup cars, so a little bit of a change in situation. But while the gaps are very much extended in TCR and GT4 through the traffic, you can see gap between first and second in GT4 is now up to 12 seconds between Team Hoistingfeld and the championship leading My Days Urban Works team, which quite frankly is absolutely incredible. Very early in the race, and 12 seconds, there might be a danger here that the entire GT4 class gets lapped before we get to the end of the race. So I think, Sommel, that really speaks to the speed and domination that Lennart Hardenberg is putting on the field at this point in time.
Is, and when you put it into numerical terms, which is, it makes it even more fascinating, to be honest with you. He's clearly around 0.5 of a second faster than everyone else, although there has been a bit of a comeback the last couple of laps from Christian Jung and Teddy Fremheim in the Porsche owner club and the Eldenberg car, but still, the way Hörsinger have been dominating has just been very admirable, just setting up a blueprint of how you actually do a GT4 race. Very well done so far.
And the GT4 classes, obviously, as the GT3s become increasingly expensive to run, and obviously DTM is going to be running the GT3 class machinery in this coming year. Of course, you can forget the very distinctive AlphaTauri livery that's now adorned on the Ferrari 488 GT3 car, but GT4 might become an even more affordable option for gentlemen racers. So for someone like the Porsche Owners Club, this might be the type of car where those guys want to try and be competing as much as they can. A number of those team members are real-life drivers in the Porsche Owners Club. One of them lives in the Bay Area as well, so I have a feeling post-COVID, we might have to have a bit of a meetup where I go and meet up with some of these Porsche Owners Club drivers. Meanwhile, battle on the edge of the top 10 here, Jonathan. You can see Team 11, H2 Performance as well. A couple of cars recovering from early incidents, but 20 seconds back from the race leader. I think the moral of the story for these guys is very much, remember, IVRA competitions have safety cars.
Well, safety cars and strategy, because we haven't really gotten into discussing pit stops, when you're going to change tires, when you're going to put drivers in, who's coming in where. You know, Team 11 has had a bit of an issue. That 2 cars probably further down than it wants to be. The 22, Thomas Amusement. I think that 22, it's a new team. They're third in the points. I think they're just happy to run and get a good result here. A lot of drivers have said this is probably one of the most challenging circuits that they're going to see this weekend, as we see Team Down Under. Well, they're not going to be underneath this 26 for long.
And as well, here comes your championship leading huge ass car. They are 10 seconds back from the race leader, but they're now on the edge of the podium position. So that's an interesting storyline to watch out for here, Sommel, as we see that huge ass car, not the best performance in qualifying, but really making some strides forward in the race.
Yeah, huge ass have been making big progress, but it's been interesting, right? Teams like Huge Ass have been making big progress, but Hell Racers not so much. And now it's that Fraser Smith TCR, the 287, that made contact with the fiercely forward car coming in. Damage? I doubt, because it wasn't a very heavy incident, was it?
Well, I wonder if this is them working backwards and deciding this is when they want to come down onto the pit lane. So, interesting call. No one else has followed them down right now, and even more interestingly, maybe, is their teammate didn't come down with them that time around. So, unfortunately, we'll have to wait and see what the strategy plays out for. We've got an hour and 50 minutes before we can get to the checkered flag and see which strategy is going to be the best. But meanwhile, out front, Team Down Under and Boudjman Kuster really has closed up on Stellan Lindenberg for Hell Racers out front. And now here comes the Wallabies to the race lead, I would have to assume, in a few moments' time, Sommel, because that car might not have been set up for qualifying necessarily, but long-run pace is looking very strong.
Absolutely. Unlike in cricket, long-run pace is looking quite good for Team Down Under. I mean, in some places Australia is better than others, but yes, at least in this particular race, Team Down Under doing a very good job of chasing down Hell Racers. Bit of a rocky qualifying, let's say. It wasn't exactly what they expected to be, but in the race, you've got to appreciate them, you've got to applaud them. It has been some effort. Team Hell Racers are facing some good competition. Now, trust me, Arjuna, tell me honestly, did you expect at this part of the race that Team Down Under and Hell Racers would be fighting, firstly, A, and B, fighting for the lead, considering how qualifying was stacked up?
Well, if you had told me these two cars were fighting, I might have thought that Hell Racers had a bit of an issue, or there was a whole heap of carnage. And guess what? We had a whole heap of carnage, so I think I might have been able to predict this, but out front in 911 Cup class, it's still very close indeed. lots of battles in this class. It's the other classes which have broken themselves up a little bit more, and looks like Anders Christensen through turn 1 and 2 has had a bit of an issue with World of Sim Racing and their BMW, as we'll spool this one back. Jonathan, take a look at our replay machine and see what's happened to two cars fighting for 13th and 14th in class.
Yeah, just a little bit ambitious on the brakes was the World of Sim Racing car, but the gentleman thing to do, give that position back to Hella Media. That was a good job by the World of Sim Racing team.
So it has been a rather busy opening portion of the race. Race control, not as busy as I would have thought, with only 7 incidents to take a look at so far at this point in time. I'm just trying to keep my eye out as well, because there are a few incidents. Who's that? Oh, no, who was that? That's Jason Lundy in the Pneumatic Motorsports 120 car, and Sommel, another victim, it would seem, of Spoon Corner.
Yep. Absolutely. At that particular corner, they were trying to get something, as you can see on the screen, on the BMW, but again, it is that curbing that has struck. Okay, let's create a board. How many has it been so far? 10? I'm guessing we're going to get at least 21, just for the sake of having fun.
I mean, at this pace, we're going to break at least 50.
At least 50? That's a good bet.
Well, while...
It just seems to catch, no matter what car you're driving, it seems to catch you out.
Well,
exactly.
I'm going to send you off, Jonathan, to do some digging with race control for us, because we are starting to get some warnings for track limits from race control, and I'm just wondering here if some of these cars that are spinning a lot are also the cars that are getting the most warnings for trying to abuse the track limits the most, because clearly there seems to be a bit of an issue when it comes to trying to use all of the curbing here at the Suzuka circuit. The guys out front, though, not having too much issues.
So will we see Aston Martins being recorded on that list when Formula 1 comes around next year?
Very possibly, but I think... I wonder if Sebastian Vettel's new hair is going to make him sprint-proof. At least that's my theory with that one. Meanwhile, while we're joking about Vettel's hair, Jens Hartframp for H2 Performance. It's a very odd incident here, Sommel. Take a look at this onboard.
He lost it midway through the Casio Triangle, which is something. I rarely say this, but that's actually the first time I've seen it.
A first?
A first, a genuine first. Midway through the Casio Triangle, wow. I thought that wasn't possible, very honest with you.
So an hour and 45 minutes to go. It's been a bit of a crazy race so far, as we still aren't even into the first pit stop window of today's race. No safety cars either, and like I say, I am knocking on the table around me right now. A little bit of a bongo drum. Ruben Bonga's not in the session though. TCR cars, we saw Full Send Racing down onto pit lane, and that's promoted Alpine Stars up into second, Impulse in third, and you can see Pure Sims and Boosted in close pursuit as well. The reason I bring this up, Jonathan, is there was a protest that came down between the 286 and the 234. Alex Tanner finds himself 6 seconds behind this grouping of cars. No further action, though, for that one, so it looks like there's a bit of trouble for Fiercely Forward in multiple classes, not just the one.
Thanks.
Yeah, they've been given 2 warnings for track limits, and there's some that are really pushing it. Leipert Esports, I believe, is also in an investigation for possibly a 3rd warning. The Alpine Stars Geodesic, not this machine we're looking at right now, but the Porsche has also been given 2 warnings. And we're not even an hour into the event as well, as it looks like they're trying to defend from World of Sim Racing.
So how many cars, Jonathan, have gotten first warning so far? Sorry, I missed that if you said it.
Only 8. It's actually not a lot. It's the amount of that 8 that's gotten the second. At least half of them, 4 of them, have gotten second warnings already. It's Ragazza Racing, Alpine Stars Geodesic, the 2 Porsches, and then Fiercely Forward and Leipert Esports, the 2 TCR machines.
Interesting.
Both on second warnings.
I feel like we've seen a number of those cars having those issues over the curves.
I don't know. Alpine Stars Geodesic really hasn't, and even the ones that have been running over the curves and having these spin issues aren't on this list whatsoever. Talk about the ones that have won. VEC, we haven't really seen much of them so far. Will of Sim Racing, Team Hoisingveld, the leader currently in GT4, has gotten one warning, but they're setting sail. And then World of Sim Racing, the other machine, the 51 machine, has also gotten a warning, but I don't think they've spun around into the curbs either. So it's a little weird of where the track limits, penalties have been given these drivers that have been struggling on the curbs.
Very interesting indeed then. I'm trying to figure out what type of commonalities there are between some of these incidents. Watching Joop de Ligt for Maniti Racing after his early spin has sent them from the front of your field down into the mid-pack. Find themselves behind Fuga Simsport and H2 Performance. Team 11 in 10th place is the car that they're trying to catch up to, and I think their marker for pit stop cycles, because we are coming towards 40 minutes done in this race. And Sommel, you now are at the window with 100 minutes to go. You could just about, I think, split this in two and take a set of tires and maybe have a little bit of an advantage, because a race like this, 2.4 hours, you could very well get away with just one change of tires when you do your driver swap.
Yes, I am not very sure, because had I been quite good about that, I probably would have been a strategist for some team. But yes, ideally you have to split it up in two different parts, that is, essentially. And of course, the one thing I have to say in this case is, of course, a safety car can come in and shift things up. But yes, in that department, I'm absolutely stumped, Arjuna. Quite simply, I am upwards at this stage.
I always say there's a reason why we're not in strategy booths and driving. There's a reason why we're commentating instead.
Exactly. But I have instead some solid concrete word, no fluffing around of words in this case, about the 285 Fulton racing car. Remember, they had that incident early on where they were just very unfortunately caught out. And with them, they're all the way back on the grid, right? They had a big crash from P number 3 at the 130-yard corner, and they've been recovering, but their pace, Arjuna, has been incredible. Fraser Smith, of course, is their teammate in the 287 car, but the 285, seriously, they're lapping at 2-minute 14s and 15s, while the others are doing 17s and 16s. So the 285 car really has a lot of pace, and as you can see on the screen, it closed up big time to that fiercely forward TCR car up ahead.
And maybe we've got the team boss, Dean Ledger, in our YouTube chat. Maybe he can give us an update on the car condition, because it was a sizable hit into the wall.
Yeah.
But fortunately, the contact itself was almost door to the wall itself. So maybe they were able to minimize the steering damage, the amount of time that they're losing as a result of this damage. But nevertheless, it is a recovery drive. Down the inside of one position, they're going to get Alex Tanner from Fiercely Forward and drop him down into 8th position, but fighting it back side by side, down into Spoon. Full Send will have the inside of the corner, but not alongside anymore. It'll have to be a late move under braking if he wants to hold on to the position. Forces Alex Tanner onto that curbing. No issues for Fiercely Forward this time around. Full Send Racing able to punch the throttle that little bit earlier and up into 7th position. Their teammate...
Almost in the rear of him as well.
Well, the teammate, Jonathan, that's what I was just about to highlight, because Fraser Smith is really setting in some blistering lap times right now. Fastest lap last time around of this entire class, a 2:14.491.
I think they're trying to find a way to beat the Hoisingveld car on strategy and get back to the front. They've had their struggles already. The 285s got damaged. The 287 really couldn't do much about the team Hoisingveld car up front and keep that Alpine Stars Judicic car behind. I think that early pit stop for tires, I think this is just them trying to play their hand a little bit, trying to get a strategy edge on the rest of the field, and it may work with how fast they're running.
Pit lane is open though for TCR, so they may have just come down a few laps early, gotten some track position, and you see more cars diving down this time around as Stuart McFadden still stationary, getting a fresh set of rubber. Where is Full Send Racing going to come out in relation to the Pure Sims machine? Out of the Casio triangle for Fraser Smith as McFadden finally drops off the jack and starts rolling now. And while TCR pit stops are underway, we also have 911 Cup cars down on the pit lane. That is right behind the wall that you cannot see. Team Down Under, Sommel, down on the pit lane, the first taker in this class.
Yep, absolutely. Team Down Under, an excellent start of the race, coming up to around B number 1 and 2 in that battle for the leader. Now they're the first ones coming in, and yes, this battle right here in GT4s, that is the one you should keep an eye on.
Well, there was an issue here. That's why we're taking a look at Patrick Young for SimRC Club Sport. Once again, through 130 yard. This time, though, look at this looping back, fiercely forward.
Ooh.
Might have had a bit of a brown pants moment there. We'll take a look at this replay on board with Hugo Drouet, Jonathan, because I don't think Drouet would have been enjoying that view too much.
He's already had a bit of a rough day. He's having a rough time with the snow out where he is, and yep, just may have to come down to get a change of pants as well as a change of tires for that 34 machine.
Looks like SimRC has actually had a subsequent issue as well, dropping further down the running order as well in GT4. For the first time in quite a while, we have some battles in GT4, so let's turn our attention to this class once again. SRN Motorsport, the sister car that started towards the tail end of the field, now up into 6th position. And let's take a look at the movers and shakers here, because Sommel, it's been one of these classes throughout the season where it's very much been Porsche versus BMW, and the championship leading huge ass BMW starting to struggle towards this tail end of the season.
It's a brilliant thing that he brought out this point, Arjuna. I was willing to speak about it for such a long time, and the last time out, the 137 huge ass BMW, boy oh boy did they have some round, and I'm not talking about any positives whatsoever over here. Confusions in strategy, being involved in unfortunate incidents, not having the right car for the track, as we see them go slightly wide at Spoon Corner as well. Whatever could go wrong did go wrong, and they are losing a position here as well with the slowdown potentially.
Well, down into 6th now, and while this is going on, pit stops really kicking off in your GT3 Cup classes. Pit lane becomes a very, very busy place indeed. You take a look there as Hill Racers, H2 Performance, World of Sim Racing, NAB, whole heap of stuff going on. Looks like driver changes for a couple of them as well. Sven Demel might be getting into the huge ass machine there as Hell Racers rolling off the pit lane. Where are they going to come out in relation to Team Down Under, I wonder? Team Down Under have had a very long pit stop, 42 seconds stationary, Sommel. They've taken tires and dropped all the way to the rear end of the field.
But then this is where they catch up. So they've taken tires at this stage, so they expect, in essence, the field to be somewhat close up to each other in this particular part of the race, so they can actually take tires and carve their way through and gain track position with the faster tires that they have. Should be fun one.
So now GT4 has come down onto the lane as well. So with the drive time being 1 hour and 40 minutes, all of these cars have waited basically until the perfect opportunity. However, having said that, Jonathan, there are some teams that have made driver swaps. The likes of Team 11 have put the Lewis Ward driver into that car. But there are other cars, Joop de Ligt, for example, still down on pit lane, or rather, still yet to come down pit lane. I have a feeling he might stay in that car, just like Hell Racers and NAB Racing have done in the net race lead.
It just depends where you want your strongest drivers, and obviously this was a talking point for some teams, like, hey, where do you want your strongest drivers? At the beginning, running that 1 hour and 40, or at the end running the 1 hour and 40? And for some that have had a rough day, this has been a perfect time to get a driver change. Like Violati's gotten in for Fiercely Ford, Sven Demel's gotten in for Huge Ass, and now we see the TCR cars as well, a few driver changes in the background.
And we're going to wait and see how this strategy has played out for Fraser Smith in the 287. Couple more cars from 911 Cup down onto the lane this time around. In fact, the rest of the field is... Oh, Lipid Esports cuts off Fraser Smith there. I don't think Smith will appreciate that late dive onto pit lane, but where is Smith's competitors? He's up into 5th, past Alpine Stars Geodesic. Where's Team Hoisingveld? Team Hoisingveld still rolling off the pit lane. And that strategy for Fraser Smith then has given him a 4-second advantage on my timing screen right now. So, Sommel, we were wondering what the 287 was trying to do. Looks like a bit of magic.
Absolutely. They took the call early on and they were essentially able to just skip all the pandemonium that took place during the pit window. And they do have a track position advantage, but I'm willing to see how it cycles out towards the very end. All is not done yet, but they have made a positive stride so far.
Couple more cars in GT4 down to the pit lane as well. We'll give you a full race recap in a couple moments' time when pit cycle has worked its way out, because we still have a couple of TCR cars yet to come down onto pit lane. Impulse Racing and Boosted Motorsport able to extend this opening stint of the race even further as compared to Team Hoisingveld and the Full Send Racing crew. So, a couple cars exiting the pit lane across all of our classes. Let's go ahead and start running down the running order in each of them. And let's begin with the 911 Cup class, because Team Bergen, they're in 4th position right now, trying to get past some lap traffic. But Hell Racers and the number 26, they find themselves with an 11-second buffer over NAB Racing and Nick Thyssen. Bujwan Kuster for Team Down Under, after taking tires, finds himself 14 seconds back from the race leader, but with that fresh rubber, what can he do in this middle portion of the race? Team Bergen in 4th, Impulse Racing in 5th, Niti Racing in 6th, and they've got a bit of a train behind them with World of Sim Racing, Fuga Simsport, the Alpine Stars Geodesic crew as well. Championship leading Huge Ass, they are down in 10th position. We've got 7 seconds in front of them to claw up, but that's the top 10 then in this class. Sommel, why don't you talk to us about the top 10 in GT4?
Absolutely, it is Team Hoisingveld at the very top who are just relaxing, enjoying a lovely drive at Suzuka, which they should. It's an amazing circuit. Try it out yourself on the iRacing service, and if you can, drive as cleanly as they have, because they have been excellent. Behind Porsche Owners Club, I suppose they had an incident early on, but they still have recovered somewhat, or it is that, or either they haven't made a pit stop. I shall confirm rather quickly. Then it's My Day's Ultimate Work, who have been there or thereabout at the very top. SRN Motorsports, who have shown pace but fell back just a little bit at the very beginning. Electronic Sportsman, Huge Ass, Pneumatic Motorsport, Shipsky Racing, and so on and so forth. But Huge Ass, real losers, 137. They were supposed to be the championship leaders coming into Spa. Spa was torrid, to say the least. Had the worst possible round you could imagine. And then in this one, they really need a big moment to bring the momentum back to their side, Arjuna.
And so final class, it is TCR. There is one car still yet to come down the pit lane, but Jonathan, run us through the standings here.
Well, Boosted comes down the pit lane. It'll be Full Send Racing in the 287 with that alternate pit strategy that now has a 5-second advantage over Team Hoisingveld. VEC Sim Racing, I honestly thought they were a lap down when they were running the tail end of the Team Hoisingveld car, but they've kind of shocked everyone and gotten up into that race. Impulse Racing in the 222 and P5 right now. Alpine Stars Geodesic has been running very well for them in that 6th position. Bombshell Racing Team as well in 7th. The 285 trying to make the recovery drive from that incident in the last corner in P8. Kinetic Racing have an okay day down in P9, and Pure Sims in P10. You can see Huge Ass and Fiercely Ford struggling in the Porsche class. They're up barely going in on the top 10 there, and out in the TCR. It's not much better for either of those teams.
So 90 minutes left then in round 5 of the IVRA ClubSport Series, and we've got one race weekend left after this one, the 6 hours of Sebring. That will define our championship fight. Boosted Motorsports down onto the pit lane as they finally are going to come down, get some fuel into that car, and hand back the lead to the 287 Full Send Racing machine. And as a result, things have quietened down once again very slightly, but while I say it's quietened down, there are always things that are happening out on track. This is Mike Young for SRN Motorsports in the 175. He goes off-roading through the grass. A little bit of contact with the tire barrier, but able to stop that one from escalating out of control. Danny Fonte Pedra as well in the 911 World of Sim Racing car.
Yikes.
Has contact
That's
with your
an interesting one.
contact with your championship leader in GT4. And like you say, Jonathan, that is a very interesting one. Let's take one more look at this one and see exactly if there's a little bit of shenanigans that go on here.
Yeah, so the 52 is trying to get around the slowest sport cars. You see the Fiercely Forward machine taking a very wide line, and I think he's going to go around the outside. In my days, I don't know if he was deeper on the braking or thought he was clear. Yeah, well, that's a very strange one. Thankfully, not a lot of damage in the world of sim racing car, but that might be one where race control has to take a look at it. No report yet, so that's good news at least for the My Days Urban Works car. But a report coming down, it could ruin their day and maybe shorten up that championship lead they have.
I'm seeing a big issue for one of the cars on my timing screen. I'm trying to figure out exactly who it is. I just get the driver names, and sometimes it's hard for me to match those up with their team names, but it looks like Hella Media has been involved in something with the World of Sim Racing team. Not the first time we've seen these two guys scrapping it out. Down into Spoon Corner. Get a good look at this one from the aerial look. Ooh, to the inside, Hella Media looked, and
that was ambitious.
2 doesn't go into 1. It is ambitious, but we'll take one more look at this one, Sommel, and take us through what you see in this incident.
Grass, trees. Apart from that, I see the media car diving, and yeah, 2 into 1. There's no other judgment apart from slightly ambitious. But at that corner, it doesn't quite work out, especially at the entry. You need something to happen in the mid part where there's more space. The entry is just too tight. Probably really hard to get a move down there.
So let's take a look at some actual battling here. Spencer McCarthy is behind his Impulse Racing compatriot, rather class compatriot in the TCR machine. You can see there they've fallen off the back of your race leader by about 13 seconds, 0.3 of a second between these two cars. And of course, this now is a class where strategy is interesting, as Jonathan, you noticed something.
He was drifting a little bit there. He was getting all out of sorts. He's trying to chase down that Impulse Racing machine. I think the 200 crew is a little frustrated after that pit cycle. They were battling for the lead. They were in the top 3, and now they end up in P5, just kind of in the middle of this traffic with really nowhere to go.
More issues as well. What's happened to Justin Rem for Fuga Simsport? No, big contact! No. Championship leaders get involved. Huge ass and Sven Demel. Heavy contact with Fuga Simsport and Justin Rem. And I wonder if we are now waiting for the next caution to come out. Sven Demel is stranded as well at this point in time in the tire barrier, and he's reset. We're going to have a caution. It's just a matter of time. Let's take a look at this replay one more time. And it's going to be potentially a contact with the 62 that starts off this incident, and then a chain reaction that unfolds. Fuga Simsport stricken in the middle of the track. Nowhere for Sven Demel to even try and think about an opportunity to get out of the way. Let's jump on board with Sven Demel as you get the tail end of that look right there. You'll get a better look at it here, Sommel, but we were talking about this being one of the classes where there are a few more contenders for the championship, and it's just been blown wide open.
It has just been blown wide open, and when you look at this from a championship perspective, it's not any other guys. This is huge as the leaders, who are actually leading from the number 34 fiercely forward, who are also having a torrid day. This just opens up the biggest possible door for H2 Performance, Team Bergen and Alpine Stars Jurassic Racing. Oh my goodness me, bring it on!
And for your leader in GT4, while this was unfolding, he became the latest victim of the spoon curb. He manages to avoid being hit from anyone coming around, but it all kicked off. We're still waiting for a potential caution to come out because you're not allowed to reset back to the pit lane without permission from race control. But so far, we are still under green. Jonathan, we might just have been avoided that caution because that car may have been in the tow zone.
I believe there is a tow zone right at the exit of there, and I think that was good for Sven Demel to try and limp it home to there, but that was just such a disaster. They said they didn't really have, pure pace today. They really needed some strategy, and it was going their way for a little bit. They were up in the top 5, fell behind, and you saw from the replay, they just had no idea. He pulls out behind the TCR machine, and all of a sudden there's a stranded Porsche in the middle of the road.
Confirmation from race control. The car was next to the tow zone, and as a result, we can stay under green flag conditions, but drama in your 911 Cup class. Your championship leader is effectively out of the race and will not be scoring any points. And Sommel, as we head into the final race weekend of the season, it's going to set up one of the most interesting championship situations that I can think about. You've got the likes of Fiercely Forward, who've also been struggling in today's race. What about H2 Performance? What about Team Bergen? What can they do in the remaining 80 minutes in today's race?
Now think about it if you're Hell Racers, the number 37 car. Oh my goodness me, as a GT4 leader gets checked up big time. Think about if you're Hugh Jass, I beg your pardon. What kind of approach do you carry to the next race, to the championship finale, when you know that you could not score even a single point through no fault of your own at Suzuka? And that might just cost them the championship, or at least make it far, far more difficult. Look at this battle once again. Fuga and Alpine Stars Geodesic. Again, Arjuna, we said it's going to be so hard to fight. Geodesic spot the room, put their nose in, but at Suzuka, that just doesn't work out. Doesn't work out for them.
And we'll jump on this slow-mo with Sven Demel, because look at this. He's unsighted nowhere, and then suddenly that car emerges in from beyond all of the cars in front of Demel, and oh, that is disaster for the championship leading car. And given what a disappointing day it was looking to be for the number 34 team, Jonathan, I was really thinking, despite the fact it was also a slightly disappointing day for Hugh Jass in the 37, this was going to extend their championship advantage. So big drama then, and we're not even halfway through this race.
No, and you're saying it's opening the door for others, but I wouldn't be so sure. Quinton Violate has been on a tear. He's gotten that car back inside the top 10. He's in 8th. He's chasing down Ralph van der Linden now. And we don't know how much damage is really on that machine. He's 17 seconds behind the leader. There's still potential for this 34 to come in and get some points and really capitalize. But again, there are still other contenders. But third place in the points is the H2 Performance SRT team. They're not really thinking big picture, too. I mentioned this earlier. The 22 team is a new team just trying to run.
And more championship drama. What is happening from the Suzuka circuit? Because things are happening, and I'm not exactly sure how to describe them. Let's take a look at the latest penalty that has come down.
Oh boy.
And for your championship leader in GT4, stop and go penalty. We saw the contact with World of Sim Racing, Jonathan. And now, Danny Gisa is going to have to come down the pit road. He's going to lose about 30 seconds to his competitors and drop all the way to the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, it's going to be a matter of trying to drive back to the front. The nice thing for him is that right now with the BMW struggling, Hugh Jass isn't on the podium. But however, Giovanni Romano is doing like a really good job of keeping that BMW within touch. He's currently in 5th place in the class. So this could still swing their way. It's a 59-point gap that Hugh Jass has to make up. If Danny Gisa finishes down in 10th position and that Hugh Jass car gets a podium, it's going to be a heck of a fight going into Sebring.
And don't count out Helen Media as well. Yes, they've had a pretty torrid run today, but they were 2 points behind the Hugh Jass team, and as we wait to see if Danny Gisa takes that penalty this time around, indeed he'll make his way down onto the pit road and slow down to the pit road speed limit. But Helen Media, who after taking the win at Barber and a 2nd place at Spa, were looking very strong. They're now running at the end of your GT4 class. They've still got an hour and 20 minutes still to go. Looks like it's not going to be a stop and go being... Oh, never mind. I, for some reason, read that as a drive-through penalty. That was a stop and go being served. So Danny Gisa serves his penalty back up to the pit road speed, and he's going to exit back out onto track just in front of... Guess who? We were just talking about him, Jonathan. Here comes Giovanni Romano. So championship fight is now going to be taking place out on track as well.
Stop and go. I guess the pit road delta here is a bit smaller than in other places, so that's good news for the 124. They stay within the top 5, but now, well, the championship contender's right in front of you. So it's going to be a hard fight, I think, to the end of this race.
And it's the story of the first 3 races, Sommel. I think the last round at Spa, we saw that Hugh Jass team struggling a bit more, but it really has been Hugh Jass versus My Days in the opening stages of the season. And as we entered this brand new year of 2021, it was almost as though the My Days team stepped up that level of performance to the tracks where the car was going to suit them even more, while Huge Ass maybe just slipped off a little bit. Now they're back on track together. Let's see exactly how strong the pace is from each car.
It's a bit like a test match at a pitch which deteriorates, isn't it? Initially, one team has to compound their advantage, usually the batting team that is, and towards the end you see it all shift away from them. That is what's happened between the BMW and the Porsche. The BMW initially was able to gain as much as it possibly could, and they knew that towards the end they could be struggling. So that's why they had to pile in on the points, and they did. Now My Days are right there, after having served the penalty, there for a clear fight. They might not be fighting for the highest position, at least in terms of the current race standings, but in terms of how it impacts the whole championship, man, this is a big one.
And interestingly, look who's now second and third in this class. Porsche Owners Club back up into second. And SRN Motorsports in the 174. Stephen McGarvey behind the wheel of that car now. They're up onto that third and final step of the podium once again. So as we work through another hour of racing action, championship fights out on track, and in TCR as well. Let's turn our attention back to that class for a few moments' time, because we've kind of ignored it since their pit cycle here, Jonathan, because after gaining a bit of an advantage using a bit of a contra strategy, Full Send Racing, the gap's now down to 3.6 seconds, but you'll see there, they've managed to pull away from the likes of Impulse and Alpine Stars. It's very much looking like a two-horse race for today's race win.
Now we also have to remember that Full Send car on that ultimate strategy is going to have to come down pit road a bit sooner. I think they mapped it out to where they can just do it on one more stop, but they're going to have to come down sooner, leaving Horsingeld out there to try and close the gap down. Horsingeld has been doing a really good job closing the laps. You can see a Porsche going wide in the background, closing the gap. It's down to 3.4. It was up to 5 seconds at one point. So I'm wondering if the Full Send car is trying to save some fuel, if this Horsingeld car is just really strong in the long runs.
Looks like a switch of positions, as well as My Days Obenworst get past Huge Ass and Giovanni Romano. Now look to try and get away. There is still the possibility here. They are not out of contention for a podium just yet at this point, I would say, Sommel. However, it is an outside chance. However, if you are this My Days Obenworst team, you know that there are 150 points that are on offer next time you go to Sebring. As many points as you can get now to build up your advantage and make it so that you don't necessarily have to focus on the halfway points. You can focus on those full race points. That might be the advantage that they need going in to a very complicated final round.
That's the funny thing, Arjuna, because you can't quite tell about halfway points, right? Sometimes it plays into your hand, other time it doesn't, so you can't quite plan for it. And that's the thing. I mean, in IVRA competition, you'd love to go ahead with a plan. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is my plan of action. So that is how I'm going to execute my race in the final round, and that is how I'm going to get the championship. But that just how it works towards the very end. It's just so convoluted, so complicated in terms of how the action goes on. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, for My Days ultimate work, it just has to be maximizing every lap, every stint, every race. Because at the end of the day, you can't look too forwards, you can't look too far ahead. So might as well just focus on now and try to make it the best that you possibly can.
And we talked about this outfit as well last time at Spa. This is a team where there's been a lot of changes going on, and a couple of the drivers, Gisa included in this Sommel, are making the next step in their sim racing journey. They've signed up with a very well-respected real racing team and are going to be taking their commitments to sim racing to the next level. So we talked about this last time out as well. This is the opportunity for this team to kind of sign out with a championship, and even with this penalty, they're sitting very pretty right now, 4th position on track.
But I'm sure they won't say the same thing, Arjuna. They won't use the word pretty in that case, because they know how much of a dogged fight they're into towards the very final round as well. Because I know it sounds like a cliche, I'm bored of saying it at this point as well, but it's so unpredictable. And that is just the fact of the matter. It's not a marketing slogan or anything that you use on your advert campaigns or whatever it may be. It actually is so unpredictable, so you can't think too forward. So might as well just take it as it comes.
Look at the damage here, though, for the electronic
Oh, boy.
sportsman. Niels Van Payne has just gotten behind the wheel of that car, I believe. Already finds himself in a bit of trouble, as did Fiercely Forward there for a few moments' time. We'll grab a replay of both incidents. As now Dennis Meisner is having issues as well on track. Oh, contact between Fiercely Forward and the electronic sportsman. That is a sickening impact there. Hard contact for that 169 car, Jonathan. And looks like that might be why that Fiercely Forward car was struggling down into the hairpin.
Sometimes I'm a little bit glad that we're in sim racing. There's been a couple hard contacts. That incident with Huge Ass is still in my memory, but that was a right nose into the barrier. Really nothing the sportsman can do. And unfortunately, they were having a good day. They were in the top 10, and that damage is going to probably prove fatal.
And so this was Dennis Meisner. I mentioned Wraith Energy Racing were around in turn 1. There you can see a nice little 360 as that's the 16 Hellraiser's car has to take avoiding action. Not your race leader. As we pick up live pictures once again, Van Payne is once again off the track, this time at 130R. Hypothetically, if that car is still running, you should be able to get that back to the pit lane, but he's stationary. Are we going to get a caution? Yes, we are. Caution flag is out. First caution of the day with 75 minutes left. And after a few heavy impacts that we thought might bring out the caution, it takes Niels Van Pen being stationary in 130R for the caution flag to fly. Here comes the actual incident that brings out the caution. And rally crossing very wide, and I have a feeling that car was terminal damage, and as a result, under caution for the first time today. I think we might have expected a few more, potentially, Sommel, but nevertheless, it's been quite good.
It has been quite good. And there's one particular message in the Discord chat with Mikhail G. Garcia. He's just nailed it. He said, I wish we had style points.
So, Jonathan, this is now a big change because now pit stop cycle has very much shifted around very slightly.
Because no one can make it to the end. Like, it was looking like if we stayed under green, you can get to that maybe that 15-minute mark and then make it to the end. But now, I don't even know what to do. Like, you can stay out and hope for track position, or you could go in now and have to pit later. This throws a wrench in everything. I think this is probably the worst time to have a caution.
So under caution then, let's take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the future. But IVRA competition live on RaceSpotTV. During qualifying, it was our privilege to be able to show you for the first time the 2021-2022 competition schedule for all 4 of the IVRA competitions. Endurance, Club Cup, Club Sport, and of course, the IVRA GT Sprint Series. And it's going to be...
There's a small problem with that.
Which is?
There isn't Suzuka.
So what you're saying is we need more Suzuka on every single calendar.
Yes, with a big capital Y-E-S. Man, this is turning out to be a good one so far.
Oh, it has been one of the more interesting races we've had this season. Not necessarily the kind of scrapping that we've seen in other races, but strategy has been very important, as well as a number of the incidents. Jonathan, you do have a question here. So, does spring mean that there are 2 different seasons? Yes, that does mean that. So we'll have 2 3-race seasons in the Endurance Cup. You'll have pre-qualifying in August. That will determine your lineup for that first season of competition. And cars that want to continue entering into the series will then be invited back for the spring, and any new entries will be granted entry at the discretion of race control. The same thing will apply in the GT Sprint Series as well, as we see cars getting their wave around and picking up your net race leader. It does mean that GT Sprint Series is going to be one of the more action-packed things you can watch live on RaceSpotTV. And Sommel, I can't wait till tomorrow, because guess what? We're back with IVRA GT Sprint action from Road Atlanta.
A double header. Man, on its own, it's too exciting. Then you add up the fact that we have Club Sport and IVRA GT Sprint Racing, of all the places in the world, at my favorite circuit, Road Atlanta. See, I'm a simple man. I see things like this and I get really excited. And so you should be excited too. I mean, think of it. GT3 Racing at Road Atlanta. When has it not delivered?
I'm trying to think, and I don't think I can think of an answer there. So, yeah, I think
That's the point.
That's great. We did also talk about something slightly new, and I got to tease some of my fellow commentators over the last couple of days. The IVRA Triple Crown will debut for the first time in 2021. 3 24-hour races across the course of 12 months, challenging drivers across multiple different cars and classes. Each of these races will correspond with an IVRA competition. We'll start off with 24 hours of GT3 racing. Then the Club Sport will get highlighted 11th and 12th of December at Silverstone. That will be a very interesting race. Before finally 7th and 8th of May, we'll have the 24 hours of Sebring. And you'll notice as well, GT3 class added to the IVRA Endurance Series for next year. Additional changes that I'm not going to get into too much just yet. Well, you'll have to tune in for the next race from VIR in a couple of weeks' time to hear about those changes a little bit more. But nevertheless, a very exciting addition to the schedule, and you can catch it all live and uninterrupted on RaceSpotTV, as well as all of the 4 regular IVRA competitions. So it's going to be busy, Sommel, for us next year. And, we've got, I think it's about 5 more broadcasts for IVRA after this one. I'm really not looking forward to the last of them, and then having a summer where I don't have any IVRA action to call.
It's sad to see no IVRA summer competition, unlike what we had last year, but it's okay. I think absence only makes the heart grow fonder. So when we come back, better.
If you love something, you gotta let her go, and then it'll come back to you.
Well, the only difference is this one will surely come back because there are proper agreements in place. Well, with what you mentioned, that's probably more conditional in that case. This one for sure, yeah.
Well, I did say prize money was on offer as well. I was a bit incorrect when I first announced it. There you can see the first race is on July 10th and 11th, and direct from the IVRA Twitter account, $13,000 in prize money to be awarded. Exciting car classes with a new combination at each different race. Full race control in full course yellows, as well as traditional IVRA stewarding, which includes custom track limits. So you can head on over to ivraleague.com to hear a little bit more about all the different series that IVRA puts on. And I believe sign-ups open very soon for the first of these 24-hour races, because can you believe it? We're already in February of 2021, Jonathan, and July is really not going to be that far away.
Remember when January of 2020 lasted forever?
It did.
Because I do. I'm surprised I'm in February at the moment.
Wait, are you sure we're in February 21 and not 20? Because the last I remember, it was, what, March yesterday?
Yeah, last time I stepped out of my house with the intention of meeting people, it was March of 2020, so I have a feeling that maybe we've traveled back in time, but caution still underway, and I believe pit lane will be open this time around. And I think, Sommel, it's time for RaceSpotTV's Sommel safety car spot.
Yeah, you nailed it this time out. Okay, very, very simple in this case. Nothing to worry about. When the caution is called out, the safety car comes out and picks up, listen carefully, the overall leader. The car who's leading the overall class, which in this case is the Hellraiser's Gluttony car, the one of Stefan Lidberg. So, after that happens, right, there might be a case where there are a couple of cars who are up ahead of the class leaders. So those slower cars who are, let's say, lapped or something like that, they're given a wave around. That's called the first wave around, where they're allowed to go past the safety car and join the back of the field if they are between, and if they are ahead of their class leaders, essentially. Then after that, the pit lane will only open manually, right? So iRacing may tell you pit lane is open, but as you see on the left, this has happened after race control told them that, okay, pit lane is open, you can go ahead and now pit. That is when they go pit. right? That is when they go pit. That's when they come out once again. There may be a second wave round if there are some cars that are still up ahead of the class leaders. That usually does not happen. That is all you need to know in this particular situation. There are further complications of, oh, what if I'm in the pit lane when the safety car is called? Well, in that case, you're all clean, take your stop and leave. But if you are committed to the pit lane, and that is when the safety car is called, which is less of a problem in Suzuka and more of a problem in Road America, in that case, you take a drive-through, but you do not make a pit stop. That is what happens. So that's the situation. The overall leader has been picked up. The pit window has been manually opened, and that is why we're seeing all these stops that we saw around 10 seconds ago.
Well, interestingly, looks like not many of your Porsche Cup cars came down the pit lane. About half of the contenders in GT4, maybe a bit less than that, came down the pit lane. Jan Boll gets behind the wheel of the Team Hoisingveld 148, taking over from Lennart Hardenberg. And then in TCR, more than half of the cars have come down the pit lane to take a pit stop, leaving the likes of Team Hoisingveld, Impulse Racing, effectively, Jonathan, a lot of the cars that extended the first stint of the race out there on track, everyone else down on the pit lane, and driver changes then for Full Send Racing.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well get the driver change done in a full service now while you're under caution, less time lost. But this is a really interesting case for both GT4 and TCR, a very split strategy from a lot of like the big contenders. The Hoisingveld car staying out in TCR, but then the car pitting from the lead in Porsche 4, almost going to the outside the top 10. So it's really going to be kind of interesting to see how this plays out in everyone's favor. A lot of championship contenders and fast cars are now cycled to the back of the field with fresh tires and full service. Well, some of these guys have to try and milk it to the end and get a short stop if they can.
So you can see the pit stop lap for each of the Cup class drivers right now. You'll see the top 10, top 11 last pitted on lap 24-25. And you go back to Impulse Racing, the first of the contenders to come down the pit lane this time around. Turn that picture over to GT4, you'll see everyone down to Helen Media has stayed out on track. SRN Motorsports, though, now jump past Jan Boll in the 148 car. However, Jan Boll has just done the driver change. McGarvey changed over the last time they came down pit road. Be an interesting battle of pace to see how quick Jan Boll is in comparison to his teammate Lennart Hardenberg. Final class then is TCR as the cars slowly work their way down in towards the spoon corner. And there you'll see Full Send Racing in the 285. First of the cars have come down the pit lane. Team Hoisingveld, the 248 out front, has 6 cars in between them and the Full Send Racing 285. So a bit of a split strategy here, and I always like this. This is what endurance racing is meant to be about, Sommel. It's meant to be about overall pace, out-and-out pace, strategy, passing, all of these things coming together to crown the best drivers on the day.
Absolutely, Arjuna. And the one thing that we can also add to it, and I think it's the most underrated part at times, is the human stories. Because these races are long. Trust me, even though it may seem to the outside world like, oh, it's just a video game where they're driving for 3 hours. But seriously, the amount of professionalism, the amount of time, effort, emotion that goes into a league like this one, we don't quite document it in the best way possible. And that is one really important thing that makes IVRA competition. It's just the amount of effort and emotion all the drivers and teams put in. And that is what makes it such a fun thing in the end. And yes, endurance racing is just I won't say perfect, because there's always edges that have to be sharpened out, but a really good amalgamation of just that. And having it on the sim just makes it accessible for many more people. So I think it's just the best thing you can watch and the best thing you can be involved in. Really heartwarming all the way through. You
talk about the stories. We'd be able to talk about them a little bit more if they use the hashtag IVRA League, because other than Fiercely Forward, it doesn't appear as though anyone's really been using this hashtag. So unfortunately, yes, it's not been the perfect race so far for the Fiercely Forward team, but lights are off on the pace car already. I'd expected a couple more laps under caution, but we're going back to green flag racing already. The pace car down onto the safety of the pit road. Cars are getting stacked up very, very, very early as they want to get racing. It's a long, long hold here as well, down onto the start-finish line, and eventually the leader picks up the throttle once again, and we go racing. Our first restart here, and already look at them filing their way through. The TCRs are going 2, 3, and 4 wide as GT4s try and split some of them. Of course, some of these cars have come down the pit lane, others haven't. And interestingly, off the jump, Sommel, looks like Porsche Owners Club have come down onto pit road.
Yeah, which is a bit strange. Did they have a penalty that they have to serve on the green flag that they're thinking of doing immediately? Not quite sure about that department. Quickly check out.
Doesn't look like it, so that's a bit of an interesting call there as we get back up to green flag racing and TCR cars coming up the hill in towards this left-hand uphill that runs you in towards the Degner corner. And you can see now that the picture for those cars that have come down the pit lane, they're now 4 seconds behind your race leader, so there is very much the opportunity you would have to think. As, oh no, SRN Motorsports, that's the Mike Young 175 car in a very precarious situation climbing the hill in towards the Degner corners. He's going to be safe just about as your championship leader 124 car just about manages to round them safely, but that was a close call, and Sommel, take a look at this.
Getting close to the SRN car, wanting to get a lap around the TCR car, but and the worst part is he loses control but then gets that small tap around from the back, so all the amount of rear downforce that he might be creating with that inexistent diffuser, it must be even worse because they're now carrying damage at the back. Hopefully it's not too much.
So this pit window has really shaken things up because now championship battles in your GT4 class. Here comes second place, Huge Ass. We were talking about this being damage limitation for them in their BMW M4, but now looking at a potential race victory in this class. And if you turn your attention to the 911 Cup class, here goes. Team Down Under have found themselves in the race lead and starting to break away from the rest of the pack. Hell Racers in second, NAB Racing in third, Alpine Stars in fourth, and then Team Bergen in fifth. So 911 Cup class, we're expecting 2 more pit stops, I think, here still, Jonathan. Not sure exactly when we'll see them come down.
Yeah, not sure exactly when, and not sure how they're going to time that out and try and cycle back out. Team Down Under tried to get that undercut down on the 26, but did not work under green. And some of these guys do still need driver changes, and we're getting to that point in the race where it's cutting it close. And I'm wondering if actually, when that car came down at the end, I believe you said the Porsche Owners Club, I'm wondering if they hadn't done a driver change yet and went, oh no, we need to get that done now.
Yeah, you're right. They have done a driver change. Jacob Abrams has gotten behind the wheel for Porsche Owners Club, but look at the strain of 911 Cup class. They didn't come down the pit lane, and because the safety car picks up the overall race leader and waves around every other car, it's now a train of Cup cars that's now being blocked effectively by Stellan Lindenberg. As the gap out front, 2.1 seconds. The likes of Hugo Jouet trying to find their way through for Fiercely Forward. Not Jouet, rather. Jouet's teammate Quintin Violate has taken over. And of course, Sommel, we know what a quick young driver Violate is. What can he do then from 6th position?
Indeed, Quintin Violate has done such a good job for Fiercely Forward so far. Let's see what more he can do in a situation like this one. But coming to the point about TCRs, Arjuna, can they make it? Can they not? Steel Ledger, the boss of Full Set Racing, says there's going to be lots of fuel saving. TCR cars normally have a stint window of just over an hour. Maybe with some extreme fuel saving, they might just be able to fit it in.
So we'll wait and see for that. 55 minutes left to go then. Not 2 pit stops. I was wrong earlier, Jonathan. It's 1 pit stop left for these Cup cars. But again, I think you were right when you highlighted the driver change, because for someone like Nick Thyssen, who's running in third, he's been in there since the start of the race. His pit stop window is defined by his drive time rather than the amount of fuel in that car.
And I think the concerning thing is, I think the man's got about 8 to 10 minutes left before it's a drive time infraction. So NAB Racing has got to pull him down soon. I think for some other drivers, that's the same case. Van der Linden started the car for the 62, and he's going to have a driver change. So I think these guys are going to be down in just a few moments' time, and maybe the big winner out of this might be Fiercely Forward. They don't have to do a driver change at the moment because Violate's gotten in the car.
Oh, and that's a good point as well. Kuster, he owes us a pit stop out front as well, and that will be a longer pit stop under green flag conditions. It obviously takes longer to change driver and change your tires, so watch out for that when it comes to the race situation. It might explain, Sommel, why we're seeing Kuster being so aggressive in building this advantage out front. It's now up to 2.9 seconds.
Absolutely. There was a chance for them to do that swap in the pit lane, but they somewhat missed out on that, and they have to do it under the green flag. So trying to maximize the amount of time that they can spend in the car. But
oh no, Violate around. Ivan Harasta gets into him as well, and another championship contender finds Suzuka might be the end of their championship hopes. What is happening here in the land of the rising sun? Sorry for cutting you off here, Sommel. Talk us through what happens to Quintin Violate.
It's a major accident. It just is such a big one. It is nice and clean at this particular stage, but they lose it on their own. The 911 Cup car, such an easy car to spin, and they just hit the ragazzo machine in the back. Yikes. Cold tyres perhaps, Arjuna? I mean, I know it's a tough car to handle with no traction control, but this is just coming off a very slow corner, such an easy thing to do.
I don't know if Ivan Harasta is going to be too impressed with the lack of brakes being held from Violate there, but unfortunately I don't know if Harasta even had enough time to try and avoid that. Here was another issue, by the way, for Kinetic Racing. That TCR machine goes for a bit of a drift, as we pick up the live pictures one more time. And let's just try and calm down what we've seen then, because Jonathan, we saw the huge ass car being retired from this race. Now looks like their championship rivals fiercely forward, down in 11th as well.
That 34 already had damage from earlier in the race, and that's going to be major. Like, you saw the ragazzo car going into the air. Like, it's got to be a major, major damage to that 34. You can see the right front torn up. You can see the rear of the car. There's sparks underneath. Like, Violate is going to have to muscle this thing to the end. It's not over. He's in 11th position, and that will be an okay amount of points, but really depends on what his rivals do. If Team Bergener, the number 22 HT Performance car, they both finish on the podium, championship race is wide open.
So that's big changes then in your Cup Championship picture. Meanwhile, in Sport, here comes Team Hoisingveld. Danny Giese starting to struggle in the 124 car, down in 8th position. These are, of course, the cars that came down the pit lane. SRN Motorsports Black 174 is a couple of tenths of a second in front, leading the net race lead, if you will. And we have to wait and see what's going to play out with the rest of your competitors, because while these guys are fighting further back, Sommel, take a look at Giovanni Romano. Second place in the championship, second place on the track after maybe not having the car that can deliver the performance that they need. It's been a strong, consistent run to put them in the right situation with 50 minutes still left to go.
Absolutely, this is just where they want to be. Trying to sprint to the end, trying to get as much as they possibly can. And man, this kind of situation is what you ask for as a driver, to respond to pressure like this one. This is going to be a defining moment where they decide, well, do they shine under pressure or do they crumble? This is the moment where you decide and determine things like that one. But yes, in the GT4 category, quite a fun battle. Shipsky Racing in the lead. This is just their moment. And Marian Henson, in fact, in the TCR category, Arjun, at the 253, setting an overall fastest lap. So there's some change in momentum down over there. Some real growth in that category from Marian Henson.
Interesting. Leipzig Esports unfortunately lost classified car in TCR. Not exactly what they were hoping for coming into this one. While we're seeing Giovanni Romano kind of backing out of attacking Shipsky Racing in front, let's turn attention back to TCR and Full Send Racing. Here's the 285 car right behind Kurt Crum, and I think you talked about fuel saving a few moments ago, Sommel. Ollie Peacock, one of the quickest drivers in a TCR machinery, is tucked up behind Kurt Crum right now, maybe just doing that fuel saving to get him all the way to the checkered flag. As I say that, though, pokes his way to the inside. He's going to get the move done. Prove me wrong. Not sure what Peacock's doing, but when it comes to fuel saving, it's going to be tough when you don't have a draft.
It is going to be tough when you don't have a draft, and the field is just slightly spread out at this stage. Peacock was enjoying that draft, but the ultimate aim is not to sit behind someone, but it's actually to go ahead and gain as many positions as you can. So it's going to be a little bit tight towards the end by not getting the draft, but still he backs his chances. Meanwhile, his teammate in the 287 car, who went for that really early pit stop and seemingly gained quite a few positions, well, they're not in the best of positions right now, the 287. Just still there or thereabout towards the bottom end of the field. Harley Horton in behind the wheel of that car. They're gaining, they've gone past the fiercely forward car, but not in the highest position possible. So for the 287 full send racing car, still some positions to be gained.
Well, you want to know just how much this championship means to some of these teams? Look at this. Sven Demel with significant damage after spending 27 minutes on pit road. You can see that left front wheel is not necessarily aligned with the bodywork anymore, but nevertheless, they are out there on the track circulating 9 laps down, trying to recover all the positions they can and trying to work their way back up into a championship fight. Look at this, side by side, Raf van der Linden around the outside of Nick Thyssen, 2 drivers that owe us a driver change, and battling it out for second and third on track. Look at this as Hell Racers in the 26 around the outside of Team Bergen. Some great stuff back in the pack here, Sommel, as these guys are scrapping it out 5 and a bit seconds behind your race leader right now. Team Down Under might have a pretty big smile on their face.
Yep, Team Down Under capitalizing and bouncing on the situation. Got a good start early on, gained many positions, somewhat fell down through strategy, but man, this has been some race from Team Down Under so far. In terms of the year, they've had a few ups, they've had a few downs, but this one surely has to be their standout performance, and that'll largely see them eclipse so many teams and get all the way up. Currently in B10 in the championship, could see them gain many positions.
And pit stops underway. Looks like Matthew Crisp for Fiercely Forward in the 234 car down onto pit road. So maybe this is the window for getting it to the checkered flag in TCR. 47 minutes left on the clock, so just keep an eye out on that for the rest of the cars to come down onto the pit road. I am really surprised at this point at Team Down Under, Jonathan. Not the strength of pace, but the fact that they managed to pull a 6.2 second advantage to the cars behind. We know that Team Down Under has got pace, but 6 seconds is absolutely insane in, what, about 3 or 4 laps since we've gone back to green flag racing.
Well, it helps when everyone else is fighting behind them. Like, I got a perfectly timed restart, and look at this 45 just really excels in the clean air, and you're seeing now here comes a whole heap of trouble down pit road, as these are the driver changes we were talking about. These guys that have been in since the start of the race now have to come down pit road for their final stops.
I wonder how close they've cut this as well as they come down into their boxes. They are about a minute away from that maximum drive time, so they are cutting it close. The likes of Thyssen and Raf van der Linden in. Van der Linden hands it over not to Miguel Vigo, but to Graham Saunders, who we saw making a very impressive recovery drive in the GTE machine last time out in IVRA endurance competition. So let's take a look at pit stops in the GT3 Cup class. You can see number of cars stationary up on the jacks getting tires, as you do when you change over the drivers. World of Sim Racing with a slightly shorter stop than the rest of the competitors. But Samo, if we take a look at the cars still out there on track, they owe us a pit stop, but it's going to be relatively short compared to these guys.
Yep, absolutely. And Alpine Stars Geodesic also coming down the wheel, so no problems with Miguel Vigo in that department, I must assume, with them just coming into the pit lane right a few seconds ago. But yes, indeed, Arjuna, they seem to be somewhat clear. They can push, and that should be a fun finish towards the very end.
45 minutes to go. It's flown on by today, round 5 in the IVRA ClubSport Series here live on RaceSpotTV. Fiercely Forward finally finish up their pit stop and head back out onto the track as we watch Team Bergen, H2 Performance, and Team 11, second through fourth, coming down into 130R. Boudewijn Kuster in front of them, now up to an 8.5 second advantage. It is absolutely insane, the buffer that he enjoys, but of course, strategy will play its factor. Some of these drivers aren't going to be having the driver changes that unfortunately Kuster has to deal with, and here they come down onto pit lane. H2 Performance and Team 11 able to extend, but Team Bergen down onto the lane. And Jonathan, here comes what will be the most important pit stop of the season for Team Down Under and Team Bergen.
You have to get it right. You have to get the adjustments right. And I think, you know, Bergen's had a little bit of an up and down day, and Team Down Under has had just a really good day. Vince Peters now getting into the car, and I asked him, like, well, what was the game plan? And he was like, well, we're going to go out and be fast and be quick. So that 45 machine certainly proving right now. I think Team Bergen, you can get yourself in the championship fight with a good pit stop right here.
So Team Down Under, Team Bergen, stationary, up on the jacks, getting that tire changed as well. As Marius Engbresten gets ready to head back out onto track. It will be interesting here, Sommel, to see the gap between Team Bergen and Team Down Under. Here comes Engbresten off the jacks. We now wait for Vince Peters.
Yep. That's when this is going to be the fun one. So he's fallen down a few positions, obviously. Getting down the jacks, all clear. They should be good to go towards the very end. Where are Team Bergen? Up ahead, clearly.
And while this all is happening, James Stacey for Pneumatic Motorsports, stationary in 130R once again. A couple of cars have peeled off down onto pit lane, maybe expecting a potential safety car. That pneumatic Porsche does not look in a healthy state at this point in time. We'll cycle it back, take a look at what happened through 130R, Jonathan, because it seems to be a bit of deja vu once again.
Well, we've seen this song and dance once or twice before, but spinning back into traffic. Ooh.
Yikes.
I don't know who that was. Was that the Porsche Owners Club car, or was that another yellow car that had to take evasive action?
That was SimRC Club Sport. It helps knowing and having raced against so many of these teams. You get the briefest look at the livery and you can figure it out. Take a look at the view for Lucas Dolzer. Oh, that TCR car in front came so close to being clipped, and Dolzer with very, very quick reactions and quick hands to hold on to that car. Back to live pictures. What's happened? Team Heusingfeld in the wall. That's Degner 2. What has happened to Jan Boll? While we were under replay, something has happened here, Sommel, and it's a big, big drama just as they get around their TCR sister car.
And they're no longer in the lead. Heusingfeld GT4 are no longer in the lead, and that is after they had it on the 30-odd second gap in the early part of the race. Can you imagine the drama? And this just in the championship. Oh boy, this is going to be big. Heusingfeld had the chance to eclipse so many teams and go up top. Not to the top, but at least in the top 3. But goodness me, that is going to be a big one. And Shivsky Racing, well, their chance has become an even bigger chance now. Oh boy, this is going to be too good, isn't it? This is just going to open everything up.
Well, the huge
The most frustrating thing was the team car was right behind them.
Well, the huge ass championship leader has pitted last lap ago. They've fallen down to 7th. So Shibsky Racing down onto pit lane. They'll hand over the lead in this class for now to Albert Jones. But Albert Jones has yet to pit as well. Stephen McGarvey, 9 laps into his stint, might just have found himself the perfect strategy here, Sommel, after an impressive qualifying performance for the 174. The race pace has tailed off very slightly, but they may be in the perfect position now to find themselves getting to the checkered flag first. And here they go into the race lead. They will take it away from Albert Jones.
Yeah, I just got a bit confused with strategy right there. But yes, SRM Motorsport bouncing on the chance once again. And lots of potential in that team. As you mentioned, Arjuna, you've raced against them. You know exactly how good of a team they are. Just a case of grabbing those opportunities by both hands. Here, they just seem to be doing just that.
At the same time as well, Danny Gisa has come down the pit lane this last time, around 10 seconds stationary for the 124. That's dropped them down to 7th, so they found themselves 2 positions behind their championship rivals. And guess what? Giovanni Romano, I think, is sniffing out a podium position here, potentially, as he tries to get on to the back of James Stacey in the Pneumatic Motorsports car that obviously owes us a pit stop. And he's going to inherit a position here, Jonathan, when Albert Jones comes down the pit road. So this GT4 title fight, as I think James Stacey has just had a bit of an issue and run wide, I think heading into this final round of the season, it's going to be a 3-way fight. And the problem is, we've got these halfway points to think about as well.
And also, like, just think of the race length. It's going to be the longest race on the calendar at a very, very tricky technical circuit with lots of bumps, lots of places to go off and go, as I said when I was doing it, with the Indy Pro 2000 Series, go explore and find where the alligators are. But there's going to be a lot of strategy, I think, on the line. But first, they have to really think about this strategy because there's still a threat of a safety car. There's still a threat of drivers going off and making mistakes. And we've seen even the best of the best can make these just small mistakes and cost them a championship.
Taking a look at TCR now in your race leader. 21 laps into his stint. Michael Schottler down onto the lane for the final time in today's race. Will Spencer McCarthy follow him down behind? Then, of course, you've got the two full-send racing cars. There's the 287 coming out of the Casio Triangle right now. And there's the 285 that's going to re-inherit the race lead. But, of course, here, fuel saving, the name of the game, as Hoisting Veld and Alpine Stars into their pit boxes. And I'm starting to wonder as the 285's connection continues to act up and the lag switch that Ollie Peacock has built to propel him into the race lead is very effectively working. But again, Jonathan, this is now a fuel save race for these guys. Harley Horton might be in the prime situation, tucked up behind Kurt Crum, able to save in that draft as compared to the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, just save as much as you can, lifting and coasting, you know, using more lift going into the corners, not as much brake, just being gentle, rolling back onto the throttle. There's a lot of things you can do to really save the fuel, and I think you got to put all of them into effect right now to make it to the end of this one.
Exactly, yeah. There's a bit of respite though. At the S's you can actually lift off a little bit and just coast through the mid part of the corner. There is a little bit of an advantage. So unlike a strictly flat track, that may not be the case, but you can use the undulation to a little bit of your advantage over here.
So out of the hairpin, these two continue to work, and let's check back in with the 911 Cup class, why don't we? Where is Vince Peters? That's my question. That Team Down Under machine has been one of the quickest cars on track today, and unfortunately Peters is down in the 10th spot right now, and you'll see there, Jonathan, in a bit of no man's land as well. So they clearly had devised a strategy early on, which was make the driver change as late as possible, and unfortunately, the way the safety cars have shaken out, it hasn't exactly worked in their favor.
No, but I think strategy-wise, it might. Some of these guys that are in front of them have not pitted in quite some time. HD Performance, Impulse Racing, and Maniti that are in the lead at least haven't pitted in the last 11 laps, and at this pace, they're not going to make it to the end. Team 11's going to have to come down in about 1 lap time. They're pushing the end of fuel. The only the cars that have pitted around them are Team Bergen, World of Sim Racing, and then the Alpine Strategist car not too far behind. So I think they're in pure pace.
Sorry to cut you off, Jonathan. Team 11 came down the pit lane last lap around. They are in the net race lead as things stand right now.
Oh, well then, correct me if I'm wrong. I guess they did a driver change earlier as well, so I think this could be a brilliant strategy. I think they just took fuel on that stop. No tires or anything.
I think you're right. Like you said, I think the earlier driver changes worked out very nicely because you can work backwards from that maximum drive time rather than working forwards. So, Team 11, 7th place on track. They've got a couple of cars still owing us pit stop. Lucas Lippert for H2 Performance down onto the lane this time around, as is the 86 sister car. Team 11 will jump past both of them as Lucas Lippert finally gets into his box and gets fuel added to his car. 20 seconds stationary already as across the start-finish line, here comes Team 11. It's going to be close, actually, between Lippert and Lewis Ward. Here is Lucas Lippert. He'll slot right into line. And here comes what's going to be a very interesting dash to the finish line then, Sommel.
Absolutely, this should be fun to see. Now, they're right up ahead. How does this play out in this case?
I think for a lot of these guys, it's just going to be a splash of fuel and maybe try and cycle back in between Team 11 and HD Performance.
Yeah, Impulse, Maniti, Virtual, and Hell Racers they're all 12 laps into their stint so far. It's going to be tough for them to extend this to the end of the race, even with a bit of fuel saving. The 19-second gap between... a 22-second gap, rather. 26 seconds between your race leader and Team 11. That's a bit too short, I think. And Lewis Ward will re-inherit the race lead in a couple of moments' time. The question becomes, what can H2 Performance do in this situation? How much pressure can they apply? While we're looking at this class, let's look at GT4 for a few moments as well and just run down the race situations heading into the final 30 minutes of the race. AOD Racing down on the pit lane this time around, and as a result, things have shaken out. SRN Motorsports to the front. Team Hoisingveld in second as SRN has to watch for Hugo Drouet making his way through on the inside. Huge Ass in third. And this, from a championship perspective, Sommel, is very interesting because, like we're saying, the My Days Openworks team, damage limitation after a couple of incidents. The damage limitation, though, for Huge Ass from driving the BMW, podium position, can't really get much better than that.
Yeah, can't really get much better than that. I mean, considering how torrid all the external circumstances have been with Huge Ass, at least in this particular race, a podium is the best that they could ask for. And that really has, will really have rather, a positive impact in terms of restructuring their season because, let's be honest, got a bit tricky for them in certain times. So, yeah, this is going to be good. Let's see how they bounce back in Sebring because this podium really helps them carry a positive momentum to the championship finale.
6 hours of Sebring. I cannot wait for it. I can't believe we are just 1 month away from that race. It's going to be a rather long and arduous wait, I do think. So that is your GT4/Sport class battle. Take a look at TCR very quickly before we head into that final 30 minutes, because Full Send 1 and 2. Harley Horton has gotten past Kurt Crum and built the advantage up to about 1 second, but fuel saving, I think it's going to be tough now for them, Jonathan, as they run in clean air, as they get more and more laps under their belt. It becomes tougher and tougher to make it till the end if you have a specific number in mind. I think the question now is, who's doing it better, Ollie Peacock or Harley Horton?
And to think, how many laps do they have left running? You know, they're averaging about 2 minutes, 14 seconds. I'm trying to map that out in my head. And that's around like 12 and 13 laps. And the farthest anyone's gone so far is 24. So they're going to be running maybe on empty when they get to... Oh, no.
That's Team Down Under.
Oh, boy.
Another issue then through the second part of the Degner corners, and unfortunately for Vince Peters, who was really driving hard and trying to catch up that advantage to the rest of your competitors, just gets a bit wide onto the curbing there, Sommel, and unfortunately a hard impact, and he's now going to struggle in 10th position to hold off some of the cars behind.
Yeah, such great promise for Team Down Under. Unfortunately squandered with an incident like that one. Could have been so much better, but the Degners, well, they don't check, they don't care about who it is, what position you're in. When they have to catch somebody out, they do catch someone out, and that's exactly what's happened right here. Rather unfortunate one for Team Down Under.
So, a couple of pit stops in 911 Cup. Virtual Motorsport down from third. That promotes Lewis Ward now up into fourth. 3 cars still out there on the track, yet to come down the pit lane. And we wait for them to come down. Virtual Motorsport back out onto track right behind a battle in TCR. Pure Sims and Huge Ass for 9th and 10th respectively.
22 machine's been fast. He's chasing down Lewis Ward.
He's putting a lot of pressure onto the back right now, but as they work through lap traffic, Lewis Ward has been able to extend the advantage to 0.8 of a second, and it might end up being here, Sommel, that it's the traffic and how you encounter it in the last 10 minutes of the race that affects how things are going to play out for you. No, that's Giovanni Romano. What's happened now? In this championship hunt, here comes Shipsky Racing and the My Days Openworks team, but just as I was trying to calm down and think about race situations in other portions of the race, GT4 kicks off once again, and here comes to the inside, Sommel, Danny Gisa.
They never let you go calmly, do they? GT4's once again bringing the action to the table, and now you just having to defend My Days Ultimate Work around the bruised and battered car coming towards to battle once again. And Arjuna, notice how aggressive Danny is at least on his attack. He's really riding on those curves rather heavily. A clear sign of a driver who wants the position and he's willing to do anything he can to get it.
Romano's going to try and get past Shipsky Racing. They're back up into fourth at the very least. As down into turn 1 side by side. that Porsche's going to back off and give Romano the position. But once again, our GT4 championship situation gets mixed up once again. Huge Ass have dropped off the podium then, Jonathan. And they're going to have to watch in their rearview mirrors now for the next 30 minutes, knowing that the BMW is not the favored car around this track.
Especially in this section, like the Shipsky Racing cars had to check up and is now right into the front bumper of the Mighty Zermo. It's actually into the front bumper. Oh no!
Boy.
And your championship leader might just have even more. Oh, look at that, almost into the mouth of TCR machines coming back onto the track. And unfortunately, it's all kicking off here in our championship picture. One more look at this one, Sommel, and talk us through a bit of a risky move for the championship leader.
Shipsky Racing unfortunately checking up, and Mighty Zermo were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Shipsky losing momentum after losing a position to the Huge Ass car. And then once again, what's happened here? Oh, the S's, isn't it? It's just the S's checking up someone. And Mighty Zermo saw the gap, Shipsky got checked up, and there they are, having a tete-a-tete with the barriers. Oh,
and they almost bobbled back onto the track and got collected by a TCR machine. That would have been day done for Danny Giese. As it is, he'll have to roll around now in 7th position with significant damage to that car for the remaining 28 minutes. And Jonathan, the bigger concern is there's 3 cars from behind that might be able to get past and take away some championship points in this battle.
Especially since that BMW is quick in a straight line, especially down the straightaway. How much straight line speed and how much downforce does that Porsche lose? And the answer right now is quite a lot. They're closing in a hurry on poor Danny Giese. It was looking like an okay day for the Urban Works team, and it's gone from okay to bad to even worse. It
looks like he's losing a good 10 kilometers an hour in top speed compared to not just the BMW, but also the Porsche behind as well. So Giese, I would suspect, is about to drop down to 10th position. In fact, looks like he's coming down onto the pit road to try and get some repairs in that car. So that's disaster in this championship fight. And wow. Jonathan, it's a bit hard for me to really sum up what's going on right now because I think the story is no one wants to win a championship here.
Apparently not. No one wants to make it a for sure decision. I mean, Full Send Racing is trying to make it a for sure competition, at least with Hoistingville down in 6th. But yeah, if you're a championship contender, don't visit Suzuka, I guess. That seems to be the name of the game.
Well, I'd done so much research about all the times that championships got decided here. It's getting decided, but in a slightly different way to how I thought it was going to happen.
It's going to get decided down in Florida instead.
Happy days.
26 minutes left in this race then, and we'll have to just wait and see what else it's got in store for us. I've lost track of the number of times the car has spun it around, using the curbing, both in 130R, both in the spoon curve, and in the Degner as well. Championship drama up and down as well. Looking like championship drama from the teams as well, Jonathan. Race control even busier at this point in time than we expected. Looks like a couple of teams pointing fingers at one another when it comes down to the drive time regulations.
And they were the 2 last cars on pit road for the changing of drivers, the 22 and the 45. That's the HT Performance car, and then the Team Down Under machine. They are thinking there might be a drive time issue, but race control is going to wait until after the race to really look at the drive times. A lot of those Porsches were cutting it close, especially at the front of the field. And here comes, I think, Ali Peacock down on pit road.
Yep, no, Peacock has had to blink, and oh, has he missed his box? What was that?
Oh,
you know what he's just done? Oh no, has he just fallen foul of the pit lane rule? Because Sommel, talk to us about this. There is a rule. You're only allowed to spend 3 seconds transitioning from the fast lane to the slow lane. Has Ollie Peacock just gotten a race penalty?
Perhaps because he made a violent shift to the right. From what I saw, at least, from all the glimpses that I caught, he'll be fine in that department, but no, it seems all right, from the looks of things at least.
I don't know here. That is good.
Yeah, that is not all right. That
Well,
is
depends.
not
Where does
all
that-
right.
Where does that line start? Because you can see that transitioning point on the tarmac. I don't know what is the clear defined line that race control is looking at.
The blue part. The moment you shift from the fast lane to the transitional part where you have your pit boxes and everything else, the moment you shift to the right, you only have 3 seconds for that. So he went in, realized, maybe I've misjudged my entry, went back out, then came back in. So, I think
It looks
some slightly muddy waters.
And it looks like as well it might be day over for Danny Gisa in the My Days Urban Works team. Back down onto the pit road for the second time in 2 consecutive laps. That car might be retiring from today's race. So big shame in the 124 crew, but they'll have to regroup for our season finale in just over 1 month's time. At the meantime as well, I'm trying to get some clarification as soon as possible from Race Control on that issue that we just saw on the pit lane, because Jonathan, I'm almost 100% sure here that Ollie Peacock is going to get a drive-through penalty.
It depends how closely race control wants to look at it. I think he was just kind of misjudging where his stall was, maybe to his teammates. I really don't know. Like, I think it was just a lapse of judgment right there.
Yeah.
And he tried to quickly correct it. I think the good thing for him is that he tried to correct it and knew he was in the wrong. So that's one thing he's got going for him. But there's nothing on the race control decision sheet. I don't know if race control is discussing it yet. They're looking at another incident further down in the TCR field. So we'll have to wait and see. As here comes Team 11 down underneath the Hell Racers.
And they're going to step onto that final step of the podium. Looks like Hell Racers in the 16 car trying to do a lot of fuel saving perhaps to get till the end of the race. They'll fight it back, and Team 11 is going to stay strong on that outside line. Still side by side. Lewis Ward is going to have to tuck back in for now and reassess as they come up behind a BMW M4. But of course, Hell Racers, they've been out on track for 18 laps so far, so they're on a fuel-saving strategy compared to, of course, Lewis Ward behind, who's trying to defend from Lucas Lippert behind. We're using this as an opportunity to close the gap up to Lewis Ward in the Team 11 car. Mistake there made by Hell Racers very slightly, and I think Lewis Ward is starting to get a bit impatient here. He looks to the outside in towards the hairpin. He'll set up an over-under, try and get on the power as smoothly as he can, Jonathan, because at this point in time, he's not necessarily losing out on time to the top two, but if those two need a splash and dash, it could be the margins could be this time that Lewis Ward is losing behind Richard Carlson right now.
Yeah, because Carlson right now, you can see on the left side of your screen for that brief moment, is 25 seconds behind the leader of Impulse Racing. So Impulse Racing and Maniti, the Hell Racers are their best friend right now because they could be helping them possibly do a splash and dash. Although it's going to be a bit tight for them. They can only go about 6 more laps, I think. So they're about in those final 8 to 10 minutes. They're going to have to come down pit road. And I think Team 11 is also getting antsy because that 22 is getting closer and closer and closer.
Around the outside at the Casio Triangle, it's a bold way to try and get this move done, and Hell Racers will get the momentum around the outside. Here comes that 22 car as well. These guys lose another second to those contenders out front, and pit lane time is 24 seconds. So every second they lose here is valuable time for those top 2 runners. Impulse Racing, Maniti Racing trying to do a very different type of strategy to the rest of the contenders. And meanwhile, Hell Racers proving to be their best friend at this point in time. Couple more cars down onto the pit lane in TCR. We've got Full Send Racing's the 287, as well as Kurt Crum for Bombshell Racing Team. Looks like, though, Ollie Peacock down onto the pit lane. Looks like he must have that penalty. And unfortunately, what looked like it might have been the perfect strategy for Full Send Racing has come unstuck. And now we've got a new race leader, Bombshell Racing Team, looking like they may be on course for their first ever race win. In fact, just as I say that though, Team Hoistingfeld and Fiercely Forward update on my timing screen to fly on by. So Michael Schotlow retakes the race lead, Sommel. I was lied to by my timing screen there, and with 20 minutes to go, he's now got to hold off the challenge from Matthew Crisp in the Fiercely Forward 234 car right behind.
The false hope. Oh, how much it pains. But On a positive note, if Bombshell Motorsport are actually able to hold on to this position, they will be gaining so many points because as it stands, they're P14 in the DCR category with 2 races where they could not even get a single point. This result, if it happens, that is, they have got 2 really fast cars right behind them, will catapult them all the way up to around, say, inside the top 10. So this should be a huge one for them in terms of where they stand. But yet again, the bar has just been hurting well. And what could have been had the 287 not had that extra drive-through penalty? Who knows?
So 20 minutes left in this race. We're just a couple of minutes away then from really understanding the championship picture heading into that final round. We've talked about the half point on a number of occasions so far. It's going to make things very, very difficult to understand because the problem with those halfway points is that we aren't going to get that updated picture immediately from race control. We have to wait for that usually. And sometimes, when things are as close as they are at the front of these championship pictures, sometimes you've got to make some guesses. Lewis Ward finally tries to get around Hell Racers through the S as they work. This time a little bit more in front is Lewis Ward. Richard Carlson still tries to hang on and defend to Lucas Lippert from behind. I think Team 11 should finally get the move done here. Hell Racers should be able to hold that inside line up the hill as Lippert on those, I think, fresher tires, net fresher tires, able to get them run up the hill here, Jonathan, and still side by side down into the Degners.
Oh, now where the Hell Racers car was a friend to Lucas Lippert, now is an enemy because he's holding him up, and that Team 11 car is slowly going off into the distance. Is 22. He needs to get by the Hell Racers machine in order to have a shot of chasing down that 97.
And still getting held up here as Carlson runs a bit wide, opens the door once again. I think Lippert got the power down nicely, but shorter distance on the inside. We've seen this on a number of occasions before. But I think the overlap is sufficient for Lippert to hold the line, try and still squeeze potentially Carlson onto the curb. They still run side by side. And as the track falls away from them, still side by side, and Sommel, I'm getting a bit worried about them going side by side through 130R now.
It takes 2 to tango, and they're doing it so well. Almost coming to an end right there with an ill-timed stunt. They're still going side by side. See, this is what happens when the competitors respect each other. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is how you battle. Incredible stuff.
Yes, but the problem was, as incredible as it was, Lippert, Jonathan, now finds himself 2.5 seconds behind Lewis Ward in front, and he's still got to defend from behind. So at this point in time, net race lead well and truly in the hands of Team 11.
And Hell Racers decides to make it difficult and just stick it around the outside. I think Carlson still has to come down pit road. What a move around the outside of turns 1 and 2. He's clear again.
Wow.
First off, the Sterling defense, and then now he just immediately goes back on offense. The speed is insane.
This is great stuff in the last closing stages here. Lippert, though, now finds himself 3.6 seconds behind Lewis Ward. The question now becomes, Pascal Costa and Matthias Dehaene out front. If Carlson is being this aggressive and maybe thinks he doesn't have to come back down the pit road, what do those two out front think as well, Sommel? 15 minutes left on the clock. They've been out there for 21 laps so far. By the calculations that we had done, we expected pit stops to come. I wonder if they've been able to pull off a little bit of fuel-saving magic.
Maniti might have, because they've been sitting behind the draft train of Impulse for quite a long while. What about Impulse though? They've been the leaders for such a long time. Will they have been able to save enough while maintaining that huge gap that they've got at the very top there? I doubt. I don't think they might have been able to save enough and still have a 28-second gap. Not sure.
We talked about Huge Ass in the Cup car out there trying to salvage results. Look at Danny Gisa trying to do the same thing as well. And speaking of GT4, what's happening at the front of this field? Maniti Racing down onto the pit lane, as well as SRN Motorsports Black. So we were just talking about the fuel game. Matthias Dehaene has had to blink. Now we wait for Pascal Costa for Impulse Racing to come down the lane as well. The question becomes, Sommel, where's Jan Bol? Team Hoisingveld, he's about to retake the race lead.
Once again, as it has always been the case, Hoisingveld at the very top in TCR and GT4, setting the standard, and they might have gone through a little bit of trouble, a little bit of tough times in terms of changing personnel in their team, but at the top, man, they're able to keep it through. So are these guys. Well, we've seen this before, haven't we?
They're still doing action. Matthias Dehaney has come out right behind them as well. Lippert back in front for now, and now tries to set sail and focus on Lewis Ward, who now finds himself with a 4-second advantage. Carlson loses a bit of time getting a bit loose. That opens the door for Dehaney to now get his way up onto the podium battle as well. This is going to be a fight all the way till the line. I think we're expecting Pascal Costa to come down the pit lane the next lap around. Meanwhile, in GT4, Stephen McGarvey has come back out in second position, clear of Giovanni Romano for Huge Ass Racing by about 7 seconds at this point in time, so that will help. The 137 car, second place in the championship, try and claw back some of the advantage to My Day's Urbanwurst. As now Lucas Lippert well and truly has been set free here, Sommel.
He has. This is his chance to try and go on and try and gain as many positions as he possibly can right here. And that's the thing that you want towards the very end, right? A driver who is liberated, you don't have any fuel saving or tire saving, any pressure whatsoever. For the number 22, the H2 Performance SRT car, this could be a big one at P number 3. And the gap, well, it's only under 4 seconds. Very much doable, Arjuna.
I think it's going to be tough, though, especially with Team 11 out front.
Yeah, exactly.
Lewis Ward, race winner in our season opener in the IVRA Endurance Series. It's been a bit more of a tough run for them in this competition, but they've got 12 minutes to go and they're staring down the barrel of a race win. We're still on board with Matthias Dehaney through the Casio Triangle as they apply the pressure onto Carlson. Carlson down onto the pit lane. That will release Maniti racing up into 4th spot. The question still remains, though. Sommel, how is Impulse Racing still out there on track? One more lap further they've managed to go. At what point are they coming down onto pit road?
They have to come on down sometime soon. I mean, I can't seem to understand how, because Maniti were behind it, they had the draft advantage, and they still had to come in earlier. I might have missed this somewhere, and I have missed quite a few things from this race, just probably not due to be able to understand how it's going on. But Impulse Racing perhaps midway through might have stocked up higher on fuel or something, not sure, but seems highly unlikely that they'll be able to make it towards the very end. So that stop has to be there in the next lap or two, I suppose.
So closing stages really picking up intensity right now. TCR, not really too many battles. You've got a semi-battle for the third and final podium position. Bombshell Racing Team trying to secure their first podium on the season, defending from Spencer McCarthy for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. AOD Racing BMW has managed to get a position on the World of Sim Racing car, who's now down onto the pit road, and we now wait and see if Impulse Racing will be down this time around. The gap between first and second is down to 27 seconds. Matthias Dehaney spent a total of 34 seconds in the pit road, so Pascal Costa should come out roughly behind Matthias Dehaney out on track. Down onto the pit lane he goes at the same time. What's happened to Lucas Lippert? He's fallen down the timing screen, and he's now in 4th position. Dehaney's up into 3rd.
Costa, Arjuna, he pits finally.
No, we saw Costa coming down on the pit lane. What's happened to Lucas Lippert, though? Very surprised, as Matthias Dehaney has now got a 4-second advantage there. So Lewis Ward is sweeping himself into the race lead right now as he comes across the start-finish line. And we wait for Pascal Costa to release himself from the box. There is your race leader, and followed behind by Matthias Dehaney. And we now wait and see, Sommel, where exactly Pascal Costa comes out.
This is going to be interesting. An alternate strategy right behind Maniti, who are in the top 3 in the qualifying. So clearly this is a strategy that has paid off for Impulse. That is very well done throughout. I mean, in the broader scheme of things, Impulse Racing really have made it work here.
Well, we've seen a bit of a split where Team 11, the strongest competitor that came down onto pit lane under that last caution that we had, Maniti Racing, Impulse Racing able to save a little bit more, but now the gap's starting to edge up as 2.8 seconds between first and second. Haney and Costa at this point can't afford to scrap it out too much, Jonathan.
48's in the pits. The 148 leading Horsingville car just came into pit road.
So, interestingly there, he's come back out in 6th position. He was unable then to make it on fuel. I wonder if they miscalculated that one. Not sure what the stint length was for Jan Ball there, but good spot, Jonathan, as the car that dominated most of this race now finds itself down in 6th. Short pit stop as well, Jonathan, though. Just 7 seconds, so very much a splash and dash.
Yeah, I think they miscalculated by 2 or 3 laps. They pitted early the stint before, only 14 laps in, and I think he just couldn't save enough fuel. If he pitted about 3 laps later, it would have made it to the end. But now, SRN Motorsport, that came down just for a splash dash just recently, has now inherited the lead. And Huge Ass, who we thought was going to be a struggle for this BMW, is on the podium in 2nd place.
Yeah.
And also, more importantly, the fact that Hoisingveld has dropped to 6th has promoted Hella Media up into 5th, and it's been a very, very rough day for the Team Hella Media crew. And another team that's been in contention for our championship. This now is going to be a 3-way fight between Huge Ass, Team Hella Media, and the My Days Urban Worst crew heading into that final race of the season. 8 minutes left on the clock. Where is Lewis Ward coming around? It's coming through the S's right now, so looks like we're going to have just under 4 laps to go in this one. Gap between first and second, 2.5 seconds in your Cup class, 7 seconds in GT4, and then 4 seconds in TCR. So no real contention for the race win. But of course, this battle between Impulse and Maniti for the 2nd step on the podium. And Matthias Dehaney, the regular driver in that car, has been sharing it with a replacement because of the busy nature of a Saturday on RaceSpotTV. Joop de Ligt, the first driver for Maniti Racing. And of course, after qualifying on the pole position, Sommel, we saw that car in the wrong direction, pointing in the wrong direction in Spoon. It's been a good fight back from Matthias Dehaney and his teammate to get back up onto the podium.
It has. It really has. And Maniti Racing have been through quite a fair bit in this season and also in the Endurance Championship too. And they know they've been through scenarios like this one. And that's, I think, a good example of... I think not a good example, but that's a good proving ground. Because when you've been in situations like this one, you know how to react mentally. At least in terms of your skills, there are differing circumstances. Say, do you attack more, do you defend more, and all the different... I'll cover that later on. This is huge.
It's been an awful day for the My Days Urban Worst team, and they've just gotten mixed up with the Bombshell Racing team, who are on course for a very significant 4th place finish. RaceSpotTV replay, and I think this might be another unfortunate issue for Danny Gieser. You see the TCR machines from behind, and unfortunate there for the GT4 car, Jonathan, to be involved at no cost of its own. We're gonna pick this one up later, though. Back to live pictures. Pascal Costa pointing in the wrong direction in the Casio triangle. So that's the battle for 2nd done and dusted, as unfortunately it looks like through traffic, just a little bit too aggressive from Pascal Costa, who was trying to get around TCR machines and just gets checked up.
And they're battling hard too.
So one more look at this one, Sommel, and unfortunate because this was going to be a fun fight all the way to the flag.
Yeah, exactly. Such a sad one. Pascal Costa just gets concertinaed up in this rather chaotic mess at the Casio Triangle. I mean, it could have happened. I mean, we expected this to happen at the very start, but not towards the very end with the driver who was so well engrossed in the fight for the lead. And for the top 3, at least, let's be honest. Sad ending.
And there's now still going to be a battle on the podium. Lucas Lippert has got Bas Slob right behind him in the Virtual Motorsport Porsche 911 car. We've seen the orange and black colors on a BMW have a bit of a tougher ride through this season so far, but podium is up for grabs, and they work their way through the lap traffic. Don't count out Pascal Costa as well. He's only 1.5 seconds behind these guys, so he still might be in with a shout here, Jonathan, of getting back onto the podium.
And these TCR cars are just fighting for every spot and point they can get. Like midfield TCR battles that these Porsches are getting through. And remember, when we get down to the end of time, there's no, give or take. It's a lot of take and a no give. So that's why we've seen a few of these issues. But right now for this 22, a team that told me we don't look at big picture. They stay on the podium. They inherit the championship lead going into the final round at Sebring. So this is actually a really, really big battle.
So what you're saying is maybe they should start paying attention to the big picture. Gap to Pascal Costa, 1.8 seconds now. It's opened up as these two cars come down into the Casio Triangle.
Oh, someone's around in the background.
That looks like it might be the VEC TCR machine. We'll pick that up in a few moments' time. Where's Lewis Ward? Across the line he goes. So 2 laps to go. Will be white flag in the air next time around. Lewis Ward has just over 10 kilometers to hold on to get a second victory this season in IVRA competition. Their first, though, in the ClubSport Series so far. Looks like Jacob Abrams is around in the Porsche Owners Club 718 Cayman. We've seen a number of issues in the real world through that final corner before. Unfortunately, he's become the latest victim of that, able to hold on to it. So we're going to finish this under green flag conditions. And it does mean then, Sommel, we're going to have this fight all the way till the end.
And that is exactly what we want to see. IVRA competition delivering with on-track action. And the best part is, Arjuna, we've only had one caution. One throughout the whole day. It has opened up the opportunity for so many incredible battles and so many chaotic strategy calls that have made this race so intriguing on its own. This is the kind of racing what we want to see. Hopefully, this becomes a template for more IVRA competition races.
We did say coming into this weekend that this was going to be a track where passing through traffic is a little bit easier. It's more defined, the moves that need to be made. And so I think that has been borne out in what we've seen with the cautions. But here we go then. 2 minutes left on the clock as we ride on board with Bas Slob. They get stuck behind. That's the Impulse Racing TCR car. This will help that virtual motorsport Porsche set up a nice run out of the Spoon complex. But Lucas Lippert does a good job to get the momentum down into 130R, and it's going to be white flag that waves this time around. Gap out front, by the way, down to just 1 second. So Dehaney has been able to reel in that gap to Lewis Ward, but it's a little bit too little too late at this point in time. White flag does wave as those two cars come across the start-finish line. But we keep our attention turned, Sommel, to these two.
Yep, they've been battling hard against each other, and this is fun to see. A titanic battle that goes on towards the very end. But coming back also to the reductions and cautions, Arjun, as we go to the final lap of the race, it is also perhaps because there have been more cautions in terms of where they reset. We've seen incidents, there's been no shortage of that one, but just luckily at the right places as they come ever so closer now once again. Good stuff.
That TCR car decided to get out of the way as much as possible. That's Ollie Peacock in the 285. Through the S's we work then. Just under half a second separates these two cars. Pascal Costa, 0.8 of a second behind them as well. Oh, Team Down Under, unfortunately, is now pointed in the wrong direction on this last lap of the race. And there's Boosted Motorsport that gets mixed up in their issue. It's been a race of attrition in a lot of ways where cars have had to work their way around incidents that unfold in front of them. Maniti Racing now 0.4 of a second behind the race leader as well as they continue to close on up. Look at this battle for third as well. Just 0.2 of a second separate them. They're going to come across some more lap traffic. We'll pick up this battle though between Maniti and Team 11 because coming down into Spoon, last lap of the race, it all comes down to this. Maniti Racing pole position. Joop de Ligt subbing into this car, not usually competing in this series. Very impressive opening stint. Recovers from his early spin to put his teammate in the prime position to try and get the race victory. Drag race then down in towards 130R in the braking zone at the Casio Triangle for the final time. We look rearward from Lewis Ward, a bit too far behind for Maniti Racing as they get on the brakes, drop down a gear in towards this final corner. Dehaney's a bit too far behind. Ward is going to cover off the inside. He might be doing a bit of fuel saving there. Dehaney overcooks the corner though. He's going to overcomplicate things just very slightly, but there we go. Checkered flag waves, and after 2 hours and 25 minutes of racing action, Lewis Ward takes home the win for Team 11. It's been a up and down season for them in the IVRA ClubSport Series, and after taking victory in the season opener of IVRA Endurance, they finally taste victory once again here in Suzuka. We'll wait for the rest of the cars to come across the line as well. SRN Motorsports Black down in towards 130R. An historic result for them as well now, Jonathan. Their first victory in this IVRA ClubSport season, and what a result. They needed it.
Brings them into the championship fight a little bit, doesn't it?
Doesn't just
or
bring...
helps them out.
Sorry, go ahead, Jonathan.
Or helps them out. The orange car is the one in the championship fight. This black car has had a lot of trouble, unfortunately. First podium for the 174 compared to its teammate that's already had 2.
Exactly. So with all of that disappointment in 2020, the second race in 2021, a nice step up for SRN Motorsports. Team Hoisingveld already apparently across the finish line, and they'll start celebrating their victory here in TCR. It was an up and down race for them somewhat. Pole position, down the order, back up through the order, and then Ollie Peacock with that late race penalty, I think effectively gave the 248 the race win, but nevertheless, totally chaotic racing, that's what we got.
Absolutely. I guess when Team Hoisingveld look back on it, they can very much say that is a day's worth of work well done, because that, Arjuna, was proper hard work. Yes, assisted in part because Full Send Racing had that really unfortunate penalty towards the very end, but they will take what they get, and this one just plays right in their hands.
So they are yet to come across the line. They will be one of the final cars to finally come across the line here at the Suzuka International Circuit. 3 different races, and they've all delivered in very entertaining ways. Team Hoisingveld will come across the line, flash the lights, and begin the celebrations, but they won't go on for too long, as some of those drivers have to regroup tomorrow for the IVRA GT Sprint Series. So all the cars across the line then, we can finally take a look at our race results. Lewis Ward takes home their first win of the season in the ClubSport Series for Team 11. Maniti Racing 2 seconds behind, a fight all the way to the flag. Lucas Lippert holds off Bas Slob for 3rd position, with Pascal Costa recovering to 5th, with World of Sim Racing and Team Bergen scrapping it out to the line. Vince Peters comes home for Team Down Under in 8th position, World of Sim Racing in 9th, and Graham Saunders, second weekend here in IVRA competition after a very impressive drive in GTs last time in IVRA Endurance, recovers that car to the edge of the top 10. The Hell Racers number 26 car that was showing promise early on drops to 11th, with NAB Racing in 12th. Number 16 of Richard Carlson down to 13th late in the race, with Bernd Ziebel, Quinton Violate, the last 2 cars on the lead lap. Nicholas Holland for Wraith Energy Racing, the only car to finish 1 lap down, and then a number of cars with big issues. Sven Demel, your championship leader, coming into the weekend 9 laps down, along with Ivan Harasta and Justin Rem not completing today's race. We'll take a look now at the GT4 results, and first race victory of the season for Stephen McGarvey and SRN Motorsports as they look to make up for what was a rather dismal opening half of the season. Giovanni Romano, I think he would have told you were lying if you told him he was going to finish second in the BMW in today's race, but they recover from second place in the championship and claw back that gap to the My Days Urban Works team, with Christopher Pays 3rd step on the podium. Matthias Havdal for Heli Media recovers from very big drama for that car, and they're also looking strong in that championship fight, with Damien Owen Harris in the BMW in 5th. Pole position sitter Jan Bol drops to 6th due to a late race stop, with Albert Jones in 7th and James Stacey, the last car on the lead lap. World of Sim Racing and SimRC ClubSport, 2 cars that finished 1 lap down, along with Jacob Abrams. And there you can see Danny Geese, a championship leader, recovering to finish 5 laps down, along with Mike Young, Niels Van Payne, and Michael Pollard, who didn't finish today's race. One more class to work our way through then, and it's not the Cup class, it's the TCR classes. In this one, Team Hoisingveld did take home the win. Matthew Cripps, the only car to finish on the lead lap, 5 seconds behind. with Spencer McCarthy for Alpine-Stars Geodesic Racing finishing off the podium. Full Send Racing, the first of their finishes in 4th position for the 287. Another race where FSR does not see a representative on the TCR podium. They'll be looking to bounce back in a couple of weeks' time. Pure Sims in 5th, Kurt Crum in 6th with that late race drama. Ollie Peacock in 7th, along with Impulse, Leipert, and Boosted Motorsport rounding out the top 10. Only one car with damage, and that's Lyndon Swaby, 10 laps down for Kinetic Racing, a second consecutive result with damage, unfortunately for the Kinetic Motorsport team. So we'll now wait and see if we're going to be joined by any of our post-race finishers, because to be completely honest here, Sommel, if they're as tired as we are in the commentary booth, I think some of them are going to need a bit of a break to recover from the race that just happened.
Seriously, it was so good. And by so good, I mean there were so many different strategies to count, and I'll be honest, I couldn't quite get a hang of all of them. But imagine that from the perspective of those who are going out to execute it, those who actually have to plan, practice, go out ahead. And if the result was on their side, man, this must be so satisfying. And even if there wasn't, man, you need a break after after a race like this one. But we're back again tomorrow, aren't we?
Well, you and I will be back again tomorrow. Jonathan, unfortunately, gets to miss out on all of the excitement from Road Atlanta tomorrow. But I tell you what, got some drivers standing by. Let's kick it off with our GT4 race winner. And Sommel Aurora is standing by with Jason Gerard of the 174 team.
Jason, mate, very firstly, many congratulations on this big win for you. Just how satisfying must this be?
Oh, this was a long time coming. I've been with the team about 3-4 years, and I don't think we've ever really won a major race like this in either Neo, IVRA, or anything. And I'll tell you what, I didn't have a great race at the start. I gotta give 100% of the thanks to one Mr. Steve McGarvey. I mean, he pulled it through. I had a few moments. I had a horrible start, and he just pulled it out in the end. It was just awesome.
Jason, that must really be calling for a big party, didn't it? I mean, I can imagine that there's going to be a big celebration. I mean, virtually, wherever you guys are. This is such a big win for you guys.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's a lot of people in our Discord channel right now. They're pretty pumped about it. And, I told them at the beginning of the week, I'm a big anime fan. This is our home track right here, home track advantage. And our Japanese people felt it got us to the win today, I'll tell you that.
It did work out quite well. And Jason, can you give us a bit of an idea about how things worked out for you? Because there's always this feeling that Hursinghville were going to come ahead and do their own thing and take away the win, but towards the end, them running out of fuel and you guys being at the right place at the right time, must be a crazy moment, that.
It was. I honestly thought that maybe we had messed up the strategy of pitting on that yellow, because we still needed to come in for a splash. I think we just got really lucky because a couple of our competitors ended up in some issues. I think somebody crashed into a couple of the guys that were chasing us. And at the end of the day, we got a lot of clean running. I think we had like about 10 or 11 laps where we had no TCRs, no Porsche Cups, and we were just cranking out time trial laps after lap because we knew we had to. And that's, I think at the end of the day, that's really just kind of a little bit of luck at the end of the day that allowed us to win it.
Well, Jason, what do you reckon is going to happen in the season finale in Sebring? Do you think you might find it just about as easy? And what do you reckon goes on for the team in terms of the championship? Because this win, of course, takes you up quite a fair bit.
Well, I think we had a lot of bad luck for the championship, so at this point we're just going to be focusing on just going for another race win, see what happens. 6 hours is a long time and a lot of stuff can happen, so we'll see. But should be interesting.
Finally, mate, who would you like to give a shout out to?
I just want to give a shout out to all my SRN teammates, man. Ryan Huff, Steve McGarvey, Scott McGarvey, Mike Young, Dan Gralty, Tim McLeish, everybody. It was all a team effort here today, and it was awesome.
Many congratulations, Jason. What a pleasure it is to talk to you, and just enjoy it. Have a good time, mate. This is really good stuff.
Oh, well, thank you a lot. Thanks a lot.
So that was Jason Gerard, part of the 174 SRN Motorsports crew that took home, apparently, their first ever major victory. I thought it was just their first victory of the season, but apparently not. Let's move on over then to TCR and Team Hoisingveld, because we've got Marcel Tai, who's now standing by with Jonathan Burke.
Hey Marcel, I remember I talked to you a little bit yesterday about what the strategy was this weekend. You said, well, didn't really want to take an early championship, but you were happy to take it, and I think with this win here, you really solidified that lead.
Yeah, I think we need to do some math there, but it's theoretically it's still not over yet, I guess. But it's obviously it's a huge step towards the championship today. Yes.
And just talk us through like a bit of the strategy there. It got that one caution flag that we had really threw everyone for a loop. How did you guys like kind of handle it and manage it with your drive time strategy and your tire strategy?
Yeah, I think for us it wasn't too good, the caution, because it brought back a couple of guys from the back again. But we knew that if we stay out, we need to do our regular stop towards the end, and we also knew that everyone else who was pitting during the caution, they wouldn't make it to the end if there won't be another caution. So we were basically just hoping that this will stay the only caution in the race, and then we probably are good to the end.
And how does this feel as well? Your third win with this TCR machine, the fourth just in ClubSport for Hoisingveld. How does this show how really strong this team is?
Yeah, it's great for us, obviously, and a bit unfortunate that our GT4 car again struggled a bit with strategy in the end and couldn't bring the pace home there. But yeah, for the TCR guys, it's an amazing effort for us, and we are very happy with that win today. And also shout out to Fabian, who had his first race today with us. Brilliant job done there with pole position, and then also good job during the race. So yeah, we're pretty happy.
First time racing with you guys, gets pole position. I say he's a pretty good driver. Any shout outs you want to give, Marcel, before we let you go?
Yeah, obviously to the whole team, to the guys from Hoisingveld, and yeah, that's it for today. Thanks, guys.
All right, congratulations on the win, and don't worry, I'll calculate the math for you and see how big the championship lead is for you heading into the final round.
Yeah, we'll do that. Cheers, guys.
So that was Marcel Tai, and unfortunately, it doesn't look as though we are being joined by any representatives of Team 11 just yet. So we'll give them a couple more minutes for Lewis Ward and PJ Claessens to maybe step on over into the booth. Before we do that, though, we'll take one more look at our series schedule, because, wow, that's about all I can say, Sommel, about what we just saw. It really sets up March 6th, a championship showdown across all three classes. And then when you think about the fact that we've got the IVRA Club Cup as well, and all the drama that we saw there, I mean, if you want drama, you don't need to go and watch a movie anymore. Just come and show up to RaceSpotTV March 6th, and we've got everything for you then.
Small question, Arjuna. Wasn't this implicit from the very beginning? Of course, if you want drama, if you want some good racing action, you know the place to be, RaceSpotTV. If you haven't already, which I think is not going to be the case, but still, if you haven't, subscribe. Why not? Because we've got IVRA competition, Sports Car Open, so many other big events. This is the place to be in. And coming more specifically to the championship finale at Sebring, Arjuna, seriously, all the stories that are going to come towards the very end. I thought, just as you did, that this is going to be a race where we get a lot more definitive answers. Clearly, it's all coming down to Sebring.
And just a reminder, you can follow us for more sim racing action across YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram. Always great when Sommel remembers to do the plugs as well, and I don't have to be the only man remembering. I tell you what, though, I think we have PJ Claessens standing by, the race winner for Team 11. And PJ, do we have a copy on you?
Yeah, hello, good evening, guys.
Good evening, first of all, and congratulations, PJ, because I think it's fair to say that this series, the IVRA ClubSport Series, has not been fun for you guys. You've had a bit more success in the IVRA Endurance Series so far this year, winning that first round and then having your own difficulties, but what a result this was. Strategy was there, the pace was there, and a race win finally for your crew.
Yeah, well, it's like you say, the ClubSport Championship wasn't really our best championship so far with IVRA. and we really didn't go into this race with high expectations, to be fair. And I didn't have the best quali with P11, I think, and also I spun on lap 1, which put us dead last in the first lap. And from then on, it was just, trying to get up the field. We weren't, or I wasn't, that much faster than all the other guys. But of course, this win is thanks to Lewis. Lewis was just so fast today. No mistakes, just one tiny mistake. That's all. It was all him today.
Given what we saw today, PJ, where so many championship favorites fell by the wayside in all three categories, you guys, I think, might still be in with an outside shot at this championship. Next time out, Sebring, 6 hours, halfway points. What are the key points that you think are going to be the one chance that you guys might have for fighting for this championship? Is it going to be focusing on the halfway point, setting up for that final portion of the race, or do you guys really not look at these halfway points when it comes down to race strategy?
To be fair, like for this championship specifically, I'm not quite sure what our championship position is, so I'm not sure if we really are with a chance at winning. But when we are in a race with halfway points, we tend to go for it, as it's like some sort of just getting points with half the race to go and not knowing what could still happen. So just take the points and be happy with that instead of making a strategy call rather, and miss out on them. So yeah, we tend to pick on the halfway points just to be certain we have points at least.
Well, I'll give you this update. My math is usually not great when I'm under pressure, but you came into this race weekend about 55 points behind H2 Performance. Fiercely Forward had issues. Huge Ass had issues. So those two cars will have lost points. I think you guys will still be about 30 points behind Lucas Lippert and H2 Performance. There's still a shot here going into Sebring. I want to ask you a slightly different question, though. You guys are one of these teams involved in multiple series. You've got IVRA Endurance, IVRA ClubSport. How are you guys going to balance the run to the end for both of them? Because you are in and around the top 5 in the championship, and you always want to finish these championships in the best way possible.
Well, yeah, it's basically it was only one race where the two championships were on the same weekend, but other than that, we always have at least 1 week to prepare ourselves, and it's then just one full week of preparation, working on the setup. So it's just at least 1 week of full focus to get the car ready. And we both, Lewis and me, both drive both of the cars in official races as well. I tend to focus more on the RSR, while Lewis is more driving the Cup car. And yeah, that balances it a bit. It's also good to have like Lewis a bit the leading driver in this car, and I'll try to do my best in the RSR, and that helps to prepare for the both championships.
Oh, it sounds like you guys have a great working relationship as well. Other than your teammate Lewis, who of course drove you to the checkered flag, who else do you guys need to thank for today's incredible race win?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you guys for the great broadcast. And I would also like to thank all the other guys from the team, Ewan, Tom, Alexi, for all the help behind the scenes. They also helped out in several races during the season when me or Lewis weren't able to race. And they're also always helping with setups and stuff. So yeah, a shout out to the team.
So that was PJ Claessens. And PJ, we'll see you then in 1 month's time, where hopefully you'll be fighting for a championship.
Yeah, hopefully. See you guys later.
So race winner, and dramatic race winner indeed as well, Sommel. He said it. He was at the tail end of the field on lap number 1. But all of the drama that we got to see, it played itself out perfectly, and as a result, they took the race win. And like I said, they'll be about 30 points or 35 points behind H2 Performance in the SRT machine. It's going to be interesting. Team 11 is not out of the championship fight just yet.
I quite clearly just have to say, IVRA competition. We get to see stories like this one come out of every single one of the IVRA races. It's just such an amazing thing. And honestly, I really didn't expect Team 11 to go out there and get the win, but they did. They just made their own luck. And they are in a good position coming into Sebring next time out. Should be a crackerjacker for one.
And Jonathan, I'll ask you this one now, because we've got one race weekend left for this, 2 race weekends left for the GT Sprint Series, which starts tomorrow, and then including the next round of the IVRA Endurance Series, 3 weekends there. We've not got long left in this year's IVRA competitions, and we'll crown 4 new champions, and we talked about it earlier today. The next season of IVRA competition, it's already taking shape. It's already looking very, very exciting. We'll take a look at the schedule one more time. It's such a great series. I've enjoyed covering it with the both of you so much over the past couple of months, and as we head into a new year of competition, can't wait to do it all over again.
Yeah, maybe we get some new teams, new faces, drivers moving around, teams moving around, teams that maybe have something to prove coming back and showing what they're made of. There's been a lot of teams and strong drivers in Club Sport, in Endurance, and in the GT Sprint that maybe have just left a little bit on the table, and I think seeing what next year can bring, I think that's encouraging for many of these drivers, and maybe a sign of things to come, that maybe we can go out and get another championship if this year's already done and dusted for them.
Oh, you talk about another championship. I think it's only fair that before we wrap up, we talk one more time about the IVRA Triple Crown, because it's a first in sim racing, I think in some ways, Sommel, but it's also going to be, I think, one of these ways that as an endurance community, over the course of the winter, we're going to be able to come together, go out racing, and ultimately have a great time while handing out $13,000 worth of prize money.
And $13,000 is it's not some easy money. $13,000 is quite a fair bit, even more so in sim racing terms. We've got such limited cash prizes in certain events, but this one I've never been very generous. But generosity will only exist when the level. I mean, what I mean to say is the competition is high. It's not just standing right up there on the bottom of a tree waiting for you to grab it up. You have to really fight for it. And the level of competition in the Triple Crown Series is really going to be something to watch out for. And that is across disciplines, across classes. One race you'll be GT3s, who knows, next one you may be driving an LMP2 car. So it needs that sort of cross-disciplinary talent and certain preparation as well. And I think that just makes for a really fun series on the very whole. Something that I haven't seen before. Should be fun.
Well, we've got to cover a few 24-hour series live on RaceSpot, apart from the special events, and we're looking forward to doing it 3 more times over 12 months, and it starts then in July. But before we get there, still got a couple of championships to hand out, a couple of champions to be crowned. In exactly 1 month's time, we'll be back live on RaceSpotTV with the 6 hours of Sebring and our final 2 rounds of the IVRA Club Cup. Halfway points will be on offer, and it's going to be one that you don't want to miss live on RaceSpotTV. But before then, don't forget, more IVRA action coming tomorrow. The IVRA GT Sprint Series heads to Road Atlanta for rounds 9 and 10 of its championship, with 1 weekend left afterwards at the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. Take a week off next week and recharge our batteries, but we'll be back the week after that with the IVRA Endurance Series and the 5 hours of VIR. That's one that I know Sommel and myself were talking about coming into the start of this season, and I'm excited that we're finally getting ready to watch that happen. Just a reminder as well, you can follow us for more sim racing action across YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram, all at RaceSpotTV to stay in touch with us, to stay connected every single time we go live with great sim racing action. You've been watching live on RaceSpotTV coverage of round 5 of the IVRA ClubSport Series. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati. I've been joined by Jonathan Burke and Sommel Aurora for today's action, with TV cameras from Istvan Ballo and TrackCams22.com and car cameras from Tyler Maxson. We'll see you then in a couple of weeks' time as we get ready to conclude our first ever IVRA ClubSport season and crown 4 different champions.